Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Elise. The tear sits in the lower quadrant of the canvas, a jagged white scar across the storm-tossed hull. Someone's diamond ring snagged the varnish while reaching for a canapé during the benefactor's gala. I adjust the magnification on my visor and dip a cotton swab into the solvent. Outside, Philadelphia wakes up under a sheet of weak, icy morning light that struggles against the frosted glass. Inside, the world is perfect. The climate control system hums a flat, reassuring B-flat, scrubbing the air of dust and humidity. This is the only place the world makes sense. I roll the swab over the abrasion. The dirt lifts. History doesn't die in battle. It dies because a board member had too much Chardonnay and weak spatial awareness. I bridge the gap in the paint layer with a microspatula. Chaos is the default state of the universe. My job is to arrest it. If I stop, the entropy wins. The biometric lock on the studio door hisses, breaking the seal. Rubber soles squeak on the linoleum. Miss Monroe? I don't look up from the microscope. Do not break my concentration, Kevin. It's the loan agreements for the modernist wing. Director Holloway needs a signature on the intake forms. I cap the solvent bottle and spin the stool around. Kevin stands near the chemical shower, holding a clipboard like a shield. I snatch the papers from his hands. My eyes catch the red flags immediately. These environmental readings are from last month. Director Holloway said the systems are stable, so the current data is arguably redundant. Stable is not a measurement. Independent data logging is. I flip the page, the paper crinkling loud in the quiet room. And she approved flash photography for the opening night? That's ridiculous. We have light-sensitive textiles in that collection. She called it a necessary accommodation for social media engagement. Of course she did. Maggie Holloway has an entire dictionary dedicated to justifying negligence. Strategic adjustments, calculated risks. Every line on this paper is a hairline fracture in the foundation, sanctioned by the woman in the corner office who thinks a balanced budget excuses baked pigment and faded silk. She treats preservation like a suggestion, not a mandate. I shove the clipboard back against Kevin's chest. Tell Maggie I am not signing off on destruction just because she wants to sell tickets to vandals. She said you might say that. Then she knows I'll be in her office at 10. I turn my back to him. Get out. The elevator spits me out on the 4th floor, where the air smells like espresso and ambition. Maggie's office is a fishbowl, suspended above the city. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, flakes of snow swirl violently down the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, dusting the Rodin sculptures in white. It looks freezing out there. It looks honest. Maggie sits behind a desk, meant for signing treaties, not approving invoices. She gestures to the leather chair opposite her, without looking up from her tablet. Her silver blonde hair catches the track lighting, creating a halo that feels entirely unearned. Sit, Elise. We have a win. I remain standing. A win usually means you cut the preservation budget, and the HVAC is now powered by hamsters on wheels. She finally looks up, that practiced smile in place. It doesn't reach her eyes. It stops at the carefully maintained crow's feet. The board just finalized the Harrington acquisition, not just the paintings, the entire estate. My stomach drops. The Harrington pieces are brittle, 19th century oils on unstable canvas, frames that are mostly rotting wood holding together gold leaf and prayer. That requires climate-controlled storage we don't have, Maggie. We aren't storing it. She clasps her hands on the mahogany. We're sharing it. A rolling exhibition. The American Soul, unveiled, Boston, Philadelphia, Asheville, Savannah, and finally Charleston. She says the words like she's reading a press release to a room full of checkbooks. Unveiled, soul. Words that sell memberships but strip varnish. You want to put fragile oils on a truck in the middle of winter? I want the country to see them, and I want you to make sure they arrive in pristine condition. She slides a thick dossier across the desk. Your lead conservator for the transport logistics. It's a massive show of faith in your expertise. A career-defining opportunity. I flip the folder open. The dates glare up at me. First movement in 3 weeks. This timeline is insane. We need 6 months for stabilization alone. The micro cracks in the focal landscapes will propagate the second the truck hits a pothole on I-80. We're talking vibration damage, relative humidity spikes, thermal shock. A career-defining opportunity implies I want to be famous for destroying cultural heritage. We have the best crate technology available, and insurance. Crates don't fix physics, and insurance replaces money, not history. I slam the folder shut. You're asking me to chaperone a funeral procession for these paintings. I'm asking you to ensure their survival. The press release goes out at noon. Get the condition report started. She turns back to her screen, dismissed. Outside, the snow whips harder against the glass, silent and unrelenting. I lean forward, my hands flat against the polished surface of her desk. Who's handling the crates? We've hired the best. That's not an answer. I need names, certifications, experience with museum-grade transport. My voice cuts through her practiced evasion. Who specifically is putting their hands on 19th century oils? Maggie's fingers drum once against the mahogany. The logistics team has extensive experience with high-value cargo. High-value cargo? You mean like vintage cars and jewelry collections? I straighten, crossing my arms. What firm is managing transport? A specialized company with excellent references. References from whom? The last museum that watched their collection turn into expensive confetti. The words taste sharp. You're being deliberately vague, which means you know I won't approve of whoever you've contracted. She reaches for her coffee mug, buying time. The silence stretches between us like a fault line. Who approved this accelerated schedule? The board voted unanimously. The timing aligns with the spring fundraising cycle. The board. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Let me guess. The same board that thinks acid-free tissue paper is an unnecessary expense, but approved champagne fountains for the last gala. Elise, you're being unreasonable. I'm being a conservator. There's a difference. I flip the folder back open, scanning the transport timeline. 3 weeks to stabilize, crate, and ship pieces that haven't moved in decades. Some of these canvases are so brittle they crack if someone sneezed too hard in the same room. External contractors always claim expertise. Then they break something irreplaceable and shrug. I've watched it happen. Movers who think art is just expensive furniture. Handlers who measure success by speed instead of preservation. They arrive with confidence and leave with invoices for restoration work that costs more than their entire contract. The insurance covers replacement value. You can't replace a Harrington landscape with a check, Maggie. When that canvas splits down the middle, there's no do-over, no second chance. My mother's voice echoes in my memory, sharp and unwavering. History survives only if someone is willing to fight for it. These pieces are irreplaceable cultural heritage, not stock options. She sets down her mug with deliberate precision. Which is exactly why I need you overseeing every detail. The weight of it settles on my shoulders. The Harrington collection includes oils so fragile they should barely travel room to room, let alone cross state lines in February. Thermal shock from loading dock to climate-controlled truck. Vibration damage from interstate highways. Humidity spikes from emergency stops. But if I don't take this assignment, who will? Kevin, with his clipboard and accommodating smile? Some outside consultant who sees dollar signs instead of brushstrokes? I close the folder and tuck it under my arm. Fine. But I approve every crate specification, every route, every handler. And when this goes sideways, remember that I warned you.
Chapter 2. Caleb. The wind off Lake Michigan cuts through the open loading bay, carrying grit and the sharp scent of ozone. It's 10 degrees below freezing in Chicago, but my team moves with the fluidity of water. No shivering, no wasted motion. Ethan tightens the final strap over the cushioning foam. He doesn't look up. He knows I'm watching. The crate houses a bronze abstract valued at $12 million, heavy enough to crush a man and delicate enough to warp under improper tension. I step forward. I don't ask. I just reach out. My gloved hand finds the nylon webbing. I apply pressure, feeling the resistance against the ratchet mechanism. It's tight, but the vibration of the truck engine will loosen it by a micron within 50 miles. I give the handle a single decisive click. Lock it down, I say. Ethan nods, sealing the mechanism. Copy. He signals the lift team. They move in unison, 4 men guiding the crate onto the air ride suspension bed. There's no shouting, no clanking of chains, just the hum of the hydraulic lift and the soft thud of boots on concrete. Perfection isn't pride, it's survival. A loose strap invites chaos, and chaos loves to destroy what it can't understand. Anything less than absolute control invites loss. Sensors are live, Monica says, appearing at my elbow. She doesn't look toward me, her eyes tracking the crate's ascent. She holds out a tablet. Humidity at 45%. Temperature stable at 68. Accelerometers are green. I take the tablet, scrolling through the live feed from inside the crate. Flat lines. Stillness. A man in a camel haircoat hurries over, shivering violently. Mr. Henderson, the buyer's rep. Mr. Hart. Amazing, Henderson stammers, his breath puffing white clouds. I've never seen a crew work so quietly. The gallery assured me you were the best. But this is... well, I feel much better about the transaction. I hand the tablet back to Monica and turn to him. I keep my expression neutral. Sign off on the transfer, Mr. Henderson. Oh, right. Of course. He fumbles for a pen, laughing nervously. You make this look easy, like moving a couch. It's not. He blinks, smile faltering slightly at my tone. I don't fill the silence. People always want reassurance, a story to tell their bosses. They want to know the magic trick. But talk introduces variables. Explain little, execute much. The work speaks when the cargo arrives intact. Route is confirmed, boss, Ethan calls from the cab. Weather holds until Indianapolis. I give Henderson a single nod. Your sculpture will be there by morning. I turn and walk toward the support vehicle before he can think of another compliment. We're already burning daylight. I climb into the command cab and shut the door on the cold. The silence here is pressurized, thick with the hum of servers. Monica hands me a secure tablet before I've even sat down. Halverson, she says. Video link established. Richard's face fills the main monitor on the console, pixelated slightly by the encryption level. He's sitting in a leather chair that costs more than the sculpture we just loaded, framed by mahogany bookshelves. Caleb. Efficient as always. Richard smooths his tie, though he's 500 miles away. The Harrington bid just cleared. It's not just freight. It's a circus. Freight is freight, Richard. Weight, dimensions, fragility. Not this time. The donor board is breathing down the museum's neck. Media coverage at every stop. The museum director is particular. They want assurances beyond the standard liability clauses. Cameras. My jaw tightens. Visibility is the enemy of security. When people know what you're moving and when, they get ideas. Amateur hour usually follows the flashbulbs. The more people watching, the more things go wrong. Cameras compromise the perimeter, I say. If they want a parade, hire a marching band. If they want safe delivery, they keep it dark. It's a tour, Caleb. Promotion is the point. Just handle it. The fee reflects the headache. Richard leans forward, his eyes hard. Don't give them a reason to doubt us. The connection cuts. I toss the tablet onto the dash. Files are already local, Monica says, tapping the console. The route map illuminates the cabin in a wash of blue light. I lean in, scanning the parameters. 3 weeks? For pieces dated late 19th century? Canvas and antique frames? Full tour. Boston, Philadelphia, Asheville, Savannah, then Charleston. Monica reads off the manifest. Vibration variance is set to near zero. Climate control has to be redundant. Triple-walled crates. I trace the route with a finger. February weather in the northeast. Snow squalls, black ice, potholes concealed by slush. High vibration risks. The timeline implies constant movement, minimal acclimatization periods. Whoever planned this is either desperate for revenue or delusional about physics. Look at the rider, Monica points to the bottom of the screen. Condition. Lead conservator to accompany and oversee all handling protocols in person. I stop. Usually we get a clipboard watcher who signs the forms and disappears for coffee. In-person oversight means someone breathing down my neck, questioning every strap, every turn. If they're competent, they'll understand why this timeline is a nightmare, I say, staring at the text. It might actually keep the museum off our backs. And if they aren't, then they're just heavy luggage. I stare at the proposed timeline. It doesn't account for the blizzard forming over the Dakotas, pushing east. It assumes clear highways and compliant traffic. The client wants a guarantee. They want to believe that if they pay enough, the world stops spinning to let them pass. Control is the most expensive illusion in the business. You can't control the ice on a bridge or the fatigue of a driver in the lane next to you. You can't stop the universe from eroding what you're trying to protect. Most people try to build a dam against the chaos. I don't. I build a raft. You don't fight the current. You read it. You pack redundancy. You anticipate the failure points so when the tire blows or the bridge freezes, it's not a disaster. It's just Tuesday. Preparation is the only thing that's real. Everything else is just luck dressed up as competence. Richard, I say, leaning back into the mic, the timeline is aggressive. If the museum wants art to arrive, not kindling, we move when the conditions allow. The schedule is locked, Caleb. Richard's voice crackles tighter now. The director, Ms. Holloway, is adamant. You may need to adjust your expectations on travel times. We need this contract. My expectations don't matter. Friction coefficients do. I tap the screen, highlighting the corridor through Pennsylvania. I'll take the contract, but we do it my way. Good. Standard protocols, then? No, I say. We'll need access to their environmental logs for the last 5 years, and full building schematics for every venue on the tour. Loading docks, freight elevators, hallway dimensions. Richard sighs, a static-filled exhale. Caleb, the museum director already authorized the schedule and the venues. They have their own internal reports. We don't need to audit them. That's not what I asked. I let the silence hang. It's a weight, heavy and tangible in the small cabin. Monica doesn't move. She knows not to interrupt the silence. If I'm moving their legacy across state lines in February, I say, voice dropping an octave, perfectly steady. I need to know exactly what happens to those crates when they leave my truck. I don't trust their authorization. I trust data. There's a pause on the other end. I'll have their office send the files, Richard says, sounding tired. By tonight, I say, and kill the connection. I look at Monica. Prep the fleet. We're going to Boston. The file drops into the secure folder a moment later. I open the personnel writer, scanning for the designated handler. Elise Monroe, senior conservator. I tap the screen, expanding her profile. No photo, just credentials. Masters from NYU, fellowships in London and Florence, specialized in 19th century restoration. Impressive on paper. In the field, academic accolades usually translate to panic. Conservators are the same breed as archivists. They live in static environments, climate-controlled rooms where nothing moves faster than dust settling. They treat decay as a personal insult. When you put them on a truck, they tend to obsess over the theoretical physics of a pothole while ignoring the actual physics of momentum. They want to pause the world to check a strap. Monroe, I say, testing the name. It sounds sharp, precise. She's requested a pre-transport briefing, Monica adds, reading her own screen. 72 hours out. She wants to inspect the fleet personally. Letter. I close the file. Better she tires herself out kicking tires in the lot than asking questions on the highway. I've dealt with nervous handlers before. They hover. They wring their hands when the engine growls. They try to micromanage the air ride suspension because they read a manual once. My job isn't just to drive. It's to insulate the cargo from the road, and the road includes the client's anxiety. I'll give her the briefing. I'll show her the specs. Then I'll put her in the passenger seat and tell her to stay quiet while I do the work. I look out the windshield. Snow is starting to drift down, melting against the warmed glass. The Chicago skyline is a blur of gray steel and yellow light. The museum director wants a media tour. The board wants a paycheck. Ms. Monroe undoubtedly wants every painting wrapped in cotton wool and teleported to the next venue without suffering a single vibration. None of them understand that the moment the truck moves, their authority ends and mine begins. The road doesn't care about their degrees or their donor lists. It only respects preparation. I check the fuel levels on the dashboard one last time. Everything is green. If they want these pieces to survive the tour, they'll follow my plan. They can argue about humidity logs and public perception all they want in the briefing room, but once the wheels turn, my word is the only law that applies. I don't negotiate with physics, and I don't lose cargo.
Chapter 3. Elise. The loading dock is a nightmare of variables. A gaping mouth in the side of the museum letting in untreated winter air, unscrubbed particulate matter, and the chemical stench of diesel. I pull my scarf tighter, checking the readout on my handheld hygrometer. 42% relative humidity, dangerously low. Jonah, stay close to the door monitors, I say, stepping over a coil of yellow cable. If that readout drops below 40, we halt loading. I don't care if the truck is idling. Then I see him. The man stands near the liftgate, backlit by the gray daylight spilling from the open bay. He isn't shouting. He isn't waving his arms. He simply lifts 2 fingers, and the entire team of movers freezes. It's a conductor's gesture, minimal and absolute. With a subtle tilt of his chin, he directs the first crate, the portrait of a lady, down the ramp. Of course, the contractor is tall and broad and irritatingly steady on his feet despite the patches of ice near the overhang. He wears a dark jacket that looks lived in but kept, boots that actually grip the floor rather than sliding. He moves with an economy that instantly irritates me. Most handlers are frantic energy, wasted motion, loud voices trying to compensate for lack of planning. This man is quiet, yet the chaotic space seems to orbit him. He steps aside as the crate passes. his eyes tracking the clearance with the precision of a laser level. I catch myself tracking him instead of the crate's tilt indicators. I frown, redirecting my glare to the artwork, annoyed at the lapse. I appreciate structure. I appreciate stability. I do not appreciate noticing those qualities in a logistics grunt before noticing the $1 million asset he's handling. Miss Monroe? A woman with short, dark hair and a clipboard intercepts us. I'm Monica Torres. Operations. Jonah nearly bumps into my back, clutching his tablet like a shield. We need to check the suspension logs before... Elise Monroe, senior conservator. I cut in, extending a hand to the man as he turns. I put steel in my voice. I need him to understand that while he drives the truck, I own the cargo. He looks at my hand, then my face. His eyes are gray-blue, steady, and entirely unbothered by my title. He doesn't smile. He manages to shake my hand firmly without crushing it, releasing me the exact second social convention dictates. Caleb Hart, he says. No title, no justification. No, nice to meet you. No, we're honored to handle this. Just a name, delivered like a factual statement, flat and immovable as a load-bearing wall. He turns back to the ramp immediately, eyes flicking to the sensors on the crate, assessing the cargo, and me, as just another environmental factor to be managed. My teeth click together. If he had been rude, I could dress him down. If he had been incompetent, I could fire him. But he's just silent. And that is infinitely more infuriating. I circle the crate containing the view of Delft, ignored by the bustle of the loading dock, but hyper-focused on the logistics of survival. I stop at the shock watch sticker and the digital logger mounted to the side. The settings are standard industry defaults. Why is the accelerometer calibrated to this threshold? I ask, my finger hovering over the digital display. These canvases can't tolerate even minor vibration spikes. The localized cracking in the lower quadrant is held together by little more than surface tension and prayer. Caleb finally tears his eyes away from the loading ramp. He doesn't check a clipboard. He doesn't verify with Monica. He just looks at the crate, then at me. The threshold is correct for the load. If it wasn't, I'd adjust it. It isn't an answer. It's a decree. No justification. No reference to air ride suspension specs or dampening coefficients. Just certainty, solid and impenetrable. I hate certainty without footnotes. Your confidence is noted, but physics doesn't care about your track record, I say, my voice lowering an octave, tightening. I'll need to see the internal stabilization padding before this moves another inch. I brace myself for the pushback. The sigh, the checking of the watch, the complaint about breaking the thermal seal on the dock. Caleb simply gestures to the latches. Go ahead. Whatever wind was in my sails vanishes, leaving me drifting in pure irritation. He isn't threatened. He isn't annoyed. He is completely indifferent to my scrutiny because he assumes he's right. That arrogance burns worse than incompetence. Elise just wants to make sure we're all aligned on preservation priorities, Jonah pipes up, stepping out from behind a stack of packing blankets. He's twisting his lanyard, trying to play diplomat in a war zone I haven't even officially declared yet. We have to be... Jonah, I don't need a preamble. I cut him off, reaching for the impact driver on his belt. Caleb shifts his gaze to Jonah. It's a single dissecting glance. He sweeps over Jonah's nervous posture, the sliding glasses, the way he flinches at the sharpness of my tone. It isn't malicious, but it is heavy. He's weighing Jonah, categorizing him. Unstable, high maintenance, potential liability. Jonah seems to feel the weight of the judgment physically. He shrinks back, clutching his tablet against his chest, causing the screen to go dark. Right, Jonah whispers to the concrete floor. I'll just monitor the humidity. Do that, I say, and I turn the driver on the first bolt, looking at Caleb. He hasn't blinked. I pull the side panel free with a sharp crack, exposing the internal foam strata. I'm looking for gaps. I'm looking for the telltale compression that signals cheap materials or hasty packing. I want to find a mistake, if only to shatter that infuriating stillness radiating from him. He doesn't hover. Most handlers crowd you, their anxiety practically vibrating the air, terrified I'll find a fingerprint on the varnish. Caleb just stands against the loading bay frame, hands loose at his sides. He has the stance of someone who believes nothing can touch him. Careless confidence. It's the most dangerous variable in conservation. The belief that nothing will go wrong is usually the exact reason why it does. Yet, despite my diagnosis, I find my eyes drifting from the high-density polyethylene foam to the man himself. I trace the line of his shoulder, the way his dark jacket pulls taut against a broad back without restricting him. He doesn't shift his weight. He doesn't tap his foot. He is absolute stillness in a room full of kinetic energy. Only his eyes move, gray-blue irises tracking the forklift in the distance, then back to me, without his head turning an inch. I catch myself analyzing his posture with the same microscopic intensity I use to date cracks in a Renaissance primer. I flush, hot and sudden, and quickly snap my gaze back to the crate. The padding is perfect. Not just standard, custom cut. The dampening layers are arranged to mitigate specific frequency vibrations. It's flawless. I hate it. I reattach the panel, driving the bolts home with aggressive precision. I stand up, dusting off my hands, waiting for the commentary. This is the part where the contractor puffs his chest. This is where he says, "See, told you," or launches into a technical speech about his proprietary packing methods to justify his invoice. The internal buffer is acceptable, I say, managing to keep my voice flat. Caleb nods. Once, that's it. He doesn't smile. He doesn't offer a smug "I know." He doesn't try to charm me into relaxing or explain his years of experience to soothe my ego. He simply accepts the verification as a necessary data point and turns back to Monica. "Load it," he says. His lack of friction unsettles me more than an argument would. If he pushed back, I could brace against him. If he bragged, I could dissect his arrogance. But he offers no surface to grab onto. He is fully grounded, fully sure, and terrifyingly unreadable. I watch him walk toward the truck, my heart rate spiking for reasons I can't name. It feels like standing on the edge of a cliff in total darkness, sensing a drop I can't see. I watch Monica hand him a final manifest. He signs it against the truck wall, the pen looking small in his hand. The movement is fluid, practiced. It makes my skin prickle. Competence is usually a comfort. In him, it feels like a provocation. It suggests he thinks he doesn't need me. It suggests the museum is just another client, the Harrington just another load, and I'm just another obstacle to be navigated around in steel-toed boots. The air around him seems to settle. The frantic energy of the dock workers dampens whenever he steps near them. It's magnetic. A gravitational pull I resent feeling in my own chest. I gaze down at my tablet, forcing the humidity readouts to make sense, but the afterimage remains. The sharp cut of his jaw, in profile against the gray light, the strict line of his neck disappearing into that worn collar. I caught myself tracing that line before I even checked the crate's serial number. That lapse is unforgivable. It is a crack in the varnish of my own discipline. "Elise," Jonah shuffles up beside me, clutching a roll of bubble wrap like a teddy bear. "The manifest is cleared. We can go back to the office while they load the secondary crates." "Go back?" I turn on him, sharp enough to make him jump. "Absolutely not." Jonah blinks behind his sliding glasses. "But the protocol?" He said the loading cadence is faster if the floor is clear. I don't care what he said. My voice is tighter than the canvas tension on a freshly restored oil. I look back at the truck. Caleb is securing a strap now, his back to me. His silence isn't empty. It's dense. It hides things. Men who don't talk are usually hiding the fact that they aren't thinking. Or worse, that they're thinking things I won't like. He's too calm, too assured. It makes me want to find the flaw just to prove he's human, to prove I'm the one in charge here, not the man with the broad shoulders and the eyes that see everything without looking. He thinks he can manage this job on autopilot. He thinks he can manage me. I tighten my grip on the tablet until my knuckles turn the color of parchment. I'm staying, I tell Jonah, my eyes narrowing as Caleb tests the tension of the strap with a single devastatingly controlled tug. I'm not letting him touch a single Harrington without me watching. He has no idea who he's dealing with.
Chapter 4. Caleb. The museum's loading dock is a catalog of compromises. I walk the perimeter with Monica and Ethan, my eyes automatically logging each flaw the building tries to hide behind institutional paint and good intentions. The humidity gauge near the main bay reads 68%. The backup gauge, mounted 6 feet away, shows 62. Either the sensors are miscalibrated or there's a moisture gradient that shouldn't exist in a controlled environment. I file it away without breaking stride. Badge reader's been glitching, Monica mentions, nodding toward the security checkpoint. Sometimes it takes 3 swipes, which means staff have learned to prop the door. I spot the telltale scuff marks on the frame where someone's been wedging it open rather than dealing with the delay. Another weakness cataloged. Ethan pauses near the vehicle entrance, running his finger along the rubber dock seal. This isn't sealing properly. I'd already clocked the draft. Cold air leaks through a gap that shouldn't exist, creating a thermal differential that could compromise cargo stability. The building's HVAC system is fighting a losing battle against physics, and the art pays the price. How long has it been like this? I ask. Maintenance says it's on the list, Monica replies, which translates to indefinitely. I don't point out that the seal failure could destabilize the entire loading environment. I don't explain how that draft will create convection currents that could shift crate temperatures during transfer. People call detailed preparation paranoia. I call it the difference between success and catastrophe. The math is simple. Identify every variable that can kill you, then build redundancies to compensate. The building has weak points. I'll work around them. Caleb! A voice cuts through the industrial hum, bright and sharp as camera flash. Perfect timing! A woman in a sleek navy blazer strides toward us, her heels clicking against concrete with the precision of a metronome. She moves like someone accustomed to being the most important person in any room, her phone pressed to her ear even as she approaches. Laura Brooks, PR liaison, she announces, ending her call with a theatrical flourish. We need to capture some behind-the-scenes magic for the exhibition announcement. A photographer materializes behind her, camera already raised, lens hunting for angles. The man moves with the predatory focus of someone paid to find stories in empty spaces. This is incredible lighting, Laura continues, gesturing broadly at the loading dock's harsh fluorescence. Very industrial chic, perfect for showing the care and precision that goes into protecting these masterpieces. My eye twitches. Once. No cameras, I say. Laura's smile doesn't waver, but it gains an edge. I'm sorry? No photography during active transport operations. The photographer lowers his camera slightly, glancing between Laura and me like a spectator at a tennis match. But the public loves transparency, Laura says, her voice climbing half an octave. They want to see the expertise, the state-of-the-art security measures. It builds confidence in the institution. Cameras compromise security. How could documentation possibly... Photos reveal layout, equipment positioning, personnel count, timing windows. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. Every image is intelligence. Laura blinks rapidly, her smile flickering like a fluorescent bulb fighting to stay lit. She's used to people bending when she applies pressure. She's used to charm and authority working in tandem. Surely we can find a compromise. She tries again. Maybe just some artistic shots of the crates. Nothing that shows specific. No. The word lands with the finality of a closing vault door. Laura's bright expression finally cracks, revealing the steel underneath. Mr. Hart, I think you're being unnecessarily... The cargo moves without documentation, or it doesn't move at all. Ethan shifts beside me, a barely perceptible adjustment that communicates complete backing. Monica checks her tablet, giving Laura nothing to latch onto. The photographer, sensing the temperature drop, takes a step back. Maybe we could schedule something later? After the transport? There won't be a later, I tell him. Not with my operation. Laura's phone buzzes. She glances at it, then back at me, her smile now purely performative. I'll need to discuss this with Director Holloway. Discuss whatever you need to discuss. She pivots on her heel, the photographer trailing behind like a confused satellite. Their footsteps echo across the loading dock, the sound gradually swallowed by distance and machinery. Monica exhales slowly. That went well. She'll be back, Ethan observes. I return to examining the dock seal, running my fingers along the compromised rubber. Probably. But she'll get the same answer. Some things aren't negotiable. Mr. Hart. It's not a greeting. It's an impact. Elise Monroe marches across the concrete, a tablet clutched like a weapon. Jonah scurries in her wake, looking like he's trying to find a polite way to disappear. I'm reviewing your preliminary spec sheet for the climate units, she says, stopping 3 feet from me. You've allotted a 3-degree variance window on the thermal sensors. That's negligent. It's realistic. The Harrington is not realistic. It's fragile. The organic binding agents on the 17th century pieces will react to a shift that large with expansion-contraction cycles. We need a 1-degree hard cap. She's vibrating with protective instinct, her eyes dark and demanding, daring me to dismiss her. She thinks I'm some hauler looking to save on fuel. A 1-degree cap triggers the auxiliary condensers to cycle every 90 seconds, I say, trying to keep my voice flat, stripping the emotion she's trying to provoke. Cycling creates vibration, constant low-frequency mechanical hum. You trade thermal stability for microfractures in the varnish. The paint might not crack from the cold, but the canvas will fatigue from the shaking. Which damage do you prefer? Elise pauses, her jaw tightening. She knows the physics, but she hates the trade-off. She pivots, looking for another weak point. Then we need better dampening. I saw your crate specs. You're relying on foam density that degrades after 4 hours of harmonic road vibration. Closed-cell polyethylene, I correct her. Not urethane. It doesn't degrade. It rebounds. I calculated the load limits for a 600-mile haul, not a trip across town. She steps closer, invading the personal space I usually keep fortified. Her perfume is faint, something sharp like cedar, clashing with the diesel fumes. I expect to be consulted before you finalize any operational parameters. Nothing moves until I sign off on the physics. I don't finalize, I tell her. I mitigate. Road conditions are fluid. If I lock in a rigid protocol now based on a static warehouse, I can't adapt when the variables shift on the interstate. So I'm supposed to trust your improvisation with millions of dollars of heritage? You're supposed to trust my competence. I don't know you. You know my results. We stand there, the air between us heavier than the humidity reading. She refuses to blink, searching my face for a crack, a flinch, anything she can exploit. I give her nothing but the truth. The silence stretches, tight as a piano wire, neither of us willing to concede the inch. Clack! A stylus hits the concrete with a sharp report. We both snap our heads toward Jonah. He fumbles for the plastic pen, his face flushing a brilliant crimson as he nearly kicks it under a pallet. Sorry, he squeaks, adjusting his glasses. Humidity. Slick fingers. We move to the staging area. Most conservators hover like nervous birds, fluttering around the cargo, touching things they shouldn't, asking questions that have no answers just to hear their own voices, to displace the silence. They operate on fear. Elise operates on torque and tension. She kneels by the primary travel frame, ignoring the dust on the floor that threatens the knees of her tailored trousers. She doesn't care about the pants. She cares about the latch mechanism. "These butterfly latches," she says, tracing the steel. "Check the spring tension. If the road vibration hits a specific frequency, the internal coil can walk itself loose." "I use military-grade redundant catches," I reply. "They lock in 2 directions." She looks up. No relief in her eyes, just calculation. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out a small tension gauge, and tests the resistance herself. She doesn't trust my word. She trusts the data. Most clients insult me when they double-check my work. With her, it feels like a peer review. I watch her move around the crate. She doesn't waste energy. Every step has a purpose. Every gesture is a test of structural integrity. She handles the crate like I handle a perimeter, constantly scanning for the vector of attack. She isn't safeguarding an object. She is fortifying a position. It's irritating. It's also impressive. By the time we reach the final checklist, the air in the room has shifted. She hasn't smiled once. She hasn't tried to charm me or intimidate me with her title. She has simply stood her ground, forcing me to elevate my own focus to match hers. "I want the sensor logs pushed to my tablet every hour," she states, closing her file. "Standard protocol is every 4. I'm not standard protocol." She turns to leave, her movements sharp, slicing through the stagnant air of the warehouse. I watch her go, noting the straight line of her spine, the absolute certainty in her stride. I check my watch, but I'm not looking at the time. I'm cataloging a new variable. Respect is a dangerous thing in my particular line of work. It makes you hesitate. It makes you consider second opinions when you should be relying on instinct. Elise Monroe isn't a liability because she might fail. She's a problem because she's right, and worse, she demands I acknowledge it. I'm already memorizing the cadence of her voice, and the engine hasn't even started. This is going to be a long haul.
Chapter 5. Elise. The morning light hitting the atrium marble should feel welcoming, but to me, it looks like distinct lines of glare obscuring the cracks. I walk into the executive suite and immediately spot the enemy on the mahogany table. It's not Caleb Hart this time. It's a stack of trifold brochures on heavy cardstock. The Harrington Collection. A national cultural odyssey. I pick one up. The font is serif, pretentious, and the photos are oversaturated. They've cropped the portrait of the Grey Countess so tight you can't see the hairline fractures I spent 6 months stabilizing. My stomach tightens. They're selling a spectacle, not a legacy. Marketing has clearly been busy while I was analyzing crate foam density. Maggie enters, her heels clicking a rhythm of forced efficiency. "Elise, good. We can start." She offers a tight smile that doesn't reach her eyes, the kind that demands compliance rather than collaboration. Caleb is already seated. He doesn't fidget. He doesn't check his phone. He just watches me drop the brochure back heavily onto the pile. "We have a schedule to keep," Maggie announces, taking the spot at one head of the table. "The board wants the first truck moving by Tuesday." "Tuesday is optimistic," I say, taking my seat. "The acclimatization chambers aren't." "Tuesday is viable," Caleb interrupts. His voice is low, a smooth baritone that cuts right through my protest without raising the volume. "If we execute a rolling load-in, I don't need the crate sitting static on the dock. We load, validate, and roll immediately. It reduces exposure time." I turn to him. It also bypasses the 24-hour stabilization window. If the relative humidity shifts more than 5% during that rolling load-in, the varnish on the 17th century panels expands. "Wood breathes, Mr. Hart. You can't rush biology." "I'm not rushing, I'm adapting," he counters, leaning forward just enough to engage. "If a storm front hits the coast, a static window leaves us trapped in a flood zone. My drivers monitor barometric pressure in real time. We adjust the route to maintain the internal microclimate, rather than trusting a warehouse HVAC system that hasn't been serviced in 6 months. You want to substitute a climate-controlled facility for a judgment call made on an interstate? I ask, incredulous. You think a driver can outmaneuver hygroscopic shock? I think movement is safer than a sitting target, he says. The room goes dead silent. The junior staff and marketing reps slowly lean back in their expensive chairs, eyes darting between us. They aren't in a meeting anymore. They're spectators at a demolition derby. Maggie looks pained, but she doesn't stop him. She wants viable. He offers solutions. I offer constraints. History doesn't survive on judgment calls, I tell him, keeping my voice level despite the heat rising in my neck. It survives on protocol. We stick to the staging plan. It isn't a judgment call when the dew point differential hits 7 degrees, Mr. Hart. It's chemistry. I press my palms flat against the cold mahogany table, grounding myself. If we truncate the staging, the hydrothermal inertia of the packing creates condensation. You might outrun a storm, but you'll invite mold spores into the substrate of a Rembrandt. Caleb doesn't blink. He flips a page in his thick dossier, his movement annoyingly calm. Your substrate analysis assumes a closed loop. You're calculating for a vacuum. I'm calculating for a highway. He taps a finger on a spreadsheet. I have 3 alternate routes, flagged for high probability congestion. If we sit on the dock waiting for your perfect relative humidity, we hit the I-95 corridor at peak density. That adds 4 hours of vibration, 4 hours of exposure, static risks versus kinetic risks. Ideally, I choose the one I can control. There is no controlling vibration at 70 miles per hour, I snap. We use air ride suspension calibrated to medical transport standards. He returns smoothly. We adapt to the road surface. A plan that can't bend will break. I feel the heat travel up my neck, sharp and prickly. A plan without constraints is chaos. Then I see it, that faint, imperceptible lift of his left eyebrow. It is barely a twitch, but it feels like a shout. He thinks I'm rigid. He thinks I'm a dusty academic clinging to a rule book while the real world burns. Before I can verbally dissect him, Maggie clears her throat. The sound is delicate, but it silences the room instantly. The debate is stimulating, she says, smoothing the lapel of her Chanel suit, but ultimately academic. The Boston donors have requested an early preview Friday evening. PR has already pushed the release. We need the collection on site and hung by Thursday morning. The air leaves my lungs. Thursday? Maggie, that cuts the stabilization window entirely. We'd be uncrating raw panels immediately after transit. We have obligations, Elise, she says, her tone terminating the subject. The schedule stands. Caleb, can you make the timeline? I stare at her horrified. It isn't just negligence, it's pandering. She's trading the physical integrity of irreplaceable cultural heritage for a cocktail hour with high net worth individuals. I turn to Caleb, expecting him to look triumphant. He doesn't. He's staring at Maggie, his face a mask of gray stone, but I see the muscle in his jaw flex once, hard. A silent tick of irritation. He clearly hates the timeline as much as I do, but for entirely different reasons. The projector hums to life, throwing a sprawling Gantt chart onto the far wall. It's colorful, organized, and utterly catastrophic. I scan the columns, my heart rate picking up speed. It's worse than just the timeline. The condition reporting block has been shaved down to a 4-hour window for 40 pieces. That means 6 minutes per painting to document hairline cracks, varnish bloom, and frame stability. Impossible. My eyes slide to the bottom row. Backup transport contingency. It's grayed out. Where is the climate contingent fleet? I ask, pointing my pen at the screen. If Unit 1 fails, We usually have a localized backup on standby. Budget reallocation, Maggie says, not looking up from her tablet. We prioritize the launch event catering and the immersive digital guide. We can't pay for trucks to sit empty, Elise. It's inefficient. Inefficient. That's her word for safety. They aren't just trimming fat, they are slicing into the bone. This isn't a transport plan, it's a ransom note to the insurance company. They are stripping away the redundancies that keep history from turning into dust. All to pay for canapes and an app that no one will download. This is reckless, I say, my voice tight. You're removing the safety net. We are streamlining, Maggie corrects, and finally looks up. Her expression hardens, the mask of the friendly administrator slipping just enough to show the steel underneath. Which brings me to structure. To ensure this streamlined approach works, we need singular accountability. She gestures between Caleb and me. Elise will oversee conservation integrity. Caleb will oversee transit execution. You will act as co-leads for the duration of the Harrington tour. Equal authority. You'll collaborate on every logistical decision from dock to wall. The word collaborate hits the center of the table like a live grenade. I feel it physically, a rush of heat tracking up my spine. It's fury, certainly. It's a bitter dread at having my professional reputation shackled to a private sector mercenary. But beneath the anger, there is a third thing, a vibration in my chest I refuse to name. It feels dangerously like adrenaline. I start to object, to decline, to burn the whole room down with words. But movement catches my eye. Caleb doesn't argue. He doesn't look at Maggie, or the marketing team, or the disastrous spreadsheet. He simply nods, once. Then he shifts his chair. It's a subtle movement, a quarter turn to the left, but the geometry of the room instantly changes. He isn't facing the board anymore. He has angled his body slightly toward mine, closing ranks. He isn't posturing against me. He's preparing to stand on the firing line next to me. We're adjourned, Maggie says. The gavel sound is purely psychological, but I feel the bruise of it anyway. The room breaks into the scraping of chairs and the low murmur of people relieved to hand off the liability. I shove the dossier into my bag. My movements are sharp, jagged. Thursday, Boston. It's not a timeline. It's a guillotine for the Gray Countess. Caleb stands up next to me. He caps his pen, a tactical click that sounds like a safety coming off a weapon, and slips it into the breast pocket of his jacket. He doesn't look rattled. He doesn't look like a man who just signed a death warrant for 3 centuries of preservation ethics. He looks like he's calculating fuel mileage. You're okay with this? I hiss, keeping my voice low so the marketing team doesn't hear. The truncated stabilization, the lack of backups. I'm not okay with it, he says, his gray-blue eyes scanning the room, already assessing the exits. But the contract is signed. We manage the variables we have, not the ones we want. Art isn't a variable, Caleb. It's the point. He looks at me then. Up close, he takes up too much space. His stillness is infuriating because it suggests he thinks this is just another job. Another crate to move from point A to point B. He understands the logistics are bad, sure. He knows the road is dangerous, but he doesn't feel the weight of what's inside the boxes. To him, failure means a breached contract or an insurance claim. To me, it means erasure. I walk out of the executive suite, my boots hitting the hallway linoleum hard. The air in the corridor is cooler, filtered, smelling of old wax and floor polish, but it doesn't settle my stomach. I realize with a sickening jolt that Maggie has effectively locked me in a cage with a tiger to keep me from biting the board members. She knows I won't let the art fail, and she's betting Caleb won't let the transport fail. She's weaponizing our competence against each other. I have to navigate a logistical minefield designed by accountants who think humidity is a myth. And worse, I have to do it while tethered to Caleb Hart, a man who treats risk like a dance partner rather than an enemy. He might be the only other person here who sees the cliff edge approaching, but I'm terrified he's arrogant enough to think he can build a bridge on the way down. I push through the doors, the weight of the collection settling onto my shoulders like lead. I have 2 days to safeguard a legacy, and my only ally is a mercenary who thinks he can outdrive physics. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Caleb. The mobile command trailer is a steel lung parked in the shadow of the museum's loading dock. Inside, the space is tight, cold, and lit only by the blue glow of the route monitors. It creates a vacuum of logic in a chaotic job. Route A is compromised, Monica says, her fingers flying across a backlit keyboard. Construction on I-95 just expanded south. It's going to add 40 minutes of vibration exposure we didn't budget, not to mention traffic. I lean over her shoulder, studying the heat map. Scrub it. Switch to the secondary perimeter route. It adds mileage, but the pavement index is smoother. We trade time for stability. Ethan is in the corner, calibrating the shock sensors for the truck fleet. He looks up, a grim set to his mouth. The museum's crates are standard ply. If we hit a pothole with the suspension stiffened for load, the G-force transfer is going to be high. Their timeline doesn't give us the window to repack everything into our own casings. We don't need their permission to protect the cargo, I say, my voice level. We reinforce from the outside. Use the vibration dampening mats on the trailer floors, double layer, and tell the drivers we're capping speed at 55, regardless of what the schedule says. If Maggie Holloway screams about the delay, send her to me. Understood, Ethan says. Adaptability is the only currency that matters in this business. The contract is a mess of contradictions, fast but safe, cheap but secure. The museum wants a ribbon-cutting ceremony. I want zero breakage. I turn to the whiteboard where I've sketched out the climate control failure points. The reefers in the lead truck are reliable, but the museum's humidity loggers are archaic. We're going to shadow their sensors with our own hardware. I want independent thermal buffering on every major piece. If the internal temp fluctuates by more than 2 degrees... The metal door swings open. It doesn't creak. It slams against the magnetic stop with a sound that cuts through the hum of the servers. Elise steps inside. The atmosphere in the trailer snaps tight. Monica stops typing. Ethan actually takes a half step back, instinctively clearing the line of fire. Elise doesn't knock. She doesn't hold the doorframe hesitantly. She enters the space like she owns the very air we're breathing. She's wearing a fitted black blazer over a charcoal blouse, her hair pulled back in a severe, no-nonsense coil. Her eyes sweep the room, cataloging the screens, the maps, and finally landing on me. There is no apology in her posture. We need to talk, she says. Now. I'm initiating a route adjustment to bypass the construction on I-95, I say, keeping the explanation brief. To compensate for the added duration, we're tweaking the climate output to maintain a positive pressure variance. You're altering the acclimatization cadence. She cuts me off before the sentence lands. She steps past me, ignoring the physical boundary I usually set, and points a manicured finger at the logistical manufacturing capabilities line on Monica's screen. "I saw the override notification on the server," Elise says, her voice hard. "You're planning to run the climate control at a purely mechanical deficit to match the external ambient temperature shift. You didn't consult conservation. That isn't a strategy. It is unquantifiable risk-taking. Elise, the ambient shift is... And you," she pivots, turning her back on me to address Ethan directly, effectively stripping me of the lead. "If you double-layer those dampening mats, you change the resonant frequency of the trailer floor. Have you calculated the harmonic shift for a 17th century canvas? Or are we just guessing and hoping the physics aligns with Mr. Hart's impulse to drive fast?" The silence in the trailer is absolute. Ethan freezes, his eyes flicking to me, waiting for the order to either answer or evict her. She isn't just questioning the plan. She's dismantling the chain of command in front of my crew, treating my decisions as suggestions she has the right to veto. I don't step closer. I don't cross my arms or raise my voice. I essentially go still, letting her energy crash against a wall of calm. "Ethan has the frequency charts on the designated drive," I say, my tone dropping an octave. Quiet, distinct, and impossible to ignore. "You're right to worry about the harmonics. It's a precise threat that most people miss." Her eyes snap back to me, narrowing at the validation. "But we aren't guessing," I continue, holding her gaze. "The double layer pushes the vibration hertz below the damage threshold for brittle pigment. We verified the math this morning. Your protocols are designed for a static environment, Elise. Out here, the variables change every mile. I will never override your judgment on the condition of the art, but regarding the mechanics of the transport, that is my floor." I glance at Monica. "Send the simulation data to Ms. Monroe's tablet so she can audit the physics." I look back at Elise, keeping my expression neutral but firm. We don't take risks. We manage them. And right now, I need my team focused on the road, not debating chain of command during a briefing. She holds my stare. There is no submission in her posture, and her jaw is set tight, but the attack halts. It's a draw, and the space between us is suddenly electric with it. She holds my gaze longer than necessary. The seconds stretch between us like a wire under tension, and I feel the pulse of it like a physical shift in the room. Gravity tilting sideways, the air pressure dropping. Her eyes don't waver, don't soften, don't apologize for the challenge she just threw down. Monica clears her throat and suddenly becomes fascinated by her keyboard. Ethan finds urgent business with the shock sensor calibration. The trailer feels smaller, the walls pressing inward. "The simulation data will be on your tablet in 10 minutes, I say, my voice steady despite the heat crawling up my neck. "Good." Elise's chin lifts a fraction. "Because if your math is wrong, you're not just risking cargo. You're risking 5 centuries of human achievement. And if your protocols are inflexible, we're risking the entire shipment to road conditions that don't care about your textbooks." The space between us crackles. This isn't professional disagreement anymore. It's something sharper, more dangerous. Our minds are colliding the same way our bodies want to, and the recognition of that fact hits me like a sucker punch to the ribs. She steps closer, close enough that I catch the faint scent of her perfume, something clean and understated that probably costs more than my boots. "My textbooks have kept priceless artifacts intact for longer than your company has existed, Mr. Hart. My company has never lost a piece, ever." The words come out quieter than I intended, almost intimate in the confined space. "Your textbooks assume controlled environments. I deal with reality." Her lips part slightly, and for a heartbeat, something flickers across her face. Not anger, not frustration, but something else entirely. Recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement that we're both fighting for the same thing from opposite sides of an impossible equation. "The data better support your confidence," she says, but her voice has lost its edge. She turns and walks out, the door sealing behind her with a pneumatic hiss that sounds final. Monica exhales slowly. "Well, that was..." "Get back to work," I say, cutting her off before she can finish the thought. But I stand there for another moment, staring at the closed door, feeling something dangerous flicker in my chest, like a warning light I can't afford to acknowledge. The December air hits me like a slap when I step outside, the cold sharp enough to cut through the fog in my head. The loading dock stretches empty behind me, nothing but concrete and shadows and the distant hum of traffic. I let the trailer door seal shut, the sound muffled and final. Only then do I let myself admit what I've been fighting since the moment she walked into that room. Elise Monroe is the smartest person I've clashed with in years. She's not an obstacle to manage or a liability to contain. She's a variable powerful enough to reroute the entire system. My system, the one I've built on control and predictability and the careful management of risk. That makes her dangerous. Not because she's wrong. That would be easy to handle. But because she's right. Relentlessly, incisively, inconveniently right. I circle the perimeter of the lead vehicle. The Kenworth hums, a low, steady vibration that usually settles my nerves. Tonight, it just echoes the static left in my head. Most clients look at a transport truck and see a box on wheels. Elise looked at the trailer and saw a resonant frequency chamber. She didn't rely on my reputation. She demanded the math. I run a gloved hand along the aluminum siding of the trailer. Cold metal, solid, predictable. She isn't predictable. That's the variable that throws the whole equation off balance. I expected a bureaucrat protecting a budget or an academic protecting a theory. I didn't expect a technician who understands that protection is a physical act, not just a philosophy. I checked the seal on the rear liftgate. Locked. Underestimating her would be the fatal error. I've seen men lose contracts and lives because they dismissed the quiet ones, the ones who watch instead of talk. Elise observes everything. She clocked the humidity variance immediately. She recognized the threat of the double-layered mats before I could explain the mitigation. That kind of competence is rare, it's magnetic, and that is the real danger. I look up at the museum's brutalist concrete facade, finding the lit window that likely belongs to the conservation lab. If I let myself admire the fire in her, I lose the objectivity required to do this job. If I focus on the way the air shifted when she stepped into my space, I miss the road debris or the temperature spike that destroys a masterpiece. Attraction is a distraction, and in my profession, distraction is breakage. I pull my comms earpiece from my pocket and fit it back into place. The familiar pressure is grounding. She is a factor, a high-priority constraint. I will accommodate her scrutiny. I will validate her science. I will respect the threat she poses to my command structure. But I will not let her drive the truck. I tap the receiver. Ethan, rerun the simulation. Factor in a 10% margin of error for the vibration mats. If she wants precision, we give her absolute 0. Copy that, boss. I turn my back on the museum. The job is the only thing that matters. Everything else is just noise.
Chapter 7. Elise. I'm applying too much pressure with the solvent swab. I know I am. The varnish on the 18th century gilt frame doesn't need this kind of force, but my hands aren't listening to my brain right now. They're listening to the adrenaline still flooding my system from the loading dock. Elise? I don't look up. I just keep swirling the cotton tip, watching the yellowed grime lift onto the white fiber. If you're here to tell me Margaret moved the timeline up again, Jonah, turn around. A ceramic mug slides into my peripheral vision. Earl Grey. Bergamot steam hits my nose, warring with the chemical bite of the acetone. Just tea, Jonah says, his voice careful. And checking in. The logistics briefing ran late. I scoff, finally dropping the dirty swab into the waste bin. I strip off my nitrile gloves with a snap. It didn't run late. It was held hostage. That bad? It's not bad. It's theatrical. I grab the tea, pacing the length of the prep table. Caleb Hart operates like he's in a spy thriller. He stands there, absolute zero emotion, and calls it leadership. It's not leadership, Jonah. It's performance art. Jonah leans against the fume hood, adjusting his glasses. He seemed pretty thorough during the walkthrough. He's smooth. There's a difference. I gesture wildly with the mug, sloshing a little tea onto my wrist. I ignore the burn. He talks about fluidity and adaptability. You know what that means in the real world? It means he makes it up as he goes along. He doesn't have a plan, he has a vibe. His team seem to listen to him, though. That's the worst part. They look at him like he's going to lead them into battle. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't shout. He just vibrates with this aggravating alpha silence. Men mistake calm for competence all the time. Just because you aren't panic screaming doesn't mean you know how to navigate a climate-controlled trailer through a blizzard. Jonah takes a sip of his own tea, looking over the rim of the cup with those owlish, observant eyes. Or maybe he's calm because he actually knows what he's doing. My mouth opens to dismantle that theory. The retort is right there. Something about arrogance, about the difference between military logistics and cultural heritage, about the specific tensile strength of old canvas versus whatever cargo he usually hauls. But the words stick in my throat. Because when I challenged him on the suspension specs on the loading dock, he didn't bluff. He had the numbers. He knew the math better than the spec sheet did. I take a furious sip of tea. Drink your Earl Grey, Jonah. I sit at my desk, the leather chair creaking as I lean in toward the glow of the monitor. The notification from the director's office sits in my inbox like an unexploded ordnance. Updated itinerary, V4, 2, final. I click it open. The Gantt chart spreads across the dual screens, a cascade of blue and gray bars representing the movement of millions of dollars of heritage. My stomach drops. It's not a schedule. It's a ransom note. Jonah, I say flatly, come look at this. I trace the timeline for the crate unsealing in Boston. Standard protocol dictates 24 hours of acclimatization before cracking a crate to let the humidity verify. We usually fight for 48. The chart gives us 15 minutes. 15, I whisper, the absurdity tasting like ash. They want us to take a panel painting from a climate-controlled truck, roll it through a service corridor, and pop the lid in 15 minutes. That's a typo, Jonah says, leaning over my shoulder, his breath hitching. It has to be. I scroll down. It gets worse. The condition report windows, the vital moments where we verify that the vibration didn't microfracture the pigment, have been shaved down to slivers. 10 minutes per object. I'd need 10 minutes just to set up the raking light. And then I see the culprit. The Boston event time is locked in stone, unmovable. But preceding the loading dock arrival, a new block of yellow text glares at me. Pre-show media panel, BTS exclusive. PR has inserted a 30-minute media circus into the loading sequence. They're stealing time from the art to give it to the cameras. My hand shakes as I grab the mouse. I don't just highlight the cells. I drown them. I switch the fill color to a violent arterial red. Impossible. I type the word in the notes column next to the acclimatization window. Dangerous. This goes next to the condition reporting. Insane. I slap that label on the PR event. I minimize the spreadsheet and open a new email to Maggie, Margaret, regarding the V4. To schedule. If we follow this, the expansion and contraction rates on the wood panels will cause immediate cleavage. We are effectively scheduling the destruction of the collection. I stare at the words. Too emotional. Maggie will read destruction as dramatics. I hit backspace, holding it down until the white screen returns. Dear Maggie, I have concerns regarding the physics of the timeline. Too weak? It sounds like a suggestion. I delete it again, the cursor blinking at me, mocking my inability to translate physics into politics. I can feel the rage sitting high in my throat, hot and choking. There is no polite way to say that they are choosing a cocktail party over the survival of history. My phone vibrates against the mahogany so hard, it starts walking toward the edge of the desk. I flip it over. A Twitter notification from the museum's official account sits at the top of the stack. History in Ultra HD. Get ready for the journey. I tap it. A slick, overproduced video plays, quick cuts of archival footage mixed with a slow-motion shot of a packing crate being wheeled down a hallway. They've added a bass-heavy, adventurous soundtrack, something you'd expect for a sneaker drop, not a centuries-old masterwork. Another banner drops down. A text from Lena in PR. Elise, the Times wants Transport Day, B-roll. Can we hook a GoPro to the dolly? A GoPro, I say to the empty room. She wants to strap a camera to the shock-sensitive hydraulic lift. My thumb scrolls. Faster now. Mrs. Vanderhoven has tagged the museum in an Instagram story. She's holding a champagne flute. Countdown is on. 48 hours until the Harrington Arrival Gala. Gala. Not exhibition. Not opening. Gala. Then I see the Google alert. It's a repost from the hosting institution in Boston. Join us live at the West entrance at 4 p.m. EST for the first look. My pulse spikes. 4 p.m. The logistics chart, the V4. 2 nightmare I was just staring at, puts arrival at 6 p.m. That 2-hour gap isn't padding. It's traffic insurance. It's safety. It's the difference between a smooth deceleration and slamming on the brakes. But Boston just promised a 4 p.m. arrival to the internet. If Caleb arrives at 6 o'clock, he's late. If he arrives at 4 o'clock, he drove reckless. I drop the phone onto the blotter like it's hot. They don't care about the humidity sensors. They don't care about the vibration logs. To Maggie, to Lena, to the board of directors, the paintings aren't survivors of history. They're props. They are expensive, insured background decoration for a cocktail party. I look at the conservation report on my desk. The diagram of the fragile paint lifting on the Harrington landscape. It needs silence. It needs darkness. It needs steady hands. Instead, they're throwing it into a circus ring. I grab my jacket off the chair. I'm not writing an email. I'm finding Caleb, because if the world expects a show at 4 p.m., he's the only one who can tell them getting there alive takes until 6. I shove through the double doors of Bay 4. The logistics report crumpled in my fist. The printout shows a 40-minute hold on the B-team loading sequence from earlier this morning. 40 minutes. In a timeline already hemorrhaging seconds, a 40-minute block is catastrophic. It means speeding on the interstate to make up the difference. It means vibration. It means risk. Heart! My voice echoes off the concrete walls and high steel beams of the staging area. The bay is mostly empty, the bustle of the day crew gone, leaving only the hum of the HVAC systems and the smell of ozone and treated pine. Caleb is near the rear lift, standing next to the primary climate crate, the massive custom build for the Harrington landscape. He doesn't jump. He doesn't even look up. He's kneeling by the corner of the crate, his broad back to me. You halted the staging, I snap, marching across the polished floor. I saw the logs. You locked down the loading dock for nearly an hour because of a sensor variance. Caleb runs a thumb over the heavy-duty butterfly latch. Click, he undoes it. He fastens it again. Snick. A sound of perfect mechanical seating. The thermal readout fluxed by 0.2 degrees, he says, his voice a low vibrating thing moving through the quiet space. The seal had a crimp. So you reseat the seal. That takes 5 minutes. You shut down the entire line. I stop a few feet from him, breathing hard. Do you realize what that delay does to the transit window? We'll have to drive like maniacs to hit the Boston window. He finally stands. He turns to face me, and there is no panic in his face. No stress, just that infuriating, leveled, gray gaze. He wipes a smudge of grease from his thumb onto a rag. We won't drive like maniacs. We'll leave when the cargo is secure. The director has an arrival time broadcast to the internet, Caleb. If we are late because you were obsessed with a microfracture in a rubber gasket, he steps into my space, not aggressively, but with enough gravity that I stop talking. I won't compromise the pre-check, not even for their schedule. The sentence hangs in the air, heavier than the crate beside us. I open my mouth to retort, to tell him about politics and donors and the pressure crushing my chest, but the words die on my tongue. I look at his hands. They aren't twitchy. They aren't rushing. They are steady. I realized I've been viewing his silence as apathy. I thought his lack of urgency was arrogance. But looking at him now, standing guard over a crate in an empty warehouse, while the rest of the world worries about champagne toasts, I see it. He isn't ignoring the pressure. He's absorbing it so the art doesn't have to. His calm isn't complacency. It's a firewall. 0.2 degrees? I ask, my voice losing its edge. 0.2, he confirms. It's fixed now. Good, I breathe out, fearing I might actually mean it. Good. Back in my office, the overhead lights are off. The only illumination comes from the harsh blue glow of my tablet as I run a forensic audit on Caleb's load plan. I want to find a flaw. I need to find a flaw. I need to prove that his 40-minute delay was just a stubborn man flexing his authority, not a necessity. I plug his revised suspension settings into the preservation software, overlaying them with the canvas tension metrics of the Harrington landscape. I hit simulate. I expect red warning bars. I expect the vibration quotient to spike into the danger zone. Instead, the line on the graph smooths out. It's flat, boringly, beautifully flat. I stare at the numbers. By tweaking the trailer's localized climate intake and adjusting the air ride pressure, he didn't just meet the safety baseline, he improved the humidity stabilization by 12%. 12. I usually fight tooth and nail to get a 2% margin of error. He just handed me 12 like it was loose change. I swipe to the navigation tab, feeling a prickle of irritation sweat on my neck. Okay, I mutter to the empty room. But the route, you changed the route. I pull up the Department of Transportation logs for the original path, the one Maggie wanted, the one that was efficient and direct. The timestamp for our original departure window flashes on the screen. My stomach turns over. At 2:15 p.m., exactly when we would have been crossing the suspended bridge on I-95, high winds triggered a sway alert. Not dangerous for a sedan, but for a 300-year-old canvas with micro fissures in the gesso, it would have been catastrophic. We would have been sitting in a traffic jam, vibrating in high winds, helplessly watching the sensors scream. Caleb's delay, that 40-minute seal check, pushed us out of the wind window, and his alternate route bypasses the bridge entirely. He didn't just fix a seal. He waited out the weather. He knew. I lean back in my chair, rubbing my temples. The relief is a physical weight in my chest, heavy and unwelcome. I hate it. I hate that I don't have to fight him. I hate that for the very first time in my career, the person holding the keys isn't an adversary I have to outsmart, but a fortress I have to endure. He isn't lucky. He's thorough. I look at the flat blue line of the humidity graph one last time, the evidence of his silent, infuriating competence staring back at me. Damn it. He's right. I leave the glowing screens and walk into the main prep space. The room is dim, the only light coming from the security LEDs and the faint amber readout of the hygrometers. In the middle of the room, the portrait of a nobleman sits on the padded easel. I haven't finished the final Tyvek wrap yet. The face of the subject peers out from behind the white synthetic veil, looking bored and imperious, unaware that in less than 48 hours, he's going to be rattled down the interstate. I run my hand along the edge of the frame. The wood is cool, breathing slowly in the controlled air. The silence here is a lie. Outside these walls, Maggie is selling tickets to a disaster, and Lena is trying to live stream the destruction. They view these objects as props for a party, insured assets that look good on a donor brochure. I am the only one in this building who sees them as patients in critical condition. Well, the only one besides Caleb. The thought tastes like copper pennies and bile. I hate his silence. I hate the way he occupies space, that dense gravitational pull of absolute certainty. But looking at the root data, at the thermal logs, I have to admit the terrifying truth. He is the shield. I can diagnose the fragility, but I can't stop the truck. I can monitor the vibration, but I can't navigate the storm. We are trapped in the same cage. Maggie and the board view us as service staff, me to polish the silver, him to drive the bus. They have no idea that we are the only two people standing between their legacy and a pile of dust. He needs my eyes to know what to protect. I need his hands to actually protect it. We aren't colleagues. We are accomplices in a heist where the goal is simply to arrive with the stolen goods intact. The administration is the enemy. The timeline is the weapon. And Caleb Hart is the only armor I have left. I pull the Tyvek sheet up, covering the nobleman's face, sealing him in the dark. I fasten the Velcro strap with a sharp rip of sound. We're in this together, I whisper to the silent room, the weight of the realization settling on my shoulders like lead. Whether I want him or not.
Chapter 8. Caleb. The air in the loading bay is sharp enough to cut glass. Boston at 0500 is a gray tomb, and the loading dock behind the Museum of Fine Arts acts as a wind tunnel for the freezing draft coming off the Fenway. I don't feel the cold. I feel the timeline. Miller, bring the primary transport in, I say, my voice low. The comms in my ear crackle with the double click of acknowledgement. I watch the hydraulic lift gate of the lead truck descend. My tablet is a stream of live data. Humidity in the cargo hold is holding at 48%, deviation 0. Vibration sensors on the crate mounts are static. Logistics isn't about moving things. It's about managing chaos before it happens. I'm tracking the pressure drop in the air ride suspension, the patch of black ice reported on Storrow Drive, and the shift change of the museum security guards that's running 3 minutes late. 5 different disasters waiting for a lapse in attention. Behind me, the clicking of boot heels on concrete stops, then resumes. That ramp gradient looks aggressive, Elise says. She's not talking to me, not really. She's talking to the air, or maybe the crate, but she makes sure the acoustics carry. I don't turn around. I keep my eyes on the tablet, watching the suspension metrics adjust as the truck settles. Gradient is 5 degrees. Industry standard is 7. Standard for furniture, maybe, she mutters, her voice tight. Not for a fragile temporal on wood panel that reacts to gravitational shift, like it's having a panic attack. She's pacing. I can hear the rustle of her heavy wool coat. It's a rhythmic, agitated sound that scratches at the edge of my focus. She's staring at the loading bay doors like they're the mouth of a shark. Davis, check the seal on the bay doors before we break the interior climate lock, I order, ignoring her commentary. Rushing the equalization, Elise whispers, barely audible over the hum of the idling engine. Pressure differential is going to hit the canvas before the sensors even register. She's wrong. We have a buffer. But she's not wrong about the risk. She catalogs danger the way I catalog exits. It's annoying, grating, and relentless. It's also the only thing in this freezing concrete box that matches my own vigilance. I step to the side, giving the crew space to secure the perimeter. Elise mirrors the movement, arms crossed tight over her chest, her breath pluming in the cold light to the rhythm of her anxiety. She hates this. She hates that the safety of her life's work is currently resting on the sigh of my tires and the friction of my brakes. We hold here for 2 minutes, I tell the team. Elise stops pacing. 2? Let the suspension acclimate to the load shift. She lets out a short breath, not quite a sigh, but close. Acceptable. It's the closest thing to a compliment I'm likely to get. The alarm cuts through the loading bay like a fire siren. Red light floods the tablet screen, and the humidity reading spikes from 48 to 62% in the span of 3 seconds. Every technician in the bay freezes. Davis stops mid-step with his hand on the cargo door latch. Miller's head snaps up from the suspension controls. The loading bay falls silent except for the electronic shriek of the alarm and the sudden whir of fans struggling to compensate. Sensor lag on humidity control, I bark into my comms, fingers already flying across the tablet interface. 62% and climbing. The numbers are ugly. The crate's internal climate is hemorrhaging stability, and the automated system is 3 steps behind the problem. I can see the lag in real time. The sensor is registering what happened 30 seconds ago, while the actual environment spirals toward disaster. Override the acclimatization sequence, I order, abandoning the pre-programmed settings entirely. Miller, kill the primary intake and reroute through the secondary manifold. Sir, that's not... Do it! My fingers punch through the safety protocols on the tablet, forcing a manual override of the climate control. The system fights me, throwing up warning screens and confirmation prompts. I dismiss them all, watching the humidity reading tick higher. 64%. 65. Davis, external reading on the dock microclimate now. 71% and stable, he calls back, his voice tight. The math clicks into place. The bay doors created a microclimate pocket that the sensors never detected. The automated system is trying to fight an environment that doesn't exist anymore, pushing against a humidity level that's already locked in around us. We're not fighting the spike, I announce, my voice slicing through the alarm noise. We're matching it. Controlled drift to 71% over the next 4 minutes. Miller's head jerks up from his station. That's way outside protocol. Protocol assumes the sensors work. I punch in the new parameters, forcing the system to stop fighting the environment and start managing it instead. Elise, I need your sign-off on the drift rate. She steps forward, her eyes locked on the tablet screen over my shoulder. The alarm is still screaming, but her voice cuts through it like a blade. 4 minutes is too fast. The canvas will react to the pressure differential. 6 minutes and we lose the window entirely. 5 minutes, and you stage it in increments, 2% every 30 seconds. I adjust the parameters without argument. She's right about the staging. The humidity reading starts to level off at 66% as the system stops fighting itself and starts working with the actual environment. Alarm off, I order. The shrieking stops, leaving only the hum of the recalibrated fans. For a heartbeat, Elise goes completely still. Her tablet hangs loose in her grip, and I can make out the exact moment the implications hit her. That I just burned through 3 layers of safety protocol in real time, that I'm betting the entire transport on a manual override, that everything she's been trained to protect is now riding on my judgment instead of the systems she trusts. Then she moves. Canvas expansion coefficient at 71% humidity, she says, stepping up beside me, her voice stripped of everything except precision. Her fingers fly across her own tablet. 0.03 millimeters per linear foot. We're looking at a total dimensional shift of 14 millimeters across the full panel, I finish, watching the humidity climb past 68%. Within tolerance? Barely. She's calculating in real time, her eyes flicking between my screen and hers. But only if the temperature holds steady. Any thermal fluctuation and we're into permanent warping territory. I pull up the thermal readings. The cargo hold is rock steady at 18 degrees Celsius. The external temperature is dropping, but the insulation is holding. Temperature variance is 0.2 degrees over the last hour. Good. She leans closer to my tablet, close enough that I smell her perfume under the industrial smell of the loading bay, something clean and sharp, like cedar. Stage the next increment at 68.5%. The fibers need time to adjust. I adjust the parameters without question. She's reading the material stress in real time, translating the sensor data into what the actual canvas is experiencing. I'm managing the environment. She's managing the art. For the very first time since this whole project started, we're not fighting each other. 70%, I announce as the reading ticks up. Thermal expansion is tracking normal, she confirms, her voice steady. Canvas stress is within acceptable parameters. The final increment takes us to 71%. The fans cycle down to maintenance level. The readings stabilize across the board. Humidity, temperature, pressure, vibration. Every sensor shows green. The loading bay exhales. Miller's shoulders drop. Davis finally takes his hand off the cargo door latch. The tension that's been coiled in everyone's spine for the last 5 minutes releases all at once, leaving behind something that feels almost electric. Elise looks at me. Not down at me, not through me, but directly at me. Her expression has shifted into something I haven't seen before. Not approval exactly, but recognition. Like she's seeing me clearly for the first time. That, she says quietly, was either brilliant or completely reckless. Both, I admit. Her mouth curves into something that might be the beginning of a smile. Yeah, both. The silence stretches between us, heavy with the weight of what just happened. I watch Elise tuck a loose curl behind her ear, a small gesture that somehow feels significant in the aftermath of controlled chaos. Her tablet dangles from her wrist strap, forgotten for the moment, while she studies the stabilized readings on my screen. Your team, she says, glancing toward Miller and Davis, who are running post-crisis diagnostics with the focused intensity of people who just dodged a bullet. They trust you completely. It's an observation, not a question. I follow her gaze to where Miller is recalibrating the primary sensors, his movements efficient and sure. No hesitation, no second-guessing, just execution. Trust is earned through consistency, I tell her. They know I don't make decisions lightly, but you do make them quickly. She turns back to me, those expressive eyes cataloging something new. Most people freeze when the alarm starts screaming. You accelerated. There's something in her voice, not admiration exactly, but a kind of professional recognition that cuts deeper than approval. She's dissecting what she witnessed, filing it away in whatever mental database she uses to categorize competence. Freezing gets people killed, I say, attempting to keep my voice neutral. Or in this case, gets priceless art destroyed. Recklessness gets them killed too. But there's no bite in it now, no challenge. Just statement of fact. You walked the line perfectly. I should feel satisfied. Professional validation from someone who doesn't give it easily. Instead, I feel something uncomfortably close to exposure, like she's seeing past the surface competence to something I don't usually let people near. You didn't panic either, I point out, deflecting. When the humidity spiked, you shifted into problem-solving mode immediately. Panic is a luxury I can't afford. Her mouth quirks into something that might be self-deprecation. These pieces have survived wars, floods, and centuries of human stupidity. I'm not going to be the one who loses them to a faulty sensor. The way she says it, matter-of-fact, uncompromising, hits me sideways. She's not protecting art because it's valuable. She's protecting it because someone has to, and she's decided that someone is her. The responsibility sits on her shoulders like armor, and she wears it without complaint. Miller approaches with a diagnostic tablet, breaking the moment. All systems green across the board, sir. Secondary manifold is performing within normal parameters. Good. Run a full spectrum check on the primary sensors before we load the next crate. Copy that. As Miller walks away, Elise shifts closer, close enough that I catch that cedar scent again. You bypassed 6 different safety protocols in under 3 minutes, she says quietly, for my ears only. That should terrify me. But it doesn't. No, her eyes meet mine, direct and unflinching. It doesn't, and that's what's terrifying.
Chapter 9. Elise. I stare at the monitor in the temporary climate lab, waiting for the anomaly that will prove him wrong. It has to be there. No one overrides a calibrated environmental sequence on a gut feeling without causing collateral damage. I scroll back to the timestamp of the sensor lag, 1402. The humidity spikes red on the graph, a sudden, violent, jagged line that signals a catastrophic failure in the localized suppression system. Then, 6 seconds later, the manual override kicks in. I trace the data stream. The automated protocol would have tried to counterbalance slowly to avoid thermal shock. It would have failed. According to the projection model running in the corner of my screen, the canvas would have expanded by 3 millimeters before the system caught up. 3 millimeters is enough to crack 500-year-old oil paint. But the log shows something else. Caleb's manual drift sequence forced the atmospheric scrubbers to dump pressure instantly, rather than gradually. The red line drops like a stone, leveling out into a perfect flat green horizon, just before the critical threshold. The margin is so narrow it chills me. He wasn't guessing. He did the math in his head, in the dark, with alarms screaming, and he landed the plane on a postage stamp. Reviewing the logs, I don't jump, but my spine stiffens. Caleb is standing by the cleanroom entrance, shedding his outer tactical layer. He looks tired, though his posture is as rigid as ever. Checking for damage, I correct, turning away from the screen before he can see the simulation confirming he saved the piece. The transport data is clean, but vibration can be insidious. I walk over to the crate we just unloaded. The Harrington Landscape, a moody 17th century oil on panel. I pull out my high-intensity UV torch and run it along the lower quadrant of the frame. Here, I say, my voice sharp. I point the beam at the lower right miter joint. The stabilizing foam was too dense on the corner. It created a micro-shift in the frame tension. See that shadow? The wood is pulling away from the gilt by maybe a fraction of a millimeter. I brace myself for the pushback. Handlers usually tell me it's settling, or that it was already there, or that I'm being hysterical. Caleb steps into my personal space, his eyes following the beam of light. He studies the joint for 3 seconds. He doesn't look at me. He looks at the problem. "You're right," he says. He moves past me, grabs the torque driver from the tool cart, and kneels by the crate. With gentle, precise movements, he adjusts the lower bracket, relieving the pressure point I identified. "Better?" he asks, looking up. I blink, the lecture dying in my throat. He didn't argue. He didn't explain. He just fixed it. "Yes," I manage, holstering the light. "Much." Caleb keeps his hands locked on the outer casing, taking the weight so I can verify the seal on the sensors. The moment the readout flashes green, I nod. He releases the pressure at the exact second I step back, a fluid, unspoken transfer of control that requires zero verbal coordination. "Well, that's new," a voice says from the doorway. I turn to see Jonah leaning against the jamb, clutching a tablet to his chest, his glasses sliding down the bridge of his nose as he stares at us. "Should I call the press?" he asks, his eyebrows climbing toward his hairline. "Or the Vatican? I'm pretty sure miracles require documentation." "Don't be dramatic, Jonah," I snap, perhaps a little too quickly. "We're working." "You're agreeing," he counters, pushing his glasses up with an ink-stained finger. It's unsettling. Usually by this time of day, one of you is quoting federal preservation statutes, and the other is staring at a wall like he wants to punch through it. I glare at him, but I can feel a traitorous heat rising in my cheeks. It's not embarrassment exactly. It's the discomfort of being seen. Jonah has watched me dismantle contractors with a single sentence for 3 years. Seeing me in sync with the enemy disrupts his worldview. Whatever retort I have ready dies on my tongue when I glance back at Caleb. He doesn't acknowledge Jonah's commentary. He's already moved on to cataloging the tie-down straps, his face impassive. focused entirely on the physics of keeping the past safe. I pore over my checklist, my pen hovering over the stabilization numbers. There is a tight, unfamiliar tug low in my chest. It feels like danger. Respect is a quiet poison where I come from. Disdain keeps you sharp. It keeps you checking every bolt, every Lux reading, every clause in the contract. But respect softens the edges. It makes you assume the other person has handled the variable. Makes you look away right at the moment the catastrophe begins. And the layer beneath the respect is worse. I watch Caleb's hands, large, scarred, capable of immense violence, yet moving with the delicacy of a surgeon. And I have to physically force my eyes back to the clipboard. The attraction is a variable I haven't accounted for, a reckless outlier in my data set. If I start liking the way he handles a crisis, I stop scrutinizing how he creates them. I cap my pen with a sharp click. I won't let competence seduce me into complacency. The art needs a guard dog, not a partner. We still need to clear the secondary housing, Caleb says, breaking the silence my internal panic created. He's looking at the next crate, his expression neutral again, though the intensity of the landing hasn't fully dissipated from the room. Do you want to run the full stress test protocol again? Only if you promise not to override the universe this time, I say. It's dry, reflexively sharp, but it lacks the usual venom. Caleb pauses. One corner of his mouth ticks up, just barely. A smirk, small and controlled, not mocking, but conspiratorial. It's disarming, and for a second, the air between us feels less like a battlefield and more like a workshop. I'll try to restrain myself, he murmurs, turning back to the equipment. We move to the second crate. Usually this is the part where I have to fight for territory. I'm used to handlers who explain the physics of their own trucks to me as if I haven't spent a decade studying vibrational impact on canvas, or administrators like Maggie, who hover, asking if we can skip steps to make the donor luncheon schedule. Caleb does neither. I reach for the accelerometer sensors. He has already cleared the attachment points on the frame. I attempt to call out the frequency baseline, but he's already punching the correct Hertz variant into the console. He isn't anticipating me to undermine me. He's anticipating the work. He moves around the crate with that silent, predator-like economy, checking the latches I can't reach without a step stool. Tightening the peripheral straps while I focus on the sensor array. He doesn't ask if I'm done. He listens to the cadence of my breathing, the click of my tools, and matches his rhythm to mine. A strange, prickling sensation spreads across the skin on my neck. I realize, with a sudden, sickening lurch, that I'm not bracing myself against him. I'm not the only person in the room holding the ceiling up. I'm not dragging a dead weight of incompetence behind me. He is carrying half the load, and he's doing it without asking for credit or permission. I hate it. I hate how easy it is to lean into that competence. It's a trap. If I get used to this, to being understood without having to scream, I'm going to lose my edge. And when he eventually screws up, because everyone does, I won't be ready for it. So, Jonah starts, tapping the stylus against his chin, his eyes darting between me and the now sealed crate. For the official daily log, do I file that joint adjustment under collaborative protocol? You know, since you diagnosed and he treated? It's a nice narrative for the board if safety questions come up. My spine snaps straight. The word collaborative sits in the air like a bad smell. Log it as contractor mitigating induced vibration risks, I say, my voice jutting through the hum of the climate control like a scalpel. I don't look at Caleb, though I can feel his presence on the periphery of my vision. If the foam density was incorrect, that's a vendor error. He fixed a mistake, Jonah. He didn't co-author a sonnet. Jonah winces, scribbling furiously on his tablet. Right, vendor error. Got it. No poetry. Zero poetry, I confirm. I turn away from them both, focusing on the final data readout on my console, to hide the sudden, jagged spike in my own pulse. The numbers are undeniable. The humidity curve isn't just stable, it's aggressively flat. The vibration index during the sensor override didn't even register a tremor on the primary canvas. I traced the timeline with my thumb, looking for the error, the shortcut, the sloppy variable. It isn't there. I have spent 10 years building a taxonomy of the people I work with. Donors are vultures. Directors are politicians. Handlers are blunt instruments. I survived by treating them all as friction, entropy. I had to counteract with sheer force of will. Caleb Hart was supposed to be just another source of friction. I look up, just as Caleb secures the last latch on the outer shell. He tests the tension, finds it satisfactory, and walks away toward the loading bay without looking back for approval or applause. I have to move him to a new category. He isn't an obstacle. An obstacle is static. You go around it or through it. He isn't a blunt instrument either. He's a load-bearing wall. I stare at the green line on the screen where the disaster should have happened but didn't. For a split second during the crisis, I didn't verify his math. I just moved. I let him take the lead because the logic held, and the physics demanded it. I swallow hard, and the taste is bitter. Understanding him is worse than fighting him. When you fight, you keep your armor on. When you rely, even for a microsecond, you expose a weakness. I didn't soften today. I just realized that if the ceiling starts to cave in again, I might not be the only one catching it. That thought terrifies me more than the idea of the painting turning to dust. It's a strategic recalibration, I tell myself as I shut down the monitor. Just a new data point, nothing more. I'm kidding myself, and I know it.
Chapter 10. Caleb. The blue light from the monitors washes out the fatigue lines deepening around Elise's eyes, but it can't hide the tremor in her hand as she reaches for her water bottle. It's empty. It's been empty for an hour. The vibration index on the secondary crate, she says, her voice raspy. She highlights a row of data that we've reviewed 3 times already. It peaked at 0.04 during the transition. That's within tolerance, but barely. The localized suspension absorbed it, I say. My own voice sounds like gravel. The sensor didn't even register movement on the canvas surface. I know. She doesn't close the laptop. But the external shell took the hit. We should be gone. The security team rotated shift 40 minutes ago. The cleaning crew has already vacuumed the hallway outside twice. Yet here we are, dissecting a successful operation like a cadaver, looking for a cause of death that doesn't exist. I should stand up, check the perimeter one last time, and go to the hotel. I don't move. Neither does she. We sit in the silence of the ops room, the low hum of the server racks acting as white noise. It's easier to sit here, suspended in the technical details, than to acknowledge the adrenaline crash waiting for us in the quiet of our separate rooms. Elise rubs her temples, eyes finally leaving the screen to drift toward me. You didn't check the readout today. When the humidity spiked, you just went for the override. Wait for the readout, you lose 4 seconds, I say. 4 seconds is a 10% rise in moisture content. You reacted like someone who's lost something before. The words hang there, heavier than the air conditioning can cycle away. It's not an accusation. It's an assessment. She's cataloging me again, looking for the fissures in the structure. I lean back, crossing my arms. I don't look away. Most people think protection is a shield, a wall you put up to stop the world. And you don't? The world is heavy, Elise. Walls crack. If you think you can prevent risk entirely, you're delusional. You can't stop the hit. I hold her gaze steady. You just control the impact. You guide the crash so the important things survive. It's not about safety. It's about mitigation. She stares at me for a long moment, her finger tracing the edge of the trackpad. The sharpness in her expression dulls, replaced by something thoughtful. "Entropy," she murmurs. "Excuse me? In conservation, we don't fix things to make them new. We fight entropy. The canvas wants to rot. The pigment wants to flake. The universe wants to pull that painting back into dust." She looks down at her hands, strong, capable hands that I watched save a masterpiece today. I'm not preventing the end. I'm just forcing it to take the long way around, making the inevitable work for me. "Sounds like we're fighting the same war," I say quietly. "Maybe," she says, and for the very first time the word doesn't sound like a challenge. It sounds like a truce. She leans back in the ergonomic chair, tilting her head. The earlier vulnerability seals up behind that sharp, assessing gaze. "You enjoyed it, didn't you?" she asks. "That override. Swiping the console command like you were personally offending the laws of physics. It screams God complex, Hart." I chuckle, a low sound that barely escapes my chest. I wasn't offending physics, Elise. I was negotiating with the HVAC system to keep the relative humidity under 55%. Negotiating implies the other side has a choice. You bullied the climate control. It worked, didn't it? For now. She taps her pen against the desk, a steady rhythmic click. But you can't control everything. You walk around with this absolute certainty, like gravity is just a suggestion you haven't decided to veto yet. I turn my chair fully toward her. That's rich, coming from the woman who treats oxidized resin like it's a living relative on life support. I saw you talk to that solvent bottle yesterday like you were coaxing a jumper off a ledge. "Varnish has memory," she shoots back, though one corner of her mouth twitches upward. "It remembers how it was treated. If you rush it, it breaks. So does a radiator, or a tire. You're impossible. I'm consistent." The banter sits comfortably between us, sharp edges wrapped in exhaustion. We're just sparring now, testing reach and reflexes without intent to bruise. It's easier than admitting we're both too wired to sleep. Elise stops clicking the pen, her eyes narrow, dropping to my hands resting on my knees, then back up to my face. The playfulness evaporates, replaced by that clinical curiosity I'm starting to recognize as her default setting. "Most people freeze," she says quietly. "Even the competent ones. There's a half second where the brain tries to deny the data because the implications are too bad. You didn't do that. You did the crisis math before the alarm finished its first cycle." I don't answer immediately. The hum of the servers fills the gap. "Why?" she presses, soft but insistent. "That's not just confident logistics. That's reflex." I hold her gaze. I could give her the resume answer, the polished PR line about extensive training protocols. She'd see right through it. "Years of environments where hesitation cost lives," I say. I don't elaborate. I don't mention the sand, the noise of the transport rigs, or the heavy silence that comes after a mistake. Elise doesn't ask. She doesn't flinch. She simply watches me, her eyes darkening as she processes the weight of that sentence. I see the shift happen in real time. She's recategorizing me from arrogant contractor to something sharper, heavier. She files the data away, her expression unreadable, acknowledging the scar tissue without demanding to see the wound. "Let me see that timestamp again." Elise leans in. She doesn't take the tablet from my hands. Instead, she crowds my personal space, pointing directly at the glowing screen. The scent of her hits me all at once, something sharp like citrus and dusty like old paper. Her shoulder brushes my upper arm, a fleeting contact that sends a jolt of static heat straight through my jacket. "Right there," she murmurs. The humidity dropped before the temperature stabilized. I should be looking at the numbers. I'm not. My eyes drift from the screen to her profile. She's close enough so that I can see the tension in her jaw, the way her lashes cast long shadows against her cheekbones in the dim monitor light. She speaks, murmuring calculations, and I watch her lips form the words. The curve of her mouth is distracting, pulling at something deep in my chest, a magnetic, resonant thrum that warns me I'm in dangerous territory. I don't move. I don't pull away to disperse the tension, and I don't lean in to claim it. "You see it?" she asks, glancing up. Her eyes lock onto mine, wide and dark. She pauses. She feels it too. The air between us is suddenly heavy, pressurized like a containment unit before the seal blows. "I see it," I say. My voice is steady, flat. Everything in my lizard brain screams to close the distance. It would be easy. A shift of weight, a turn of the head. But I keep my hands resting on the edge of the desk, knuckles loose, deliberately inert. Attraction on a job is a liability. It splits focus. But with her, it's more complex. Elise Monroe has spent her life fighting institutions that try to manage, minimize, or own the things she cares about. She's not an asset to be acquired. She isn't a variable to be controlled. If I act now, if I use this proximity to push for something she hasn't explicitly offered, I become just another man who thinks he knows what's best for her. So I wait. I stay anchored in the chair, eyes forward, breathing slow and even. I let the silence stretch, offering her a space where she doesn't have to defend her perimeter. She searches my face, looking for the tell, the arrogance, the push. She won't find it. I'm not hesitating. I'm holding the line, leaving the breach purely up to her. The moment stretches between us like a held breath. Elise's eyes search my face, and I can sense the exact second she realizes I'm not going to move. Not toward her, not away from her. I'm simply here, present and patient, waiting for her to decide what comes next. She pulls back slowly, creating distance without urgency. The space feels deliberate rather than defensive, a tactical withdrawal to reassess the field. She closes the laptop with a soft click, the sound final in the quiet room. "The data looks clean," she says, her voice carefully neutral. "No red flags in the transport logs." "Good. I saved my own files, movements economical. The second phase prep starts at 7 tomorrow. I'll be there at 6:30. Of course she will. Elise Monroe doesn't show up on time. She arrives early enough to claim the territory. It's one of the things I'm learning to appreciate about her. She doesn't apologize for taking up space. She gathers her papers with precise movements, stacking them in order of priority. Her hands are steady now, the earlier tremor gone. I watch her organize the chaos of our shared work into neat piles, each document finding its designated place in her system. "The override sequence you used," she says without looking up. "It's not standard heart protocol." "No, it's not. Improvised?" "Adapted." I lean back in my chair. "Your conservation work, those solvent ratios you mix by hand instead of following the lab specifications. Improvised?" She glances up, a small smile playing at the corner of her lip. "Adapted." "We speak the same language." "Apparently we do." The acknowledgement sits between us, weighted with implications neither of us is ready to name. She stands, shouldering her messenger bag with practiced efficiency. The movement brings her close to my chair again, but this time the proximity feels intentional rather than accidental. "Heart." I look up at her. The monitor light catches the gold flecks in her dark eyes, and for a moment I forget the careful distance I've been maintaining. "Thank you," she says quietly. "For today. For not making me choose between the art and the timeline." "You shouldn't have to choose." "No, I shouldn't." She adjusts the strap of her bag. "But most people would have made me anyway." The honesty in her voice hits deeper than I expect. Elise doesn't offer gratitude lightly. It's earned through action, not intention. The fact that she's giving it to me means something shifted today, some fundamental recalibration in how she sees me. I stand, matching her height with my own. We're close enough that I could reach out, could let my fingers brush against her wrist, or catch a loose curl that's escaped her ponytail. The urge is there, immediate and demanding, but I keep my hands at my sides. "Good night, Elise." The words come out softer than I intend, carrying a weight that makes her eyes widen slightly. It's not the crisp, professional dismissal we've been trading for weeks. It's something gentler, more personal, an invitation wrapped in courtesy. She pauses at the door, her hand resting on the frame. For a heartbeat, I think she might turn around, might cross back into the room and close the distance herself. Instead, she glances over her shoulder. "Good night, Caleb." My name in her voice sounds different tonight. Less armor, more acknowledgement. She disappears into the hallway, her footsteps echoing against the polished floors until they fade entirely. I remain standing in the empty room, surrounded by the quiet hum of equipment and the lingering scent of citrus and old paper. The tension doesn't dissipate with her absence. It transforms, becoming something patient and expectant. When she comes toward me, and she will, I want it to be because she decided, not because circumstance cornered her.
Chapter 11. Elise. The blue light of the monitor burns my eyes, but the text on the screen chills the rest of me. I shouldn't be in this folder. It's the unspoken eyes-only directory for upper administration, but a mislabeled file path led me here, and now I can't look away. Subject: Optic Strategy, Harrington Transfer, date, Monday, 2:14 a.m. I verify the timestamp 3 times. Monday. 2 days before the sensor lag. Before the humidity spike. If we compress the loading window by 4 hours, we create a sense of urgency, Laura wrote. The press feeds on tight deadlines. But it's Maggie's reply that stops my heart. Proceed. Maximize donor visibility. We need the narrative to feel high stakes. A little friction proves we're working hard. Manufacture the anticipation. My grip tightens on the mouse until the plastic creaks. This wasn't negligence. It wasn't just Laura being vapid or the board being cheap. The frantic pace, the near disaster in the loading bay, it was engineered. They risked a 17th century masterwork for a better headline. I shove away from the desk, the chair rolling back with a violent clatter. I find her in the East Wing corridor, just outside the gilded doors of the donor lounge. Maggie Holloway stands adjusting a silk scarf, checking her reflection in the glass of a display case. She looks serene, polished, utterly unburdened by the fact that she almost destroyed the legacy she's paid to protect. You shortened the window on purpose. Maggie turns, her smile fixed but not reaching her eyes. Elise, you're looking tragic. Have you slept? I saw the email thread. I step into her space, ignoring the way her gaze flicks nervously toward the lounge doors. Monday morning, you authorized the compression. You called it manufacturing anticipation. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't even blink. Instead, she smooths the lapel of her blazer, treating my accusation like a tedious scheduling conflict. We call it strategic flexibility, Elise. It's how modern museums survive. It's how artifacts die. We had a humidity spike that nearly delaminated the canvas because the sensors didn't have time to calibrate. But they didn't, did they? Her voice drops, losing its public warmth, sharpening into something steel hard. The piece is fine. Caleb handled it. You handled it. The donors love the story of the heroic save. We got lucky. That's not a strategy. It's a calculated margin. She steps closer, lowering her voice further, her perfume cloying and sweet. You're an incredible conservator, Elise, but you are so exhaustingly dramatic. Stop clinging to dust and look at the ledger. If no one cares about the art, we can't pay you to save it. Ethics aren't theatrics, Maggie. They are when they get in the way of funding. She checks her watch, dismissing me entirely. Take a breath. Fix your hair. You look desperate. She turns and pushes through the double doors, wading into the soft murmur of the cocktail reception, leaving me standing in the hall with the taste of copper in my mouth. Maggie's expensive perfume hasn't even unsettled before Laura clicks into view, thumb scrolling violently on her tablet. She doesn't look up. Trending locally. We're up 40% on mentions since the near-miss story broke. It wasn't a story, Laura. It was a failure of protocol. She finally glances at me, annoyance tightening her perfectly lined mouth. It was a win. The donors are eating up the fragility of history angle. She thrusts the screen at me, a blur of charts I refuse to focus on. Stop bogging the tour down with technical paranoia, Elise. The Harrington collection isn't just oil and canvas anymore. It's a brand. Brands need momentum, not hesitation. Preservation isn't hesitation. It is when you make us look boring. She taps the screen again, dismissing reality. Pick your battles, or at least pick a timeline that fits the news cycle. I turn sharply on my heel. If I stay, I'll say something that gets me fired before the tour even leaves Boston. I push through the back corridors, past the prep rooms, until the air turns cold and smells of exhaust and wet concrete. The loading dock. Caleb is there, crouching by a strapped crate, testing the tension on a ratchet strap. He looks up as I storm down the metal ramp, my heels ringing too loud in the cavernous space. They rigged it, I say, the words spilling out jagged. The time crunch, the urgency. Maggie and Laura shortened the loading window to manufacture drama for the press. Caleb stands slowly, wiping grease from his hands onto a rag. His face is unreadable, slate gray eyes watching me vibrate with rage. They risked delamination for a Twitter trend, I snap, crossing my arms to keep my hands from shaking. Go ahead. Tell me that's just the job. Tell me I need to adapt to the reality of the market. Tell me I'm overreacting because the painting survived. I glare at him, waiting for the lecture on flexibility, waiting for him to side with the people paying his invoice. I'm not going to tell you that. Caleb tosses the rag onto a crate, his voice devoid of the defensive edge I expected. He pulls a tablet from the cargo webbing of the truck wall and taps the screen twice before handing it to me. I didn't just see the email, Elise. I tracked the edit history on the master schedule. I look down. It's a logistics log, a wall of timestamps and coordinates. Look at the Boston arrival window, he says. I scan the lines. It's tight, but we knew that. Look when it was modified. My eyes slide to the right column. The timestamp is from Tuesday afternoon. They moved it, I whisper. We were already on the road. By 90 minutes, Caleb says, his tone flat, factual. If I had stuck to the original route speed, we would have hit rush hour gridlock at the tunnel entrance. We would have missed the intake slot. The sensors would have tripped from the idling vibration. The tablet feels heavy in my hands. It wasn't just negligence or a desire for speed. It was sabotage, wrapped in plausible deniability. They moved the finish line while we were running the race, I say, looking up at him. If you hadn't manually compensated, we would have failed. And the museum faces would have been on every news channel lamenting the unpredictable nature of transport. He takes the tablet back, sliding it into its mount. I flagged inconsistencies in the security briefs Maggie signed off on too. Gaps in the camera coverage at the next venue. They aren't trying to protect the art, Elise. They're directing a reality show. The anger usually makes me vibrate, makes me pace and shout until someone forces me to stop. But standing next to Caleb, the rage crystallizes into something colder. He doesn't offer a platitude. He doesn't tell me to calm down or look at the big picture. We stand at the edge of the loading dock, the oversized roll-up door framing the gray city skyline. A technician is 10 feet away, recalibrating the rotor of a humidity drone, the soft whir click the only sound in the vast concrete space. Caleb stays right beside me. He occupies the silence without trying to fill it. His shoulder is inches from mine, a solid, immovable warmth against the drafty air. For years, I've had colleagues try to talk me out of my instincts, treating my precision like hysterical tics. Caleb just hands me the evidence. I take a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. I don't need him to tell me it's going to be okay. I need exactly this. Someone who stands in the trench and acknowledges the mud. The technician's word click stops abruptly. Footsteps echo across the concrete. Sharp, purposeful clicks that belong to someone who expects to be heard coming. I turn to see David Jackson approaching, one of Maggie's administrative assistants. He carries a leather portfolio and wears the kind of nervous energy that screams messenger bearing bad news. His eyes dart between Caleb and me, settling on me with the pinched expression of someone about to deliver marching orders. Miss Monroe, Director Holloway needs to see you immediately. The words hang in the cold air. I feel my jaw tighten automatically. Another summons. Another lecture about being a team player while they systematically dismantle every safety protocol I've spent years building. But before I can respond, before I can even shift my weight toward David, Caleb moves. It's subtle. A half step forward, angling his body so his shoulder creates a barrier between David and me. Not aggressive, not obvious. But suddenly David isn't looking directly at me anymore. He's looking at Caleb's broad back, at the quiet authority radiating from someone who doesn't need to announce his presence to command a room. She's in the middle of a security briefing, Caleb says, his voice level but final. Critical timeline adjustments for the next transfer. David blinks, clearly unprepared for interference. I understand, but Director Holloway was very specific. Then Director Holloway can wait 15 minutes. Caleb doesn't raise his voice, doesn't posture or flex. He simply states a fact, the same way he'd announce that gravity pulls downward. Unless she wants to explain to the insurance consortium why we skipped protocol verification. I watch David's face cycle through confusion, irritation, and finally, resignation. He's been sent to collect a subordinate, but he's run into something immovable. Something that doesn't recognize Maggie's authority over this space, this moment. I'll let her know you're concluding the briefing, David says, backing down without quite admitting defeat. 15 minutes. He retreats, his footsteps echoing away across the loading dock until the heavy door to the main building seals shut behind him. Caleb doesn't turn around immediately. He stays positioned between where David stood and where I'm standing. His shoulders relaxed but ready. When he finally glances back at me, there's no self-congratulation in his expression, no expectation of gratitude. It's as if blocking administrative harassment is just another item on his operational checklist. Security briefing? I ask, raising an eyebrow. We were discussing security gaps in the camera coverage, he says matter-of-factly. That's a briefing. The casual way he deflected David's authority, not with bluster or ego, but with the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly where he stands, settles something in my chest I didn't realize was tight. He didn't ask permission to shield me. He didn't announce his intention or wait for me to request backup. He just stepped forward, claiming space I hadn't even realized I needed, operating as if my protection was already his responsibility. You realize Maggie's going to be furious, I say. Caleb shrugs, pulling his tablet from the cargo webbing again. She can be furious at me. I don't work for her. The words are simple, but they hit like a revelation. He doesn't work for her, which means he doesn't have to play the institutional games, doesn't have to smile and nod while she manufactures crises for better optics. He can afford to stand between me and the machine, grinding away at everything I've tried to build. Finally, I don't feel like I'm fighting this battle alone. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Caleb. The hum of the diesel engine is the only constant on I-95 at 3 in the morning. The wiper blades slap a rhythmic beat against the windshield, clearing the mist kicking up from the tarmac. Beside me, Elise is finally asleep, her head resting against the cool glass of the passenger window, the tension in her neck unspooling at last. My phone vibrates in the center console. 2 short pulses. Priority channel. I keep one hand on the wheel, eyes flicking between the road and the device as I tap the screen. The message is encrypted, brief, and carries a header from a Zurich-based consortium I worked with 5 years ago. Project lead. Relocation of private assets. Zurich to Singapore. 6-month duration. Start date. Immediate upon current contract release. I scroll to the compensation line. The number is obscene. Triple what the museum is paying, with a completion bonus that would cover my operating costs for the next 2 years. It's cleaner than this. No press releases, no directors like Maggie manipulating safety ratings to save face, no crumbling infrastructure disguised as heritage. Just pure logistics. Pick up the asset, secure the asset, deliver the asset. It's the kind of work that built my reputation. Silent, efficient, and devoid of emotional debris. It's an exit strategy on a silver platter. I lock the screen and the cab plunges back into the soft glow of the dashboard lights. I glance at Elise. In the erratic strobe of passing street lamps, she looks younger, the sharp lines of her guarded expression softened by sleep. She's fighting a war she can't win against people who view her integrity as an overhead cost. If I take the Zurich job, I'm back in my lane, uncomplicated, solvent, and alone. I don't wake her. I don't mention that there's a parachute waiting that could pull me out of this mess the second we deliver the Harrington collection. Telling her now would look like I'm already checking out, or worse, that I'm trying to impress her with options she doesn't have. She needs a partner right now, not a man looking at the door. I slide the phone into my jacket pocket. The offer is there, cold and logical, but I'm not making the call yet. I shift gears, letting the engine growl a little louder as we cross the state line, driving deeper into the dark. The Philadelphia intake dock should be a tomb, sterile, temperature-controlled, and empty. Instead, it looks like a gala pre-function. I kill the engine. The air breaks, hissing a sharp exhale that wakes Elise. She sits up, blinking against the floodlights, but I'm already scanning the perimeter. The loading bay doors are fully retracted, exposing the interior airlock to the humid night air for far longer than protocol allows. Worse, I see movement on the upper gantry. Civilians. Donors, mostly likely, swirling martinis and pointing down at the bay like it's a spectator sport. "Tell me I'm hallucinating," Elise mutters, her voice thick with sleep but sharpening fast. "They're bypassing the decontamination vesting area," I say, leaning forward to check the side mirrors. A site manager in a vest that's too clean to be functional is waving us toward the primary lift, the one that shakes like a paint mixer if the load isn't centered perfectly. I grab the manifest from the dash and step out into the humidity. The manager, a guy named Jenkins, thrusts a clipboard at me before my boots hit the concrete. "Change of plans, Mr. Hart. Director Holloway wants the convoy to route through the East Gallery corridor. It's a straight shot. Better visibility for the board members." I look at the clipboard. The East Gallery floor is marble, unforgiving on casters, and the vibration dampening there is non-existent. There isn't a single security signature on the authorization line, just Maggie's sprawling, hasty scrawl. "The East Gallery is unprotected," I say, "and that lift isn't rated for this tonnage." "Director's orders," Jenkins says, tapping the paper. "We're on a tight schedule." I don't argue. Arguing burns time we don't have. Understood. I walk past him, keying my radio. "Unit 2, hold post. We're pushing arrival back 12 minutes. Deploy the kinetic mats on the secondary ramp. We're not using the lift." Jenkins sputters behind me. "You can't. The donors are waiting." I ignore him and head for the service panel of the East Gallery corridor. I punch in the master override sequence, hearing the heavy magnetic lock slam home inside the wall. "That door isn't opening for anyone tonight." Maggie can explain the delay to her donors. I'm not explaining a micro fissure in a 17th century canvas. I walk back to the truck, signaling my lead driver to cut the engine completely. We move when the route is safe, not when the audience is ready. Elise is watching me from the cab, her eyebrows raised. She doesn't ask what I did. She just nods once. She knows. Permission is for people who can afford to fail. We can't. Jenkins isn't done. He plants himself between me and the truck, clipboard clutched like a shield. "Mr. Hart, you can't just override museum protocol. Director Holloway specifically requested intact artwork." Elise's voice cuts through the humid air like a scalpel. She's out of the cab now, her blazer crisp despite the long drive, her expression arctic. "Which requires stable transport conditions, not a photo opportunity." Jenkins turns to her, relief flickering across his face. "Miss Monroe, thank God. Can you talk some sense into—" "The sense," Elise interrupts, "is that Mr. Hart just prevented catastrophic structural damage to 3 pieces, worth more than your annual operating budget." She steps closer to Jenkins, her voice dropping to a register that makes grown men reconsider their life choices. "The East Gallery corridor has marble flooring with 0 vibration dampening. The lift mechanism hasn't been recalibrated in 18 months. And you want to parade priceless art through both because someone upstairs is impatient?" The intake team has stopped pretending to work. They're watching this unfold with the fascination of people witnessing a controlled demolition. The kinetic mats Mr. Hart requested will distribute load stress across the secondary ramp, Elise continues, her voice gaining volume and authority. The route modification eliminates 3 high-risk transfer points. The gallery lockdown ensures environmental stability during intake. These aren't suggestions, they're requirements. Jenkins opens his mouth, but Elise isn't finished. Furthermore, any supervisor who prioritizes donor comfort over collection safety is welcome to explain that decision to the insurance consortium when they're calculating liability for damaged pieces. She pauses, letting that sink in. I'll be happy to provide documentation of tonight's protocol violations for their review. The supervisor's clipboard drops to his side. Around us, the intake crew suddenly finds urgent work to do, but I catch the nods, the quiet murmurs of agreement. They know she's right. They've always known. Miss Monroe. Jenkins tries again, his voice smaller now. Dr. Monroe, she corrects, ice crystallizing in the space between them. And Mr. Hart's protocols stand, unless you'd prefer to call Director Holloway and explain why we're filing incident reports instead of completing intake. Jenkins retreats toward the loading bay, muttering about schedules and board members. The intake crew disperses, moving with the sudden efficiency of people who no longer have to pretend their concerns don't matter. I watch Elise straighten her blazer, her expression returning to professional neutrality. She didn't ask what I changed or why. She read the situation, weighed the risks, and chose her ground. Not because she likes me or trusts me completely, but because she knows I'm right. That hits deeper than attraction, sharper than respect. She stood with me in front of her colleagues on the record when it would have been easier to stay neutral. The kind of loyalty that can't be earned through charm or competence alone, only through being seen, measured, and chosen. I key my radio. All units, proceed with modified intake protocol. We're clear to move. I lean against the cargo bay wall, watching Elise zero in on the sensors with a sharp focus that seems to bend reality to her will. Her hands move swiftly but never rushed, each adjustment precise. Around her, the staff shift their focus, recognizing the organic hierarchy that has settled like mist. This tour isn't a job. It's a commitment. The Zurich offer had seemed like a lifeline, the promise of clean, uncomplicated work far from this institutional chaos. But I'm not a man interested in running, bringing a convoy in under the cover of darkness, pushing against an institution's clumsy machinations. This is where my instincts find their home. Elise throws me a quick glance, an unspoken question in her eyes. We're aligned, a shared understanding between us. It's not just the museum that needs transformation. It's every principle I've held as rigid truth. Adaptation isn't about abandoning the battlefield you chose. It's about standing shoulder to shoulder with those who'll see the fight done right. My phone buzzes again, no doubt another reminder of Zurich. I pocket it without looking. Decision made. This is the war worth fighting, and I'm doing it with her.
Chapter 13. Elise. The silence hits us harder than the alarm. 1 second, the vault is humming with the steady, sanitized drone of the HVAC system. The next, a crimson strobe slashes across the north wall. The overhead lights die, and the blast doors slam shut with a concussive thud that vibrates through the soles of my boots. Lockdown, Caleb says. His voice isn't loud, but in the sudden dead vacuum of the room, it sounds like he's standing inside my head. I'm already at the environmental panel. It's not a security breach, I say, tapping the glass interface that's now running on battery reserves. It's the climate control. Humidity spike in Zone 4. The system panicked and sealed the room to contain the contaminant. And killed the ventilation, Caleb adds. He's scanning the perimeter, ensuring the seal is total. It is. Worse. The backup cooling just kicked in to counteract the moisture. I can already feel the temperature plummeting, the air turning heavy and sharp. If condensation forms on the Harrington panels, the varnish creates a microbloom. We lose the integrity of the surface. Then we seal the crates manually. Now. We move without discussing who does what. The argument about jurisdiction that usually defines our days evaporates. I grab the moisture barrier film. Caleb seizes the pneumatic calm clamps. "Hold the seal," he orders, dropping to one knee beside the main crate. "I need consistent pressure on the gasket," I shoot back, sliding the film under the lid's lip. "Don't torque it until I give the clear." Copy. The vault is freezing now. The emergency amber strips casting long, strange shadows across the floor. We work fast, fighting the physics of the room. My fingers are stiffening, fumbling slightly with the adhesive strip. Caleb notices. He doesn't take over. He just shifts his weight, leaning in to brace the crate lid with his shoulder, so I can use both hands. "Clear," I breathe out. He engages the clamps. Click, click, click. I reach for the final pressure valve at the exact moment he does. His hand lands over mine, warm and rough against my cold skin. We freeze. The contact is electric, grounding. For 3 seconds, nobody moves. The silence of the vault presses in, heavy and absolute. I look up. In the dim amber light, his eyes are gray flint, steady on mine. We're close enough that I can see the faint scar on his jawline. Close enough that when I exhale, a white puff of condensation hangs in the air between us, mingling with his. He doesn't pull his hand away. "Is it secure?" My pulse is hammering against the inside of my wrist, right where his thumb rests. "The art is safe," I whisper, barely recognizing my own voice. "Protocol holds." The pressure valve settles into place. The crate is hermetically sealed, impervious to the weeping climate control systems and the drop in temperature. I stare at the locking mechanism, waiting for the panic over the varnish to subside. But it doesn't. It just shifts. The fear for the canvas dissolves, replaced by a low-frequency hum in my blood that has absolutely nothing to do with art conservation. Caleb lifts his hand from mine. He does it slowly, releasing me without retreating, stepping back just enough to give me air to breathe, but not enough to sever the connection. He's waiting. He's always waiting. Watching the perimeter, assessing the threat, checking for instability. He thinks I'm the instability. "Temperature is stabilizing at 52 degrees, he says. His voice is gravel, stripped of the command tone he uses with his team. He's looking at the digital readout on the wall, not at me. Door override should cycle in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I look at him, really look at him. The amber emergency light cuts the sharp angles of his face, the stillness of his posture. He stands there like he's guarding a vault, disciplined to the marrow. He wants me. The tension radiating off him in the freezing room is undeniable. But he won't move. He won't leverage a crisis. Won't mistake adrenaline for consent. He's leaving the breach entirely up to me. That restraint is more dangerous than any aggression. It's a challenge. I don't waste time debating the ethics of workplace fraternization or the optics of the situation. I'm done overthinking. I step forward. Caleb's eyes snap to mine, alert. He doesn't flinch, doesn't back up. He holds his ground, dark jacket blending into the shadows, chest rising steadily. "Elise," he warns, low and rough. He's giving me an out. "Quiet," I say. I reach up. My fingers brush the rough stubble of his jaw, tracing the line of tension there. His skin is hot. I slide my hand around to the nape of his neck, gripping the short hair, and I decide for both of us. I pull him down. He freezes for a fraction of a second, confirming the command, and then the discipline snaps. He doesn't meet me halfway. He crashes into me. His arm wraps around my waist, unyielding as iron, hauling me against him until my feet barely touch the concrete. I respond with equal force, tasting the salt on his skin. The cold air forgotten. This isn't protection. It's collision. His lips crash into mine, a raw, unyielding force that sends heat surging through me. My fingers tangle in his hair as his hands grip my waist, pulling me flush against him. His breath is hot and ragged, and I can sense the tension in his body, like a coiled spring ready to snap. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Protocol holds, he murmurs, voice wrecked. I snort, shoving at his shoulder. Shut up. He grins, actually grins, before pressing a slow, lingering kiss to my mouth. The vault's lights flicker back on as the system reboots, flooding the space with sterile fluorescence. I'm sitting on the cold concrete floor, my back against one of the crate stacks, my blazer draped over my shoulders. Caleb is beside me, a foot away, his legs stretched out, one arm resting on a bent knee. The silence between us isn't heavy, it's balanced, like the rhythm we just found. Neither of us is rushing to fill it with explanations or promises. I glance at him sidelong. His shirt is still unbuttoned, his jacket crumpled on the floor beside him. He's staring at the vault door, his jaw set, his face unreadable. But there's a looseness in his posture, a quiet ease I've never seen before. Think they'll notice how long we took? I ask, breaking the stillness. His lips twitch. Only if the paintings start talking. I snort, shaking my head. Wouldn't put it past them. Art's full of drama. He turns his head slightly, his eyes meeting mine. You'd know. I raise an eyebrow. Are you calling me dramatic? I'm calling you observant. His tone is light, but there's a weight beneath it. He's not dismissing me, not deflecting. He's acknowledging something I'm not ready to put into words yet. I pull my blazer tighter around me, the chill of the vault seeping back into my skin. For the record, I don't do this. Ever. Neither do I. There's no defensiveness in his voice, no attempt to qualify or explain. He's just stating a fact. I nod, letting the silence settle again. It's strange, this quiet understanding. No posturing, no regrets. Just two people who have been circling each other for weeks, finally finding a moment of equilibrium. I feel exposed, but not unsafe. Seen, but not judged. You missed a button, Caleb says suddenly, nodding toward my blouse. I look down. Sure enough, the third button from the top is undone. Guess I was a little distracted, I mutter, fumbling with it. He reaches over, his fingers brushing mine as he takes the button between them. Let me. His voice is low, steady. I freeze for a second, then let my hands drop. He fastens the button with quick, precise movements. His gaze fixed on the task. When he's done, he doesn't pull back immediately. His hand lingers for a heartbeat, his thumb brushing the fabric above the button before he leans back again. Thanks, I say, my voice quieter than I intended. He nods, his eyes meeting mine again. There's something in his expression, a raw, unfiltered honesty that catches me off guard. But he doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. I push myself to my feet, brushing off my skirt and straightening my blazer. Caleb stands with me, his movements smooth and deliberate. He grabs his jacket from the floor and shakes it out before shrugging it on. "Back to work?" I ask, holding his gaze. "Back to work." He agrees. We walk to the vault door together, the air between us shifting from charged to calm. The door unlocks with a metallic click, and Caleb pulls it open, stepping aside to let me pass. I take the lead, but he's right behind me, his presence solid and grounding. What the hell are we going to do now?
Chapter 14. Caleb. The loading dock handles the dawn differently than the rest of the city. Out there, the light is soft, turning the skyline gold. In here, it's all gray concrete and hydraulic hums, the air smelling of diesel and dust. I check the tie-down straps on the crate for the third time. They're tight, just like everything else today. "You're early." Elise's voice cuts through the ambient noise. I don't jump. I heard her boots on the cement 10 seconds ago, but the sound of her voice tightens a knot at the base of my spine. I straighten up and turn. She's wearing the navy blazer again, hair pulled back so tight it pulls at her temples. She looks impeccable, formidable. But I know exactly where a bruise is blooming just above her hip bone, a ghost mark from where she pressed against the edge of a crate last night. The memory hits me like a physical blow. I shove it down, locking it behind the same wall I use for crisis management. "Transport leaves at 800, I say, checking the perimeter sensors. The humidity spike from last night was a localized glitch, but I'm not taking chances. Elise stops 5 feet away. The distance feels like a canyon. Her eyes narrow, searching my face for a crack in the veneer. "Caleb," she starts, the tone dangerous. "We need to sign off on the custody transfer, Dr. Monroe." I hold out the tablet. My hand is steady. It takes every ounce of discipline I have to keep it that way. She bristles, her posture stiffening. The use of her title hits her like a slap, and I see the flash of hurt transform instantly into anger. Good. Anger is focused. Anger keeps her sharp. If she's soft, she makes mistakes. If I'm soft, we lose the cargo. "Dr. Monroe?" she repeats, stepping closer. Her voice drops, sharp and low. "Is that where we are right now?" I don't retreat, but I don't step forward either. The heat between us is still there, a live wire waiting for a ground, but we are back in the light now. "That's where the job is," I say quietly. "The sensors are green. The route is cleared. We have a job to do." She stares at me, her chest rising and falling in a rhythm I know too well. She wants me to acknowledge it. She wants the intimacy of the vault to bleed into the sunlight. I can't give her that, not while I'm responsible for her safety. "Fine," she snaps, snatching the tablet from my hand. Her fingers brush mine, electric, jarring, before she pulls away. She signs the screen with a jagged scrawl and shoves it back at me. "Manifest is clear. Don't make us late." She spins on her heel and marches toward the freight elevator. I watch her go, the scent of her perfume lingering in the exhaust-filled air, and let out a shaky breath. I hate it. I'm the operator. She's the asset. The lines have to hold. Lena Brooks clicks across the concrete floor like she's walking a runway, not a loading zone. She's clutching a phone against her chest, her eyes scanning the bay with frantic energy. "Change of plans, Hart," she says, stopping 3 feet from my station. "The board wants the arrival televised. They've moved the press window up. We need wheels up in 10 minutes to hit the noon slot." I don't look up from the sensor array I'm calibrating. Noon puts us on the expressway during the lunch rush. Stop-and-go traffic creates vibration harmonics that the crate suspension isn't rated for. "Maggie authorized it," Lena snaps. She taps a manicured nail on my workstation, right over a humidity readout. "The donors want a show. Give them one or we review the performance clause in your contract." She doesn't wait for an answer. She pivots and marches back toward the elevators, leaving the scent of expensive hairspray and anxiety in her wake. I watch her go. Then I pick up my radio. I don't argue with gravity, and I don't argue with people who think physics is negotiable. I just account for them. Unit 1, I say into the comms, keeping my voice low. Ignore the pacing update from admin. We are not taking the expressway. Copy, boss, the lead driver's voice crackles back. That puts us 20 minutes behind the new schedule. The PR team is going to lose it. Let them. I pull up the transport log on my tablet. I flag a false sensor error on the rear axle. Nothing critical, just enough to justify a safety hold if anyone audits the logs later. We take the perimeter route. Constant speed, low impact. We arrive at 12:30. If they ask, we had a mechanical glitch. I glance toward the rear of the truck. Elise is back there, double-checking the mounting brackets. If we hit the expressway at noon, the G-force from the braking would rattle her teeth, let alone the canvas. The museum thinks they're paying me to drive a truck. They're paying me to know that fast is usually synonymous with broken. I lock the tablet screen. The route stays gray. The cargo stays safe. Lena can scream all she wants. She's not the one I'm protecting. The phone vibrates against my ribs, a rhythmic, insistent buzz that demands attention. I ignore it until I finish the perimeter sweep, checking the seals on the climate control unit one last time. Only then do I step into the shadow of the trailer and pull the device from my pocket. It's Kovac. The timestamp is 2 minutes ago. Final call. Hart. Dubai transport launches in 48 hours. Need the lead operator on a plane tonight. Payout is in escrow. Yes or no? I stare at the number on the screen. It's clean money. Quiet work. No curators tracking my heart rate. No PR directors trying to negotiate with physics. And no researchers with eyes that strip me bare. It's the smart play. It's the logic I've built my entire career on. Take the sure thing. Limit the exposure. Move on. I look up. Through the glass partition of the loading bay office, I see Elise. She's leaning over a stack of manifests, a pen tapped against her lip, eyebrows drawn together in that fierce concentration that shuts out the rest of the world. She's fighting for the paint and canvas. She's fighting for the history. If I go, the museum brings in the subcontractor, the guy who cuts corners on suspension calibration, the guy who will let Lena Brooks route a priceless collection through rush hour traffic to make a photo op. I look back at the phone. The payout is enough to retire the fleet. I don't hesitate. I open the reply field. Unavailable. Contract active. I hit send, then block the number. The bridge isn't just burned, I demolished the foundation. But that's not enough. Intentions don't haul cargo. I walk over to the logistics terminal where the museum's finance director, a nervous man named Stevens, is reviewing the monthly retainers. He jumps when I shadow him. Mr. Hart, is there an issue? Modify the vendor agreement, I say, leaning past him to tap the screen. You have Hart Secure Logistics listed on a rolling 30-day renewal. That's a liability for your insurance premiums. Stevens blinks, adjusting his glasses. Well, yes, but it gives us flexibility if... Cancel the renewal clause, I tell him. Lock the contract for the full 6-month duration of the tour. Flat rate, paid up front, with a penalty clause on my end if I walk away. He gawks at me. You want to add a penalty clause for yourself? I want stability for the asset. I lie smoothly. Do it. He types it in, looking like I've just handed him a winning lottery ticket. The system updates. Status: locked. I walk toward the bay doors, needing air that doesn't smell like hydraulic fluid and bad decisions. The math doesn't balance. I calculate risk for a living. I weigh variables. Payload mass against suspension limits, route duration against driver fatigue. The equation always has a solution. But this is sloppy. What the hell am I doing here? Kovac's offer was textbook. Inert cargo, a non-extradition zone, and client contacts who speak in wire transfers rather than press releases. It was clean. It was the exit strategy I've been building toward for 5 years. I turned it down to play bodyguard to a canvas and a woman who argues with me about tire pressure. I check my watch. 0748. The convoy rolls in 12 minutes. Across the floor, Elise is ripping into a junior handler for gripping a frame too tightly. Her voice echoes off the concrete walls, sharp, uncompromising, exhausting. She is a friction point. In my world, friction causes heat, and heat causes failure. Logic dictates I should be on a flight to DXB, leaving the museum to deal with the subpar contractors they deserve. But I'm not. I watch her tuck a stray curl behind her ear, her face smeared with a smudge of dust she hasn't noticed yet. If I leave, Maggie Holloway cuts the budget. Lena Brooks routes the truck through a pothole-ridden shortcut to save 40 minutes for a photo op. The cargo gets rattled. The history gets erased. And Elise loses. That thought stops me cold. Since when is the client's emotional wind state my problem? I don't care about the art. I care about the job. Or I did. I rub my neck, feeling the tension corded there. It's a variable I can't isolate. I'm compromising my own operational standards for... what? A partnership. A challenge. I look away from her, staring at the scarred concrete floor. No, I'm not examining that data. I shove the realization into the same lockbox where I keep the memory of her skin against mine in the dark. It's a distraction, a blind spot. And in this line of work, blind spots are where you get hit. "Hart," one of my guys calls out. "We ready?" I breathe in slowly. "Mount up!"
Chapter 15. Elise. The ambient temperature in here is 74 degrees. That's 4 degrees above the maximum variance for the panel paintings. I don't sit down. I stand at one end of the borrowed conference table. The glass walls of the atrium, magnifying the Asheville sun like an ant under a lens. The Asheville Museum director, a stuffy suit named Hamsley, shifts in his enormous leather chair, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief. He looks at the stack of paper I've fanned out before him like a winning poker hand. "Elise, the facilities team is working on the AC," he mumbles, avoiding my eyes. The facilities team isn't transporting $40 million of cultural heritage across state lines. We are. I tap the third sheet. Look at the timestamps. The route was altered at 0200. This new itinerary bypasses the staging facility in Knoxville. That cuts our acclimation window by 12 hours. I keep my voice level, stripped of the exhaustion dragging at my eyelids. This isn't a suggestion. It's a breach of the agreement. Section 7, paragraph C. If the varnish cracks because we rushed a climate transition, our insurance doesn't cover negligence. And make no mistake, ignoring this data is negligence. Hamsley opens his mouth to argue, but the large monitor on the wall hums to life. The connection stabilizes, and Maggie Holloway appears, framed by the soft, flattering lighting of her office back in Philadelphia. She looks immaculate, a stark contrast to the sweat gathering at Hamsley's collar. "Elise," Maggie says, her voice echoing with digital smoothness. "Director Hamsley briefed me on your concerns. Laura has the same files." "They aren't concerns, Maggie. They're documentation of contract violations." She offers a sympathetic, patient smile, the kind you give a toddler throwing a tantrum in a supermarket. "We appreciate your diligence. We really do, but I'm worried about you." I stiffen, my spine locking. "My well-being isn't the agenda item." "Isn't it?" She leans toward her camera, clasping her hands on her desk. "You've been under tremendous stress from the start. This tour is a beast. And frankly, your recent communications are becoming erratic. You're too attached to the objects to see the bigger strategic picture." My hands curl into fists at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. "I am citing the laws of physics, Margaret. Humidity doesn't care about strategy." "You're emotionally compromised," she interrupts, her tone softer now, poisoning the room with false pity. "You're obsessing over microscopic potential failures, rather than our actual successes. We need partners who understand that a museum is a living entity, not a mausoleum." Perhaps your rigidity is a sign you need to step back. Laura's voice cuts in, smooth and sharp as a paper cut, though her video feed remains off. It's not just about emotional bandwidth, Elise. It's about access. I stare at the blank square on the screen representing her. Excuse me? The foundation needs a unified front. Laura continues, the unspoken threat distinct enough to taste. Your continued clearance for the upcoming legs of the tour is contingent on professional cooperation. We can't have a lead conservator who actively undermines the narrative we're building. If you can't align with the schedule, we'll have to assume you're unable to fulfill the duties of the role. Be quiet or be gone. I look to Hamsley, searching for a spark of backbone. He studies the condensation ring left by his water glass on the mahogany table. Elise, he murmurs, his voice thick with the desire to be anywhere else. They have the national perspective. Maybe you should pick your battles. The PR value here is immense for Asheville. He's not looking at the art. He's looking at ticket sales. I walk out before I say something that gets my clearance revoked immediately. The hallway air is stagnant, but pushing through the double doors into the loading bay offers no relief. The heat out here is physical, smelling of diesel and dust. Caleb is down by the rig. He's crouching near the rear wheel well of the lead transport, seemingly impervious to the temperature in his dark jacket. I watch him run a hand along the suspension strut, a clinical, tactile check that no sensor can replicate. He stands, wipes his hands on a rag, and says something to one of his drivers that I can't hear. He looks impenetrable, steady. A cold knot tightens in my stomach, totally unrelated to the humidity. I'm stuck here because the falling Icarus is my life's work. I'm tethered to the wreckage of this tour by conscience and obsession. Caleb isn't. He operates on logic and efficiency. He hates incompetence, and right now, my side of the aisle is drowning in it. He has a reputation for flawless execution. Why would he let Maggie's political maneuvering stain his record? If he's as smart as I know he is, he's already calculating the exit strategy, and without him acting as the only sane counterweight to the administration, the collection doesn't stand a chance. Caleb crosses the baking asphalt, wiping grease from his fingers with a shop rag. He doesn't wave or smile. He just tracks me with that radar lock focus that used to feel grounding and now feels like an interrogation lamp. You look like you're calculating murder, he says, stopping 3 feet away. Close enough that I catch the faint traces of engine oil and soap, far enough to keep things plausible if anyone is watching. I'm calculating vibration ratios. I lie, snapping my tablet cover shut. The bypass puts us on older infrastructure. I need you to dampen the rear suspension by another 15%. He pauses, tossing the rag onto a crate. We can do that, but that's not what I asked. It's the relevant answer. I turn toward the loading ramp, checking a strap that I know is already secure. Director Hamsley and the board are thrilled with the updated timeline. We move at dawn. Elise. His voice drops, scraping against the sudden wall I've thrown up. Talk to me. I am talking to you, Hart. I'm giving you the specs you need to do your job. I step back, creating distance, putting air between us that isn't charged with memory. Focus on the load-in. I don't have time for a debrief. You're shutting down. I'm prioritizing. I can feel him studying my profile, looking for the cracks, looking for the woman who unraveled in his hands just a few nights ago. I lock her away in a steel box. That woman gets people fired. That woman is erratic. The venue is a disaster, I say, gesturing vaguely toward the museum's glass facade, shimmering in the heat. They built a terrarium and decided to hang oil paintings in it. Excellent for growing ferns. Catastrophic for 17th century canvas. Caleb crosses his arms. We'll monitor the localized sensors. We have portable dehumidifiers in the truck. Oh, I'm sure the portable units will be thrilled to compete with 500 donors breathing Chardonnay fumes onto the varnish tonight. I let out a sharp, jagged laugh. Because the gala is non-negotiable, obviously. Who cares about delamination when there are canapes to be served? He steps closer, invading my space with infuriating calm. If the director is pushing too hard, the director is a suit with a pulse, I snap. And the facilities manager thinks ambient heat is a suggestion. Stupidity is not a temperature, but apparently it has a climate control setting. I turn swiftly on my heel before he can see my eyes sting. Check the suspension, Caleb. Just check the suspension. The atrium is a convection oven disguised as a masterpiece of modern architecture. As the afternoon sun dips, it bypasses the UV film on the upper clerestory windows, slicing through the air like a laser. I watch the dust motes dance in the beams. To the gala attendees arriving in 4 hours, that light will look ethereal. To me, it looks like accelerated degradation. I stalk the perimeter of the girl in blue velvet, my data logger humming in my hand. 76 degrees on the canvas surface. It's a microclimate of disaster. The localized heat pocket is expanding, threatening to warp the stretcher bars before the first champagne cork even pops. Shift the stanchions back 2 feet, I order Jonah, not looking up from the readout. We need to force the crowd flow away from the radiant heat zone. Jonah hesitates, holding a velvet rope. Laura wants the sightlines clear for the donors entering from the west lobby. Laura isn't responsible for 300 years of pigment cohesion. Move them. He scuttles to obey. I don't thank him. Across the polished floor, Caleb is directing his team on the placement of the perimeter sensors. He moves with that infuriating economy of motion, a dark anchor in a sea of frantic event planners and florists. He catches my eye, just a flicker of a glance, and I feel the ghost of his skin against mine, the memory of shared breath in the dark. I sever the connection instantly. I look down at my screen. That intimacy was a momentary lapse, a glitch in the protocol. It made me soft, and softness gets you flagged as unstable by women like Maggie Holloway. I can't afford to be a person right now. I have to be an instrument. I adjust the parameters on the humidity gauge, narrowing the acceptable variance until the alarms will scream if anyone so much as breathes too heavily on the varnish. The numbers are clean. They don't have agendas. They don't lie about timelines or hide behind PR spin. The museum buzzes around me, the clutter of voices, the clacking of heels, the dragging of chairs. But the noise fades into a dull roar. I stand alone in the center of the room, and I hear the artwork screaming. I draw a line in my mind, sealing myself back inside the cold, hard shell of my expertise. It's lonely in here, but at least it's safe. I'm not sure safe is enough for me anymore.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Caleb. The vibration against my ribs is a nuisance I should ignore, but the caller ID reads Philadelphia HQ. I step into the wedge of shadow between the cab and the trailer, turning my back on the loading dock's sodium glare. "Talk to me," I say. "We need a reset, Caleb." Simon's voice is tinny, filtered through 500 miles of fiber optic and corporate anxiety. "Maggie Holloway called the board. She says you're obstructing the schedule again." "I'm obstructing a disaster. The I-26 bridge assessment came back an hour ago. Microfractures on the westbound support. I'm rerouting, though, the secondary access road. That adds 4 hours. It misses the Dawn Press window in Charleston." Simon sighs, the sound of a man looking at a spreadsheet rather than a topography map. "The client is unhappy. You need to be more flexible with the optics here. Stop locking down protocols without authorization." I watch a moth immolate itself against the halogen lamp above the bay doors. Flexible is how you drop a crate. If you want someone who prioritizes PR over asset integrity, find another firm. Until then, my trucks don't move until I say the road holds. I end the call without waiting for a rebuttal. The silence that follows is heavy, filled only with the hum of the climate control units on the trailers. Across the bay, Elise is reviewing the manifest. She's 40 feet away, but the distance feels like miles. She hasn't looked at me since the atrium. Her movements are mechanical. Clipboard up, pen down, check the seal, move on. There's no fire in her posture tonight, only a rigid, brittle efficiency. A junior handler, a kid named Davis, trips over a sensor cable near the lift gate, yanking the lead taut. It's a rookie mistake, the kind that usually earns a blistering lecture from Elise about vibration thresholds and situational awareness. I wait for the explosion. It doesn't come. Elise just stares at the cable, her face blank, eyes unreadable behind the glare of the work lights. She doesn't correct him. She doesn't even sigh. She simply steps around him and continues down the line, retreating behind a wall of silence so thick I doubt a sledgehammer could crack it. She isn't just tired. She's unreachable. I'm beginning to think Dubai might have been the better career choice for me. What the hell is wrong with me? That I'm still here. She's under my damn skin now. "Caleb!" Ethan's voice is sharp, lacking its usual easygoing drawl. I kill the screen and slide the phone into my jacket pocket, turning to face him. He's jogging across the lot, tablet gripped tight in one hand, his brow furrowed in a way that sets my nerves on edge immediately. Ethan doesn't run for minor inconveniences. He stops a few feet away, shoving the screen at my chest. "We've got a situation." "Define situation," I say, already grabbing the device. "Department of Transportation just expanded the night work on I-26. They didn't flag it in the system until 10 minutes ago. They've barricaded the westbound lanes." I scan the map, the red lines boxing us in. "We can't idle here. We missed the window." "That's not the bad news," Ethan says grimly. "The only route left is the secondary highway through the marshlands." I look up, jaw tightening. No, absolutely not. That road is built on swamp. The subsidence dips are deep enough to bottom out a standard trailer, and the asphalt is heat-warped. The vibration alone will shred the suspension dampeners. "It gets worse," Ethan interrupts, swiping the screen to a facility report. "Charleston intake just pinged. Their climate vestibule failed. The seals on the loading bay are blown, and the backup dehumidifiers are glitching. If we unload there, we're pushing those paintings through unfiltered coastal air. It's a steam room." I stare at the data. We have to drive over a washboard road to deliver million-dollar canvases into a humidity spike that could warp the wood frames in minutes. The Zurich offer feels very far away. There's no running from this. The math on the screen is brutal. The secondary road through the marsh isn't just uneven. It's a geological mistake. My air ride suspension can swallow a pothole, but 10 miles of continuous harmonic vibration creates a resonance frequency that travels right through the dampeners. It turns the climate-controlled crates into shaker tables. Under normal circumstances, the packing foam might absorb it, but we aren't heading into normal circumstances. We're heading into a Charleston intake bay that's currently sweating like a steam room. Vibration opens microfissures in the centuries-old varnish. The sudden humidity spike swells the canvas beneath it before the fibers can adjust. Snap. The paint layers delaminate. Irreversible structural failure within 20 minutes of arrival. I look up from the screen. Elise is standing near the trailer lift, rubbing her temple with 2 fingers, looking small against the looming steel of the truck. It clicks into place. Maggie Holloway knows the risks. She has the same reports I do. She isn't just gambling on the weather. She's hedging her bets against personnel. If we arrive and the art is damaged, she won't blame the impossible deadline or the failing infrastructure. She'll blame the difficult conservator who's been flagged as erratic and uncooperative for weeks. This isn't logistics anymore. It's a setup. They're going to sacrifice Elise's career to protect the board's schedule. The anger that flares in my chest is cold, precise, and absolute. I've spent the last month trying to mitigate the damage quietly, respecting boundaries, playing the silent partner. That strategy ends now. I hand the tablet back to Ethan. Kill the engines. Ethan blinks, his calm facade slipping. Caleb, if we power down now, we miss the coastal window entirely. The penalties on the contract. I don't care about the penalties. I keep my voice low, but the steel underneath makes Ethan straighten up. Trigger the Tier 1 insurance notification. Tell the underwriters the route is structurally compromised and the destination is insecure. Inform them that if a single wheel turns tonight, their liability coverage is void. Ethan lets out a sharp breath. He knows what that means. It's the logistics equivalent of a grenade. It doesn't just pause the shipment. It legally freezes the assets in place until an independent auditor clears the risk. It will humiliate the museum director, panic the board, and probably get us sued. Holloway's going to come for your throat, Ethan warns. Let her come. I button my jacket, checking the seals on my own resolve. She wants to prioritize optics over safety? Fine. I'm about to give her a PR crisis she can't spin. I turn toward the loading dock office. I'm done shielding the museum from its own incompetence. Now, I'm just shielding Elise. I step into the command trailer, the silence inside a sharp contrast to the loading dock's grind. The screen hums to life under my touch, bringing up the contract addendum I forced the finance director to sign 3 weeks ago. I scroll past the liability waivers to the bottom. Section 14. The Safety Override Clause. In the industry, we call this the kill switch. Triggering it doesn't just pause a shipment. It legally strips the client of administrative control. It places the entire tour under heart-secure jurisdiction until I deem the threat neutralized. It's essentially a hostile takeover of the logistics chain. I do the mental math instantly. Pulling this lever burns every bridge I have with the museum board. Maggie Holloway will blacklist me in the institutional circuit by morning. I'm looking at a 40% revenue drop next quarter and a reputation hit that will scare off risk-averse clients for years. I look at the digital signature on the screen. Profit is variable. Integrity is binary. You either have it or you don't. If I let those trucks roll onto a warped highway toward a compromised facility, I'm just another mercenary taking a check for a job I know will fail. I authorize the override. The system locks down, firing off automated cease and desist notifications to the director, the insurers, and the transport team. Let them sue me. I step back out onto the loading dock. The air is thick, tasting of unburnt diesel, and the faint, sulfurous sweet rot of the gala's pyrotechnics drifting from the main lawn. Elise is standing by the lead truck. She's vibrating with tension, rechecking a strap that's already secure. She snaps an order at Davis, her voice brittle, tight with the exhaustion of trying to outrun the narrative Maggie has already spun. She looks like a woman trying to hold back a landslide with nothing but protocol and willpower. She thinks she has to bleed for this art because no one else cares enough to fight for it. A cold, heavy weight settles in my chest. It's not anger anymore. Something far more dangerous. They think she's collateral damage. They think they can corner a perfectionist, break her safeguards, and then blame her when the pieces shatter. They counted on her being isolated. They calculated wrong. If the museum wants a fight, they definitely picked the wrong man to back into a corner. I watch Elise wipe a smudge of grease from her cheek, her chin high despite the pressure crushing her. No one is putting her on the sacrificial altar. Not tonight. Not while I'm still standing.
Chapter 17. Elise. The whispers start before I even reach the freight elevator. They aren't subtle. Panic never is. I heard the rigs are locked down. Security detail is stripping the comms. Hart's already authorized the exit clause. He's gone. The words slide over me like oil, slick and nauseating. I keep my pace steady, heels clicking a sharp rhythmic warning against the concrete floor, but my pulse is hammering against my ribs. A junior archivist brushes past me, clutching a clipboard to her chest, eyes darting away the second they meet mine. She knows. They all know. I heard he took that offer in Dubai, someone mutters near the vending machines. The private sector gig? Figures. The hallway suddenly feels too narrow. The air is too thin. Dubai. The rumors warp and stretch, but the core of it hooks into the fear I've been trying to smother for days. Margaret's voice echoes in my head, emotionally compromised. She was right, wasn't she? I let him in, and now that the heat is rising, he's doing exactly what a logistics operator would do, cutting the dead weight. I push through the heavy double doors of the loading bay, ready for chaos. I expect shouting, crews hauling crates off trucks, Lena Brooks spinning a narrative to a weepy news crew. Instead, I find silence. The bay is a cavern of suspended animation. The engines are dead. The loading ramp is retracted. And standing in the center of the emptiness, illuminated by the harsh wash of the overhead halogens, is Caleb. He's alone. No crew, no frantic, intense negotiations on his headset. He's just standing there tapping a command into his tablet with the casual focus of a man checking the weather. He looks pristine, unflappable. While my career is effectively burning down in the executive suites upstairs, and the collection is held hostage by bureaucratic incompetence, he looks like he's balancing a checkbook. The dread in my stomach curdles instantly into something hot and sharp. He isn't fighting for this. He isn't stressed because he's already checked out. The rumors were right. He's pulling the plug. He's measured the risk, categorized the museum's negligence as a liability he won't cover, and now he's finalizing his invoice before walking away. I thought he saw me. I thought that moment in the climate control failure meant we were in the trenches together. But I'm just another variable in his risk assessment, and I've been flagged as unsafe. I cross the floor, ignoring the safety lines. I don't want explanations. I want blood. I have to hand it to you, Hart, I say, my voice pitching low to keep it steady. The efficiency is breathtaking. Most people need at least a day to dismantle a partnership this thoroughly, but you've managed it before lunch. He allows the tablet to lower slowly to his side. His face is a blank slate, no guilt, no surprise. Just that maddening professional neutral he wears like body armor. Dubai, isn't it? I persist, stepping closer, needing to see a crack in the facade. That's the whisper in the hall. Clean exit, massive payout, and you leave the wreckage behind for the hired help. It makes sense. Why stick around fighting for paintings that don't belong to you when you can secure a contract that actually pays out on delivery? It's just cargo, right? Box A to box B. Elise. His voice is gravel but flat. Not a warning, just a name. Don't. I cut him off, the words snapping like a dry twig. Don't give me the risk management speech. I know the math. Margaret is upstairs right now drafting a press release, that frames my concern for humidity protocols as emotional instability. She's sharpening the axe, Caleb. And you timed this lockdown perfectly to make sure you're not in the splash zone when it swings. I wait for the denial. I wait for him to toss the tablet aside and tell me the rumors are garbage, that he isn't going anywhere, that the heat between us in the vault meant something more than a biological stress response. He doesn't move. He doesn't shift his weight or cross his arms. He withstands the accusation like it's just another logistical hurdle, a weather pattern he has to endure before he can get back to work. His eyes track mine, steady and unblinking, offering absolutely nothing. No anger, no reassurance. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating. He isn't defending himself because there's nothing to defend. The logic is sound. The exit is ready. He's already gone. His body is just the last thing to leave the room. That's what I thought, I whisper, the sarcasm bleeding out to reveal only the hollow ache underneath. Protocol over everything. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's heavy, suffocating, a physical weight pressing down on the bay. I turn away from Caleb, needing to break the visual connection, and that's when I see the audience. Jonah is standing by the climate sensors, his posture rigid. He's staring so hard at his boots I'm surprised he doesn't burn a hole through the leather. He's not checking data. He's hiding. To his left, Ethan has stopped midway through securing a tie-down strap. The ratchet mechanism is silent in his grip. He's not looking at the floor. He's watching us, watching me, with a calm, grim knowingness that makes my skin crawl. Even Davis, the twitchy junior handler who safeguards the packing foam like it's gold bullion, has gone statue still near the lift. They aren't just waiting for orders. They're witnessing a structural failure. I'm the one who always talks about microfractures, about how stress propagates through a medium until the whole thing shatters. Nowhere to hide from the irony now. I square my shoulders. The motion feels jerky, mechanical. I need to salvage the room. If Caleb is checking out, I am the only thing standing between the Harrington collection and a PR disaster. I have to be the conservator. I have to be the logic. Right, I say. I aim for authoritative, but the syllable comes out brittle, stripped of its usual iron. If the contract status is changing, we need to address the transition protocols immediately. I reach for a clipboard on the nearest crate, my fingers slipping on the plastic edge. I fumble it, catching it against my hip before it hits the floor. The noise, a sharp clack of plastic against plastic, makes Davis flinch. I clear my throat, fighting the tightness trying to close it off. I want the environment logs for the last 12 hours. If we're handing off to a secondary team, the chain of custody needs to be. It has to be. I lose the thread. The sentence dissolves into the static in my head. I can feel the heat rising up my neck. It's not unprofessionalism, it's humiliation. I hate that my hands are trembling. I hate that the numbers on the clipboard are swimming. But mostly, I hate that Caleb hasn't looked away. He's cataloging every hesitation, every crack in my voice, watching the emotionally compromised woman prove his point. Caleb steps into my personal space. It isn't explicitly aggressive, just inevitable. He takes the ground I'm struggling to hold, reaching out not to touch me, but to place a heavy hand on the crate next to my shoulder. A barrier. A brace. Elise. He waits until my eyes drag up to meet his. He looks violently calm. Not the fatigue of physical labor, but the deep structural weariness of a load-bearing wall taking on too much weight. This isn't about money, he says. The words land like stones dropped into deep water. No splash. No ripples, just down, down, down into the dark. I wait. My breath hitches, painful in my chest, suspended on a hope I shouldn't have. Tell me it's about safety. Tell me it's about us. Tell me you're playing a long game I just can't see yet. He doesn't. He pulls his hand back, sliding it into his jacket pocket, effectively locking himself away again. He offers no defense, no reassurances, not even a lie to make the medicine go down easier. He just stands there in his absolute terrifying composure, letting the silence do the rest of the damage. It's worse than if he had admitted greed. Greed I can understand. Greed is human. This cold, calculating silence, being shut out like a civilian in a war zone, that confirms exactly what I am to him, a liability to be managed. A risk factor he's decided to isolate. He's not leaving for the payout. He's leaving because the equation doesn't balance with me in it. I draw a breath that feels like inhaling glass shards. I grip the clipboard so hard, the plastic edge bites into my palm, grounding me in the sharp physical pain of it. I won't cry. I refuse to give Margaret that ammunition, and I certainly won't give Caleb the satisfaction of seeing me break. Right, I say. My voice sounds thin, foreign to my own ears. I turn on my heel. The movement is stiff, robotic. I don't look at Jonah, whose helpless stare I can feel burning into the side of my face. I don't look at Ethan, who has turned back to his equipment as if offering me a shred of privacy I haven't earned. Then I suppose it isn't about anything at all. I walk. I don't run, though every instinct is screaming at me to flee. I keep my back straight, my chin up, marching toward the open bay door sacks where the world is daring to continue without us. The sun is cresting over the Blue Ridge Mountains, painting the asphalt in soft, hopeful golds that feel cruel against the gray ruin inside. I step out into the light, leaving him in the long, cold shadow of the trucks, and I don't look back.
Chapter 18. Caleb. The rain isn't just falling. It's driven by a horizontal wind that turns the highway into a gray smear. I wrestle the wheel, feeling the trailer hydroplane for a sickening half-second before the tires bite back into the asphalt. Diverting, I say, though I doubt she can hear me over the roar of water hammering the cab. I swing the rig off the main road, aiming for the rusted skeleton of a way station. The corrugated metal canopy groans as we slide beneath it, the noise shifting from a roar to a deafening drum roll on the roof. I kill the engine, but the silence inside the cab feels louder than the storm. Elise sits rigid in the passenger seat. The dim dashboard lights preserve the sharp angle of her jaw, the way her hands grip her knees until the knuckles turn ash gray. We have 10 feet of clearance on either side and nowhere to go. Perfect, she snaps, staring straight ahead at the rain-streaked windshield. Stalled in a swamp, matches the career trajectory. I check the side mirrors. The trailing security car is positioned. We wait it out. Visibility is 0. Is that what we're doing? Waiting? She turns then, and the look she gives me could strip paint. Or are you calculating how fast you can sign the transfer papers and disappear? I keep my eyes on the mirrors. I'm calculating wind shear and axle stress. Do your job, Elise. Let me do mine. Your job is protection. You seem to be confusing it with abandonment. My grip tightens on the wheel. The leather squeaks. You think I'm walking away for a paycheck? I think you're walking away because it's easy. Because you don't have to care about the history or the ethics or the... She chokes on the word, furious at her own stumble. Or anything real. You just move the box. Nothing about this is easy. I turn to face her, the movement sharp enough to make her flinch. You want answers? Here's one. I don't get the luxury of ethics. I get the logistics of survival. If I leave, it's because the equation doesn't work anymore. I am not an equation, Caleb. Her voice breaks, jagged and raw. And I'm not just cargo you can hand off to the lowest bidder because the risk profile got too high. You have no idea what the risk profile looks like. The words rip out of me before I can check them. You stare at the canvas. I watch the knife headed for it. I'm the only thing standing between you and a catastrophic failure, and you're too busy analyzing my motives to see I'm bleeding out trying to hold the line. She freezes, eyes wide, the accusation dying on her lips as the weight of my anger fills the small, cold space between us. You're calculating the exit ramp to Dubai, she spits out, refusing to let it go. Don't pretend this is noble. You're just waiting for the wire transfer to clear. Something in my chest finally snaps. Not a loss of temper, but a sudden, terrifying clarity. I unbuckle my seatbelt, the metal clicks sharp in the humid cab, and turn my entire body toward her. I declined the Dubai contract before we even left the last dock. The words land like stones. Elise blinks, the rain casting sliding shadows across her stunned expression. What? I torched it. 7 figures, clean logistics, 0 political headaches. I set a match to the biggest payout of my career before we even left the loading dock. I lean in, forcing her to look at the wreckage of my professional judgment. I stayed because of you. Her mouth opens, but no sound comes out. I watched you fight a room full of suits who want to strip this collection for parts, and I couldn't leave you in the trenches alone, I say, my voice low and rough. I stayed knowing it could bankrupt my reputation. I stayed because you are the only thing on this job worth protecting. I broke every rule I have because I couldn't walk away from the way you fight. She stares at me, her chest heaving, searching my face for the lie. When she doesn't find it, the anger drains out of her so fast it looks painful, leaving her trembling. You shouldn't have done that, she whispers. It's done. Everyone leaves, Caleb. That is the only protocol that holds up. She presses the heels of her hands against her eyes, hiding from me. My mother, the directors, every partner who realizes the hours are long and the pay is garbage. They prioritize the asset, or they prioritize themselves. Nobody stays for the conservator. She drops her hands. Her eyes are wet, stripped of the cynicism she wears like armor. Since the vault. She shivers, wrapping her arms around her ribs as if trying to hold herself together. Since that night, I haven't been able to think about the work without thinking about your hands. And that terrifies me. I needed you to be the mercenary. I needed you to be cold so I could go back to being the machine. Because if you stay for me, I don't know how to survive it when you inevitably go. The rain still drums against the roof, but the wind has died down to a low, exhausted howl. I pull the rig into the gravel lot of a shuttered truck stop, the headlights cutting through the downpour before I kill the engine. The silence is sudden, thick. Elise's breath is uneven beside me, her fingers still tangled in the fabric of my shirt, like she's afraid I'll vanish if she lets go. I don't give her the chance to second-guess it. I drag her across the console, my hands rough against her hips, her mouth crashing into mine with none of the careful control of the first time. This isn't about precision. It's about proving we're both still here.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Elise exhales, long and slow. We should. I know. Neither of us makes an attempt to untangle, her fingers still against my skin, then curl into a loose fist. This complicates things. Yeah. She lifts her head just enough to look at me, her eyes dark and unreadable. Are you regretting it yet? I catch her wrist before she can pull away, pressing her palm flat over my chest where my heartbeat hasn't quite steadied. Ask me again in the morning. Her mouth twitches, Something between a smile and a surrender. Deal. The rain keeps falling. The truck rumbles to life once more. We don't talk about the rest.
Chapter 19. Elise. The hydraulic hiss of the truck's air brakes hasn't even finished fading before the loading bay doors roll up, revealing a firing squad in business casual. The Charleston heat hits us first, wet and clinging, followed immediately by the wall of noise. 3 hours, a man in a Navy suit barks, marching toward the cab before Caleb's boots even hit the concrete. Baines, the local director. He checks his watch like it's a moral compass. We lost the entire donor window. The cocktail reception was essentially awake because of your incompetence. Laura is right behind him, her tablet screen glowing against her panicked face. I can't reschedule the live stream again, Maggie. The press releases went out at dawn. We look like an administrative disaster. I slide out of the passenger side, my knees still feeling weak, my skin still humming from the friction of the last hour. The contrast between the storm-locked cab and this sterile, fluorescent hostility makes my head spin. I grip the door handle for a second, grounding myself before stepping onto the concrete. Caleb stands by the rear fender, unmoving. He doesn't look at me. He doesn't look at Baines. He just crosses his arms, his expression locked down tight. He's gone into protection mode, absorbing the impact so nothing else gets hit. The weather pattern shifted, Caleb says, his voice flat. The primary root risked vibration damage. We held back for stability. You held back because you refused to follow instructions, Maggie cuts in. Her heels click sharply on the cement as she steps into the circle. She looks immaculate, and she looks furious. That override was unauthorized, Mr. Hart. We have protocols for a reason. Protocols that ignore physics, Caleb counters, but he's losing ground. I can see it. They aren't listening to him. They're building a narrative. Arrogant contractor, reckless endangerment. Laura taps her screen aggressively. The narrative is delay due to technical failure. That's the best I can do to save face. It wasn't a failure, Caleb says. It was reckless, Maggie snaps, her voice rising. And it puts your contract in breach. If I have to explain to the board why the Harrington centerpiece was sitting in a roadside turnout instead of this vault, I will be explaining it alongside your termination notice. I watch the trap snap shut. They want a scapegoat. If they fire him now, they bring in their own handlers for the final leg, people who will smile at donors while vibrating a 16th century canvas into dust. Caleb won't fight them on the optics. He'll take the hit to keep the peace, and then he'll be gone. The thought sends a spike of cold terror through my chest that has little to do with the painting. I step around the hood of the truck, slamming the heavy door shut. The sound echoes like a gunshot, silencing the bay. It wasn't unauthorized, I say, my voice steady, though my pulse is thrashing. And it wasn't his call. Maggie turns, her eyes narrowing. Excuse me? I ordered the hold. I walk until I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with Caleb. I don't look at him, but I can feel the tension radiating off him like heat. The relative humidity on the primary route exceeded the conservation threshold. Mr. Hart attempted to proceed. I overruled him to protect the canvas. Baines scoffs, visibly annoyed at being interrupted. You agreed to the timetable, Miss Monroe. I agreed to transport the collection safely. I lie, smoothing the front of my wrinkled blazer and praying they don't look too closely at the missing buttons. Not fast. If you want to fire someone for prioritizing the Harrington legacy over a cocktail party, you can start with me. Baines opens his mouth to steamroll me, but I don't give him the air. The Marsh Road has a localized vibration index, typical of unpaved access roads. I say, my voice pitching lower, cutting under the bay's echo. For a canvas dated 1590 with original stretcher bars, structural integrity fails at sustained frequencies over 30 hertz. The storm surge on the causeway would have doubled that. Laura tries to interject, waving her tablet like a shield. The live feed doesn't pay the insurance premium, Laura. I turn away from her, locking eyes with Maggie. If the humidity sensors on the crate had tripped, which they would have, given the atmospheric pressure drop, the Lloyd's rider would have voided coverage instantly. Paragraph 14, subsection B. Negligence regarding known environmental hazards. Silence drops over the group. It's heavy, uncomfortable, and absolute. Mr. Hart didn't delay the shipment. I finished, crossing my arms. He ensured the museum remains insurable. If you want to fire him for saving you $20 million in liability, proceed. But I'll be submitting a dissenting report to the Board of Trustees in the morning, attached to the censor logs. Maggie stares at me for a long beat. Her face is a perfect mask of administrative neutrality, but her eyes are cold enough to crack glass. She doesn't blink. Get the crates inside, she says finally to the room at large, dismissing me without a word. Baines spins on his heel, face red, and barks orders at the loading crew. Caleb doesn't move immediately. He looks at me, his gaze dark and unreadable, jaw tight. He nods once, barely a motion, before turning to manage the forklift team. I exhale, the adrenaline crash hitting me all at once. Shaking my hands, I start toward the service corridor to get away from the noise, but a hand clamps onto my elbow and drags me into the shadow of a stacked crate. Jonah. His glasses are crooked, and he looks like he's about to be sick. Are you insane? He hisses, checking over his shoulder to make sure Maggie keeps walking. You didn't just disagree with them, Elise. You humiliated Baines in front of his own staff. I was right, I snap, pulling my arm free. That doesn't matter. Jonah presses closer, his voice dropping to a frantic whisper. They already think you're emotionally volatile because of the emails. Now you're publicly undermining executives to defend the hired help? Maggie is going to bench you. If you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you're off the tour by tomorrow morning. I'm not unlucky, Jonah, I say, the words coming out with a strange, cool precision. The panic that was eating me alive in the truck is gone, replaced by a clarity that feels almost dangerous. And I'm not insane. Jonah stares at me, blinking rapidly behind his sliding glasses, looking like he's watching a car crash in slow motion. They want a scapegoat, Elise. You didn't just dodge a bullet. You stepped right in front of the firing squad. They will bury you for this. No, I just took away their ability to lie. I look over his shoulder at the service door, where Maggie disappeared. For years I've played their game, softening the edges, writing polite memos, begging for scraps of time to do my job properly. I'm done. The fear of losing my standing feels irrelevant now, like worrying about a wrinkled shirt while the building is on fire. Elise, seriously, Jonah pleads, lowering his voice until it's barely audible over the hum of the warehouse fans. Maggie is vindictive. This is your reputation we're talking about. The grant renewals, the consultancy offers. I cut him off, my voice dropping to a register that brooks no argument. If telling the truth about the risks ends my career, then it wasn't a career worth having. Jonah creates a gap of stunned silence between us. He opens his mouth, closes it, and then finally nods. A slow, terrified acknowledgement. He sees it now. I'm not maneuvering. I'm standing still. Movement flickers in my peripheral vision. I turn my head. Caleb is standing by the loading ramp, 20 feet away. He has a clipboard in one hand, his other resting on the latch of a transport belt. He's finished briefing the forklift operators, but he hasn't moved on to the next task. He's looking right at me. There's no gratitude in his face. Caleb Hart doesn't traffic in thank yous. But there is something heavier. He's watching me like he's seeing a structural load test in real time. For weeks, he's been the one absorbing the blows, the one calculating the angles to keep me safe from the fallout. He expected to stand alone today. He expected to take the fire so I could stay clean. I stepped in front of the gun instead. His jaw works, a tiny ripple of tension, and his gray-blue eyes darken. It's not soft. It's a recognition of weight. He realizes I didn't do it for him because of what happened in the truck. I did it because, for the first time, he isn't the only protector in the room. He holds my gaze for 1 second longer than professional courtesy allows, a shared, silent pact, before turning back to the crate. But the set of his shoulders has changed. He knows he isn't fighting alone anymore. Jonah scuttles away to check a sensor that doesn't need checking, leaving me standing in the center of the bay. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's observant. The Charleston handlers pause in their breakdown of the receiving line. A guy holding a ratchet strap looks from Maggie's retreating back to me, then to Caleb, recalculating the hierarchy of the room. They stop seeing a frantic museum lady and a stony contractor. They stop seeing two separate problems to be managed. Ethan passes us, hauling a heavy Pelican case toward the security cage. He catches my eye, and for a second, the professional mask slips. The corner of his lip quirks up, a knowing, weathered smirk buried in 5 o'clock shadow. He doesn't say a word, but the look is loud enough. Welcome to the trenches. Caleb moves. He doesn't ask for permission, and he doesn't hesitate. He steps into the space at my right side, closing the physical gap until we are a single visual obstruction to anyone looking our way. He doesn't touch me. His hands are clasped loosely behind his back, military ease, but he aligns his shoulders with mine. It's a subtle shift, purely geometric, but the effect is undeniable. He isn't guarding me, and I'm not managing him. We are simply standing our ground, together. We move toward the intake station to sign the custody transfer papers. The motion is synchronized, efficient. I reach for the stylus. He reaches for the scanner. You didn't have to do that, Caleb says. His voice is a low rumble, pitched so only I can hear it over the whine of the forklift engines. It's not a question, and it's not exactly gratitude. It's a statement of fact. He had prepared to take the fall. My interference ruined his clean, sacrificial exit. I sign my name on the digital pad, bold, angry strokes that take up too much of the screen. I don't hide behind the insurance regulations or the physics data this time. That was for the audience. This is for us. I hand the pad to him, meeting his gaze dead on. Yes, I did. He takes the tablet. His fingers brush mine, warm and rough, but neither of us flinches. He holds my look for a fraction of a second, long enough to acknowledge that the rules have changed, before looking down to countersign. The frantic energy of the last few weeks, the bickering, the maneuvering, it all evaporates. What's left is something colder, harder, and infinitely more stable. We aren't accidental allies anymore. This is a choice.
Chapter 20. Caleb. The air in the makeshift conference room is stale, smelling faintly of dry erase markers and desperate ambition. Maggie Holloway stands near the end of the table, tapping a laser pointer against a projected map of Georgia. The red dot jitters over the interstate lines. We found a window of opportunity, Maggie says, her smile tight enough to snap. By initiating the transfer at 0200, we bypass the Atlanta perimeter traffic entirely. It shaves 12 hours off the acclimation hold in Savannah. Murmurs of approval ripple through the junior staff. Lena Brooks is already typing on her phone, drafting the press release about efficiency. I don't search the map. I look at the data on the tablet in front of me. The dew point projections for a 2 a.m. transport through the Piedmont region are erratic. The crates need 24 hours to stabilize after the humidity shift, not 12. No, I say. The room goes quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the hum of the projector fan. Maggie lowers the pointer. Excuse me, Caleb. I stand up. I don't rush it. I unfold my frame and place my hands flat on the table. You're cutting the acclimation period by half to make a morning news cycle. The crate interiors won't have reached equilibrium. If we hit a pothole, and that route is full of them, the vibration combined with the thermal shock will microfracture the varnish on the portrait of a young man before we even cross the county line. We've managed darker timelines, Lena interjects, not looking up from her screen. You've managed luck, I correct her, my voice low. Physics doesn't care about your press junket. We hold in Savannah for the full 24 hours or the truck doesn't move. My phone buzzes against my hip. A single sharp vibration. I pull it out, sliding my thumb over the screen. The message is from headquarters back in D.C., from the director of operations. They've been looped into Maggie's email chain. Client is threatening breach of contract. Comply with the accelerated timeline or step aside. We will send a replacement lead if you can't handle the pacing. It's a firing squad in 12 words. If I refuse, Heart Secure Logistics cuts me loose. My reputation, built over 15 years of flawless execution, ends in a breach of contract lawsuit. I look up. Elise is watching me from across the table. She isn't pleading. She isn't terrified. She's waiting to see if the man she stood up for is real. I slide the phone into my pocket. The screen goes dark. I'm not authorizing the driver manifest, I say, locking eyes with Maggie. And since I hold the keys to the security rig, nobody drives. We wait. Maggie's smile fractures. The silence in the room isn't just awkward anymore. It's heavy. The kind of sudden pressure drop that precedes a tornado. My phone burns against my thigh. Career suicide in digital format. But I don't flinch. I let the silence hang there, forcing them to distribute the weight of it. We follow conservation science, or this transport halts, I say. I don't raise my voice. Volume is a crutch for people who don't have leverage. I'm not negotiating physics. Lena's stylus freezes mid-tap. Maggie opens her mouth to argue, likely something about contractual obligations or donor expectations, but I don't give her the floor. I walk to table, unplug the HDMI cable from her laptop, and slot it into my tablet. The screen flickers. Maggie's optimistic red line vanishes, replaced by a dense topography map overlaid with thermal gradients and vibration metrics. This is the reality, I say, tapping the glass. We scrub the interstate route. We take Route 17. Lower average speed means a lower vibration frequency, keeping the G-force impact on the canvas below 0.5. I swipe to the next slide, bringing up the meteorological data. A low-pressure system is stalling off the coast. That means we add 4 hours to the dehumidification cycle before we even crack the seals in Charleston. I zoom in on the destination specs. And regarding the Charleston vault, your sensors are drifting. I pulled the raw logs this morning. The distinct humidity variance is climbing. We need a manual recalibration before arrival. That adds another 6 hours of holding time. Jonah is staring at the screen like it's a religious text. Lena has stopped trying to spin the narrative. Elise hasn't moved, but her gaze is locked on me, dark and unreadable. She's running the numbers in her head, checking my work against her own rigid standards and realizing I haven't missed a single variable. I turn back to face them. I look Maggie in the eye, then scan the room, taking in every suit and staffer who thinks a timeline is more important than the legacy we're carrying. If these standards aren't acceptable, replace me, I say, my voice flat. Call DC, get another operator, and let them explain to the insurance adjusters why the Harrington collection arrived in pieces. But this plan is the only one I'll put my name on. The scraping of a chair leg against the linoleum cuts through the silence like a gunshot. Elise rises. There is no theater in the movement. She doesn't slam her hands on the table or throw a glare at Maggie. She simply smooths the front of her blazer, picks up her tablet, and walks the length of the conference table until she is standing directly next to me. She doesn't look at me. Not yet. She looks out at the room, her chin lifted just enough to expose the steel beneath the polish. Conservation supports this plan in full, she says. Her voice isn't loud, but it has the weight of a gavel striking wood. It's the tone of someone who knows the difference between a suggestion and a mandate. Maggie blinks, her mouth slightly ajar. Elise, surely we can find a middle... There is no middle ground with hygroscopic expansion, Elise cuts in, her tone razor-sharp. She gestures to my projection on the screen without looking back at it, trusting my data implicitly. Mr. Hart's assessment of the environmental risk is accurate. If we accelerate the timeline, we compromise the structural integrity of the collection. I will not sign off on a transport that guarantees damage. She steps closer to me, shoulder brushing my arm. It's a subtle claim of territory, a physical declaration of where the line is drawn. She is risking everything, her standing with the board, her future consulting contracts, her reputation as a team player, to stand in the blast radius with me. The silence that follows isn't tense anymore. It's decisive. I watch the room. The shift is almost hydraulic, pressure moving from one side of the room to the other. Jonah, sitting 3 seats down, pushes his glasses up his nose. He looks terrified, but he closes his laptop, signaling he's done taking notes on Maggie's plan. A pair of art handlers near the door, men who have spent the last week wrestling crates into compliance, exchange a glance. They straighten up, crossing their arms. They aren't looking at Maggie or Lena anymore. They're looking at us. Ethan, leaning against the back wall, catches my eye. A slow, jagged smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth. He dips his head once, a soldier acknowledging a shift in command. For the first time since this contract started, the hierarchy on paper doesn't matter. The suits at the table have titles, but they've just lost the floor. The people who actually do the work, the ones who sweat the details and carry the weight, have chosen their leaders. I look down at Elise. She meets my gaze this time, her dark eyes clear and defiant. She hasn't just back to play. She's joined the war. Maggie's surrender doesn't sound like defeat. It sounds like a press release. She clears her throat, the friction in the room settling into a fine, choking dust. If this is the formal conservation recommendation, she says, smoothing a crease in her blazer that isn't there, then the museum, of course, supports the most rigorous protocols. We'll adjust the schedule. Lena is already thumbing her screen, pivoting the narrative before the meeting is even adjourned. I'll draft a statement. Uncompromising care. We'll sell the delay as prestige. People wait for quality. Nobody hands me a termination notice. The threat from DC in my pocket goes cold. They can't fire the only 2 people in the room who actually understand the logistics. Not when Ethan and the handling team are looking at Maggie like she's a tourist who wandered onto a live firing range. The meeting dissolves. Chairs scrape against the floor. The air pressure normalizes, but the gravity has shifted. I watch Maggie retreat, her heels clicking a little too fast on the tile. She isn't just leaving a conference room. She's fleeing a lost position. For weeks, she treated us like separate variables. Me, the expensive obstacle. Elise, the internal nuisance. She thought she could leverage us against each other. She didn't do the math on the aggregate. Beside me, Elise caps her pen. It's a small, decisive click. She doesn't look shaken. She organizes her tablet and her notes with the same terrifying precision she uses to rebind 17th century vellum. She stood between me and the executive firing squad, took the impact, and didn't even blink. You made enemies today, I say. My voice is low, kept strictly within the 2-foot radius between us. Elise zips her leather portfolio. She finally looks up, and the intensity in her eyes hits me harder than the adrenaline. There's no regret there, only calculation. I made a choice, she corrects me. The art survives. That's the job. That was more than the job. Maybe. She shoulders her bag, turning to face the door where Jonah is waiting, looking equal parts impressed and nauseous. Don't make me regret it, Hart. She walks out, her spine straight, her stride eating up the distance. I watch her go. We aren't negotiating a truce anymore. We're holding the line. And looking at the empty chair by one head of the table, I realize Maggie knows it too. She just figured it out after the war was already lost.
Chapter 21. Elise. Savannah acts like a preservationist fever dream. The exhibition hall is a converted 19th century cotton exchange, brick walls that breathe moisture, and heart pine floors that vibrate every time a truck passes on Bay Street. It looks stunningly historic and creates an improper microclimate for anything more delicate than a wrought iron fence. I've spent the last 6 hours waging war against the ambient humidity. The sensors adjacent to the primary Harrington canvas are reading 58%. I need 50, and I need it 10 minutes ago. The dehumidifier in the north quadrant is cycling too fast, Jonah says, appearing at my elbow with a clipboard clutched to his chest like a shield. He looks gray under the work lights. If we unpack now, the canvas might slacken. Refuse the unpack order, I say, ignoring the panic rising in his voice. I adjust the localized sensor array on the central crate. Keep the shrouds on. I don't care if the donors have to stare at Tyvek wrap during the preview. If that relative humidity doesn't drop by 3 points in the next hour, nobody sees a damn thing. I check my watch. 7:45 a.m. The donor circle arrives at 10. The pressure in the room is physical, a humid weight pressing against my temples. Outside, the situation is devolving faster than the climate control. By the time I step out the service entrance to check the loading dock seal, the vultures have landed. Local news vans are idling in the precarious loading zone, and a knot of reporters is setting up tripods on the cobblestones. They smell blood after the Charleston delay. Laura is unraveling. I spot her near the security gate, phone pressed so hard against her ear, her knuckles are white. Her usual camera-ready poise has fractured. Her blazer is unbuttoned, and she's pacing a frantic circle in her heels. It wasn't a failure of logistics. It was, no, I didn't say lost, she snaps into the phone, her voice rising an octave. I said the delayed for optimization. Do not print that the collection is missing. She hangs up, looking wild-eyed, and nearly collides with me. They're saying we lost the centerpiece, she hisses, grabbing my arm. Twitter is saying it was stolen in transit. I need a quote, Elise. Something vague, something about unforeseen complexities. I don't do vague. I pull my arm free. I walk past her, straight toward the reporter currently adjusting his lapel mic near the barrier. Laura makes a sound like a strangled cat, but I'm done letting her spin fantasies that put my reputation on the chopping block. The reporter turns, startled by my approach. Dr. Monroe, can you comment on the rumors that the collection is secure? I say, cutting him off. My voice is flat, projected clearly for the rolling cameras. We delayed because atmospheric conditions were substandard. We don't risk history for a broadcast schedule. If you're looking for a story about negligence, you won't find it here. We prioritize the art over the timeline. Always. I don't wait for a follow-up. I turn back to the hall, leaving the cameras recording the back of my blazer. Laura stands frozen by the gate, mouth slightly open, watching me dismantle her week of spin with 3 sentences of truth. I push through the double doors, letting the airlock seal behind me with a decisive hiss. The humidity outside is a physical enemy, but inside, I'm the one laying down the laws of physics. Jonah, get the silica buffering strips on the perimeter, I call out, not breaking stride. Team 2, your sensors are lagging. I want manual readings every 90 seconds until we stabilize at 50%. Move. The chaotic nervous energy that usually plagues these installs evaporates. In its place is a rhythm I dictate. 2 handlers start to lift the secondary crate without checking the shock indicators. Put it down, I say. I don't shout, but my voice carries enough weight to freeze them instantly. Check the tilt sensors. If that crate isn't perfectly level before you crack the seal, you're rewriting the insurance policy. They scramble to adjust the dolly, eyes wide. They aren't looking past me for Maggie's permission or Laura's schedule anymore. They're looking at me because I'm the only one here who knows exactly how this ends if we screw up. It's intoxicating, finally dropping the diplomacy. I'm not asking for compliance. I'm exacting it. A man in a pale linen suit intercepts me near the central plinth. Arthur Vance, head of the host committee. He looks at his watch, then at the sealed crates, his expression souring. Dr. Monroe, we have donors arriving for the pre-show walkthrough in 20 minutes, Vance says, stepping into my path. The gallery looks like a warehouse. Unwrap the Harrington. We need it visible when the doors open. The doors don't open until the environmental readings match the travel logs. I reply, stepping around him to check a hygrometer. He bristles, keeping pace. This is a gala event, not a science experiment. You're overstepping. The humidity difference is negligible. Open the crate. I stop, turning slowly to face him. I hold up the data logger, the screen flashing a red warning. Negligible? I let the word hang there, sharp and heavy. Canvas expands when it absorbs moisture, Mr. Vance. Paint does not. If I open that crate in this air, the paint layer will shear off the surface in microfissures you won't see until next year. I am not overstepping. I am preventing you from destroying the reason you sold those tickets. I will call your director, he threatens, flushed. Call her, I say, my voice becoming a chilly calm. Tell her I'm doing my job so she doesn't have to explain to the insurers why a $10 million asset cracked on her watch. But unless you have a degree in chemical conservation, step back and let me work. Vance opens his mouth, closes it, and retreats. The room is silent, save for the hum of the dehumidifiers. You heard the schedule, I tell the room, turning back to the work. Stabilize the climate, then we unpack. Nobody moves slowly. Caleb cuts through the crowd of anxious handlers, ignoring the lingering tension Arthur Vance left in his wake. He doesn't look at the donors clustering by the velvet ropes, or the frantic PR team. His eyes lock onto mine. He holds out a tablet displaying a map of Savannah's chaotic downtown grid. Extraction plan for the next leg, he says, his voice low enough to slide under the ambient noise of the gallery. Department of Transportation just started unplanned roadwork on Bay. Option 1 is the original route, but we'll hit vibration spikes on the detour. Option 2 adds 25 minutes and takes us the long way around the squares, smooth asphalt, but more exposure time. Option 3 is night transport only. A week ago, I would have demanded the vibration data on the detour and cross-referenced the crime stats for the exposure route. I would have argued that night transport disrupts the acclimatization schedule. I look at the map, then at him. He's already done the math. I can see it in the set of his jaw. He wouldn't offer option 2 if he couldn't secure the perimeter. Option 2, I say. I'd rather risk the clock than the suspension. Done. He taps the screen and pockets the device. I'll adjust the lead car. Jonah, standing by the Tyvek roll, blinks rapidly behind his smudged glasses. He looks from Caleb to me, his mouth slightly open, clearly waiting for the argument to start. When it doesn't, he just shakes his head, disbelieving, and goes back to cutting buffering strips. The humidity sensor on the central crate finally blinks green, 50%. We are clear to pack, I call out. The next hour is a blur of terrifying efficiency. Usually these transfers are a tug of war, me protecting the object, the logistics team fighting the clock. Not today. We move like gears in the same machine. I reach for the impact driver. Caleb is already there, handing it to me handle first before I can verbalize the need. When I step back to inspect the seal on the crate, he's already signaling the lift team to pause, reading my body language better than my own staff does. Strap tension on the left is high, he notes, eyes tracking the winch. Compensating for the frame weight, I reply, not looking up as I secure the lock. It's bottom heavy. Copy that, team, Adjust the fulcrum 2 inches lower. There is no friction, no ego, just the snap of latches, the beep of scanners, and a silence that feels heavier than the noise ever did. It turns out survival isn't about fighting for control. It's about knowing who to share it with. The bronze handles of the main gallery doors turn with a simultaneous clack that echoes closer to a gunshot than a welcome. The double doors swing inward, admitting the humid draft from the lobby and the people who sign our paychecks. Maggie leads the phalanx of board members. They move like a single organism, a mass of tailored navy suits, pearls, and critical glares. They don't look at the 19th century brickwork or the carefully calibrated lighting. They look for flaws. They look for the scandal the morning news hinted at, hungry for a reason to pull funding or demand a resignation. I stand 10 feet from the Harrington centerpiece, hands clasped behind my back to hide the tremor I refuse to acknowledge. The canvas is perfect. The varnish catches the track lighting without a single area of blanching, despite the humidity war we just fought. This room isn't just a gallery. It's a courtroom. I catch Maggie's eye. She looks severe, her smile tight enough to snap. She knows what I know. Savannah is the fulcrum. If we pull off this walkthrough, if the sensors hold, if the logistics prove invisible, if the narrative shifts from catastrophe to resilience, we survive. The tour continues. If a single alarm trips or a donor detects the slightest vibration from the heavy machinery on Bay Street, we are buried. It's not just the museum's reputation on the guillotine anymore. It's the delicate, terrifying thing Caleb and I have built. Our professional credibility and our personal collision are now braided together. If the line snaps, we both fall. There is no version of this where one of us walks away clean. Caleb stands in the shadows by the west emergency exit, hands loose at his sides, blending into the dark acoustic paneling. To the untrained eye, he's just security. To me, he's the only structural column in the room that matters. He scans the incoming crowd, his gaze sliding over faces before landing briefly on mine. A microscopic nod. Hold fast. Ladies and gentlemen, Maggie announces, her voice pitching up with forced brightness. Welcome to the highlight of the Harrington collection. Arthur Vance steps forward, squinting at the centerpiece, essentially policing my work. He leans in closer than comfortable, inspecting the brushwork, looking for the damage I promised him would happen if he forced my hand earlier. He finds nothing but pristine conservation. He straightens up, looks at me, and gives a curt, reluctant nod. The air in the room shifts. The tension doesn't vanish, but it changes flavor, from hostility to awe. We aren't safe yet to breathe, but the pivot has started. I don't look at Caleb again, but I can feel his presence at my back, a silent anchor in the rising tide.
Chapter 22. Caleb. The dawn light is weak, struggling through the river mist that clings to the cobblestones of Factor's Walk. In my line of work, silence usually means things are going according to plan. Today, silence just means the ambush hasn't made a sound yet. I pull the truck up to the north loading bay, the engine idling low. The gate should be open. The hydraulic lift should be primed. Instead, I see a heavy chain padlocked through the handles and a sheet of administrative paper taped to the metal promising legal action for tampering. Emergency historic zoning injunction. Access restricted pending structural review. I step out of the cab, the cool air hitting my face. I don't need to read the fine print to know what this is. It's not about structural integrity. It's a chokehold. Someone on the board is trying to freeze the asset in place by cutting off the exit. They want the tour canceled, and they're using city code to do it. I don't waste time ripping the paper down or calling a lawyer. In logistics, if you stop to argue, you've already lost. I key my radio. All units, hold positions at the secondary checkpoint. Do not, repeat, do not, approach North Bay. Copy that, boss! Marcus's voice crackles back, tight with confusion. We're 2 minutes out. Is the dock compromised? The dock is dead, I say, walking back to the truck and pulling up the schematics on my tablet. I overlay the load-bearing maps with the pedestrian access routes. The city pulled the permit on the heavy vehicle lane. They think that stops us. Does it? No. I trace a line from the west courtyard through the service corridor. It's narrow, barely 6 inches of clearance on either side for the crates, and it requires taking the transport trucks over a reinforced plaza that wasn't built for 18-wheelers. We'll need load distribution plates. Reroute to the west courtyard. I need the laydown mats deployed over the pavers immediately. Use the pedestrian gate. The turn radius there is a nightmare, Caleb. Then don't miss, I say calmly. Get the portable ramps to the double doors. We're hand-dollying the crates to the trucks outside the perimeter. We lose the benefit of the lift, so bring the hydraulic jacks. I hang up the mic and watch the first of my team's vans swerve away from the main road, disappearing down the alley toward the courtyard. The museum administration thinks they've checkmated us with a padlock. They forgot that I don't need a door to move a package. I just need a path. I climb back into the cab. We have 40 minutes to turn a garden into a loading zone before the city wakes up and tries to invent another rule. Challenge accepted. The museum's head of security intercepts me at the west entrance, his uniform crisp and his authority inflated. Behind him stands a cluster of his staff, radios crackling with officious chatter. "Mr. Hart, I'm going to need you to halt operations immediately," he announces, loud enough for the gathering crowd of museum employees to hear. "We haven't authorized this route change. You're in violation of our security protocols." I don't stop walking. "Your protocols assume access to the North Bay. The city revoked that access an hour ago." "That's not our problem. You signed an agreement to use designated pathways only." "I signed an agreement to transport the collection safely." I turn to face him, my voice level. "The designated pathway is chained shut. Would you prefer I leave the Harrington pieces sitting on the loading dock until someone finds a key?" His chest puffs out. "I would prefer you follow established procedures and wait for proper authorization before—" "No." The single word cuts through his speech like a blade. The security team shifts uncomfortably. A maintenance worker stops pretending to check his clipboard. "Excuse me? You heard me." I pull out my tablet and turn the screen toward him. "This is the revised route plan. It's been cleared with structural engineering. The load distribution plates are rated for twice the weight we're moving. Every safety protocol is maintained or exceeded. You don't have the authority to... I have the authority to protect the assets under my care. That's what you're paying me for." I pocket the tablet. "Now you can either assist with the transport or stay the hell out of the way." The security chief's face reddens. "I'm calling Director Holloway." "Good. Save me the time." Margaret appears in the courtyard 10 minutes later, her heels clicking against the pavers as she navigates around the distribution mats my team has laid down. Her expression is carefully neutral, but her movements are sharp. "Mr. Hart, what exactly is happening here?" "The North Bay is locked down by city order. We're adapting. Without consultation. Without approval." She gestures at the activity around us. "You've turned our West Plaza into a construction site. I've turned your West Plaza into a functional loading zone. The alternative is canceling the transport. That's not your decision to make." I stop checking the hydraulic jack setup and face her directly. "Margaret, let me be clear about something. The transport will proceed under my revised plan, executed by my team according to my timeline. Or it won't proceed at all." Her composure cracks slightly. "You can't simply dictate terms." "I'm not dictating, I'm stating facts." I gesture toward the courtyard. "Your board created this crisis by manipulating the zoning permit. I'm solving it. But I won't solve it halfway, and I won't solve it under committee oversight. The museum has final authority over whether to hire me, not over how I do my job once you have." I cross my arms. "So what's it going to be? Trust the professional you contracted, or explain to the press why the Harrington collection is sitting in storage because you couldn't get out of your own way?" Margaret's jaw tightens. Around us, my crew continues their methodical setup, pointedly ignoring the confrontation while hanging on every word. She looks at the activity, then back at me. How long will this take? 4 hours. Maybe 3 if your people stop trying to manage what they don't understand. My phone buzzes against my ribs as I'm checking the climate sensors on the first crate. The display shows my partner's number, David Brennan, the business side of Heart Secure Logistics. I consider letting it roll to voicemail, but David doesn't call during active transports unless the building is on fire. What's the emergency, David? The emergency is you, Caleb. His voice cuts through the static, sharp with frustration. I just got off a very unpleasant call with our insurance carrier. Apparently, word is spreading that you've gone rogue on the Harrington job. I wedge the phone between my shoulder and ear, continuing my inspection. Rogue is a strong word. I prefer adaptive. Don't get cute with me. The museum board is making noise about breach of contract. They're saying you're operating outside agreed parameters. The parameters changed when the city locked down our primary access point. I adapted to protect the cargo. By turning a garden party into a freight operation without authorization? David's breath hisses through the speaker. Caleb, this isn't some military supply run in the desert. This is a high-profile civilian contract with media attention and liability exposure. I straighten, watching my crew position the second crate on the dolly system. Every movement is precise, controlled. The cargo is safe. The timeline is maintained. The client's needs are being met. The client's needs include not having their insurance company panic about unauthorized route changes. The underwriters are threatening to pull coverage if you deviate from the original plan again. Then they'll have to pull coverage. Silence stretches across the line. When David speaks again, his voice has dropped to the tone he reserves for ultimatums. Caleb, I'm going to say this once. If you delay this transport, if you cause any more disruptions, if you give the board one more reason to question our competence, I'm terminating your contract myself. I stop walking. Around me, the careful choreography of the transport continues, my team moving with the efficiency that built our reputation. You'd fire me from my own company? I'd fire you to save my own company, the one that bears both our names and pays both our mortgages. His tone softens slightly. Look, I know you think you're protecting something here, but you're about to sacrifice everything we've built for a museum job that's going sideways no matter what we do. I watch Elise emerge from the building, tablet in hand, her focus absolute as she double-checks the environmental readings. She doesn't look in my direction, but her presence steadies something in my chest. The transport proceeds tonight, I say quietly, under my revised plan. Full stop. Caleb. David, I'm hanging up now. When this is over, we'll discuss the future of Heart Secure. But tonight, the Harrington collection moves safely. That's not negotiable. I end the call and slip the phone back into my jacket. Margaret approaches from across the courtyard, her expression unreadable. Mr. Hart, we've received approval from the city planning office for the overnight move. The transport is officially authorized. I nod once. Good. We start at midnight.
Chapter 23. Elise. The administrative wing always smells of stale coffee and copier toner, a sharp contrast to the distinct sense of varnish and solvents, my conservation lab. When the summons came, I didn't bother removing my lab coat. It serves as a shield, a visual reminder of the work I actually do versus the optics these people pretend to manage. The boardroom is a strange, airless space on the 3rd floor. While technically windowless to the street, one entire wall is glass, overlooking the internal riverfront courtyard, where Caleb's team is currently executing the impossible. From this height, the logistics look like a synchronized dance, industrial and precise. Down there, it's sweat and physics. Up here, it's freezing. Maggie sits at the head of the mahogany table, flanked by Laura in 2 suits I vaguely recognize from the donor gala. The silence in the room is heavy, curated. Laura is to Maggie's right, thumbs pausing over her phone screen as I enter, while the board members watch me with the unnerving calm of predators who have already set the trap. Elise, thank you for coming up so quickly, Maggie says. Her voice is level, stripped of the frantic energy she displayed earlier in the loading dock. I assume this isn't a strategy meeting, I say, remaining standing for a moment before taking the leather chair opposite her. The tour starts in 4 hours, Maggie. I should be downstairs. Exactly. You are the only one intimately familiar with the condition reports and the unique challenges of this transport. She clasps her perfectly manicured hands. We want to name you Interim Director of Conservation for the entire Harrington Traveling Exhibition. Full autonomy on site checks, expanded budget, and a direct line to the board. It's the job I've wanted for 5 years. My pulse jumps, traitorous and sharp. Laura finally looks up, her smile tight. It's a massive step up, Elise. It positions you perfectly for the permanent directorship when the tenure review comes up. And the cost? I ask, because with Laura, there is always a cost. Maggie slides a thick folder across the polished wood. Standard liability alignment. We need a unified narrative for the unexpected changes in the transport protocol. I open the folder. The document is short, but the language is lethal. It designates the route changes, the override of the loading zone, and the timing shifts as unauthorized operator deviations. It frames Caleb's adaptive measures, the very choices that are currently saving the collection, as reckless errors that the museum merely tolerated under duress. You want me to sign off on a lie, I say, my eyes flicking through the glass to the courtyard, where Caleb is securing a crate worth $10 million. We want you to protect the institution, one of the board members says, his voice dry as dust. Mr. Hart's methods are volatile, Maggie adds smoothly, leaning forward. If things go wrong, the museum needs to be clear that we did not endorse his recklessness. This document simply clarifies the chain of command. You sign, you verify the narrative, and you take the directorship. She smiles, but her eyes are devoid of warmth. It's a professional opportunity, Elise. Do not let a fleeting loyalty to a contractor dissolve your future here. I need an hour. I don't phrase it as a question. I lift the folder from the mahogany before Maggie can object. Her smile doesn't falter, but the corners of her eyes tighten, the skin crinkling with suppressed irritation. Take 30 minutes, she counters. We have a schedule. Don't I know it? I turn on a heel and head for the registrar's alcove on the mezzanine, a dusty, forgotten nook behind the heavy filing cabinets that smells of acidic paper and time. It's the only place in this building where history is actually preserved, not just marketed. I sit on a step stool, ignoring the dull hum of the HVAC unit, and open the file. I flip past the executive summary and hunt through the addendums. It takes 10 minutes to find the teeth. Hidden in subsection C, paragraph 4, the language shifts. The unauthorized deviations aren't just pinned on Caleb. The liability for any resulting damage is transferred to the supervising conservation authority for failing to override the contractor. That's me. I keep reading, my stomach curling. Appendices A through F are worse. The environmental data logs, the specific humidity spikes Caleb and I fought to stabilize, have been smoothed out. The sharp red lines indicating danger zones are gone, replaced by averages that make the transport look perfectly within museum standards. They aren't just asking me to blame Caleb. They're asking me to validate a fabricated reality. If the varnish cracks in Madrid or the canvas warps in Tokyo, the paper trail will show the climate was perfect, meaning the failure was incompetence, mine. This isn't a promotion. It's a golden parachute they can cut the strings on whenever they need to dump the body. I close the folder. The cardboard feels heavy, toxic. The walk back to the boardroom feels longer than before. When I push through the glass doors, The conversation cuts off instantly. Laura looks toward the pen in her hand, expecting me to reach for it. I slide the packet across the table. It stops inches from Maggie's water glass. I won't sign it. My voice doesn't echo. It absorbs the room's air. Maggie's eyebrows lift, theatrically disappointed. Elise, surely you understand the need for administrative clarity? I understand the difference between clarity and fraud, I reply, keeping my hands at my sides to hide the tremor of adrenaline. That document falsifies the environmental logs from the loading dock. It erases the humidity spikes we successfully mitigated and reframes necessary protection as negligence. I will not attach my credentials to a lie, Maggie, and I certainly won't help you bury the safety violations this board authorized. I wait for the explosion, the threat, the noise. But there is nothing, just a vacuum of sound where my career used to be. Maggie doesn't blink. The faux warmth evaporates from her face, leaving behind the hard, calcified administrator beneath. She doesn't raise her voice. She lowers it, smooth and deadly. You're treating this like a negotiation, Elise. It isn't. She taps a fingernail against the mahogany. Walk out that door without a signature, and this conversation follows you. It will sit in every hiring committee meeting, every grant review panel, and every tenure discussion for the next decade. Preservation is a small world. We built the walls. The two suits on her left shift, giving a single synchronized nod. It's not a threat, it's a forecast. They are letting me know I'm not just quitting a job, I'm being exiled. Then I'll work outside the walls, I say, and walk out before my knees can buckle. The climate preparation hall is chaos, but it's honest chaos. The hum of HEPA filters and the smell of polyethylene foam ground me constantly. I find Jonah near the sensor array, chewing on a stylus. I wave the rest of the team over, Sarah, Marcus, and the interns. Conservationists are used to bad news. Usually it's mold or water damage. So they gather quickly, sensing the shift in atmospheric pressure that has nothing to do with humidity. The board just offered me the interim directorship, I say. Jonah's face lights up for half a second before he reads the tension in my jaw. I turned it down. Reviewing the stunned silence, I forced myself to be clinical. The liability agreement attached to the offer required verifying falsified environmental logs. They scrubbed the humidity spikes from Tuesday and pinned the route deviations on Caleb's negligence. Signing it would have shifted legal blame for any potential damage directly onto this department's oversight. So they're going to bury us? Jonah asks, his voice thin. They're going to try to bury me, I correct him, keeping my eyes on theirs. But I need you to look at the logic, not the drama. This isn't about being noble or falling on a sword. We don't preserve objects just to let administrators rewrite the history of how they survived. If we start lying about the conditions of the art to save face, the damage becomes inevitable. We protect the work, not the reputation of the director. I look around the circle, checking for cracks in the resolve. If anyone wants to request a transfer to archives, to avoid the splash zone, do it now. I won't hold it against you. No one moves. The Savannah sun is heavy and humid as it drops behind the skyline, painting the river in oil-slick oranges and deep, bruising purples. The humidity outside is climbing. I can feel the moisture prickling at the nape of my neck. But inside the climate-controlled perimeter of the loading bay, the air remains crisp, artificial, and safe. I move to the primary crate, the custom-built sarcophagus housing the flagship Harrington canvas. My fingers trace the seal of the outer casing, seeking imperfections that my eyes might miss. It's cool to the touch. I check the external data logger. 20 degrees Celsius, 50% relative humidity. The line on the graph is flat, boring, perfect. Upstairs, the lights in the administrative wing are probably still burning, casting long shadows over documents designed to erase me. I know exactly what I walked away from, By tomorrow, my keycard might not work. By next week, my name might be scrubbed from the exhibition catalog, replaced by some consultant willing to sign Maggie's fiction. There is a terrifying vertigo in knowing I have stripped away my own safety net, leaving nothing between me and professional ruin but the absolute integrity of my work. I kneel to inspect the shock sensors on the pallet base. They haven't triggered. The suspension system Caleb designed is holding. Across the bay, Caleb is verifying the ratchet straps on the secondary truck. He doesn't look frantic. He looks inevitable. He moves with that economy of motion that used to irritate me, checking tension, testing resistance. Ignoring the clipboard-wielding museum security guard hovering nervously near his elbow. He isn't looking for approval from the suits in the glass tower either. He stopped caring about their liability clauses hours ago. We are the only two people left in this equation who actually care about the physics of survival. The board wants a story, Laura wants a headline, Maggie wants a scapegoat. But down here on the concrete, it's just us, the vibration dampers, and 500 years of pigment fighting gravity. I stand up, dusting the microscopic grit from my knees. The isolation doesn't feel cold anymore. It feels clarified, sharp as a scalpel. If this collection makes it to the next venue without cracking, it won't be because of a press release or a liability waiver. It will be because we told the truth about the risks, and then we handled them. I tapped the crate once, a silent promise to the history inside. You survive, we handle the rest. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24. Caleb. Midnight in Savannah feels less like a time of day and more like a physical weight. The air is soup, clinging to the windshields of the lead escort vehicle as we push out of the loading bay. We roll in a formation that's too tight, too defensive. The comms are quiet, but the silence is deceptive. Someone leaked the revised timeline. It's retaliation for Elise refusing to play ball with the board, coupled with that interview she gave to the trade journal where she torched the concept of acceptable loss. Now, instead of a ghost run, we've got attention. I spot a sedan idling near the perimeter gate. Civilian model, tinted windows, long lens camera glinting in the street lamp. Tighten the interval, I radio to the rear guard. Nobody breaks the line. This isn't logistics anymore. It feels like extraction. I've run convoys through active conflict zones with less hostility aimed at my back. Every sensor readout on my dashboard is green, but the tension in my shoulders is redlining. I check the mirrors every 8 seconds, watching for tailgaters, for drones, for anything that breaks the rhythm. 10 miles past the city limits, the city glow fades, replaced by the crushing darkness of the low country. The asphalt hums beneath the tires. Then I see it, a flicker on the telemetry screen. Lateral vibration, rear axle, Unit 1. It's microscopic, a variance of 0.04 G-force, but steady, a rhythmic shudder that shouldn't be there. Unit 1 to convoy, I say, voice flat, flagging a vibration anomaly, diverting to emergency turnout, hard stop at marker 4. I guide the massive, climate-controlled semi into a grim, gravel-dusted rest area flanked by towering scrub pines. The darkness here is absolute, swallowed by the canopy, broken only by the harsh, blinding wash of our halogen floodlights as the team deploys. I'm out of the cab before the air brakes finish hissing. The smell of hot rubber and pine resin hits me. I slide under the chassis of the primary truck, the asphalt warm and greasy against my back, ignoring the gravel biting into my jacket. "Give me light," I say. A beam cuts through the gloom, hitting the suspension assembly. I don't need to look up to know it's Elise holding the torch. The light is steady, focused exactly where I need it. There. The stabilizer bracket is sheared clean through. It's a hairline fracture from that brutal manual load in the west courtyard that finally gave up the ghost. It's not critical yet, but another 50 miles at highway speed, and that vibration would have bypassed the dampers and turned $500 million of art into distinct, irreparable pieces. Is it the suspension? Elise's voice comes from above, tight but controlled. Bracket failure, I confirm, wiping grease from my glove. We're grounded. Cut the mains. Now. The semi's engine dies, and the heavy thrum of the cooling units vanishes, leaving a silence so sudden and thick it rings in my ears. We have to weld the bracket, but the truck's electrical system can't handle the draw while running the climate control. It's a choice between structural failure or environmental collapse. "Miller, run the umbilical from the lead SUV," I bark, moving toward the connector panel. "Bypass the primary regulator. Daisy chain the auxiliary cooling directly to the cargo intake." "That's raw voltage, boss," Miller warns, unspooling the heavy cables. "If the SUV surges, then the sensors fry. If we wait, the humid air in this swamp swells the canvas and cracks the varnish. Move." I watch the humidity readout on my wrist. 50.8%. The threshold is 55. We have maybe 12 minutes before the interior atmosphere destabilizes. The air outside is heavy with moisture. If the seals fail or the power dips, the micro shifts in the canvas tension will destroy the paintings from the inside out. Sparks shower the asphalt as Miller strikes the arc under the chassis, the blue-white light throwing jagged shadows against the trees. I verify the connection myself. The graph lines on the monitor jitter, then steady as the SUV's alternator takes the load. It's a messy, fragile pulse, like keeping a patient alive on a manual pump. Elise stands by the rear doors, tablet in hand, her face illuminated by the screen's pale glow. "Temp is holding," she says, her voice low but piercing the darkness. "Vibration from the genset is within tolerance. Barely." Then the darkness at the edge of the turnout shatters. High beams sweep across the trees, blindingly bright. Not one car, 6. They veer off the highway, gravel spraying as they aggressively box us in. Doors fly open before the vehicles even stop rocking. "Perimeter!" I shout, stepping in front of Elise. It's not looking like a hijack. It looks like a riot. They spill out with placards and megaphones, young, angry, and organized. "Our history is not for export. Stop heritage theft." "They know the route," Elise murmurs, stepping up beside me despite my arm barring her path. A news van screeches to a halt behind the protesters, its telescopic mast extending instantly to catch the scene live. This wasn't bad luck. Someone fed them our exact coordinates and a narrative about us looting the South. The board didn't just hang us out to dry. They painted a target on our backs to ensure the failure looks public, political, and absolute. "Eyes forward," I tell the team, my voice cutting through the rising noise. "Hold the line. Nobody touches the truck." The proximity of the crowd is a tactical nightmare. A cameraman lunges for a better angle of the trailer, his heavy lens swinging like a club. I don't shove him. I just occupy the space he intends to fill. My boots are planted, shoulder drops slightly, a concrete bollard in a leather jacket. He bounces off me, stumbling back into a reporter shouting about cultural liquidation. "Back up," I say. I don't shout. I don't have to. The tenor of my voice cuts under the screaming. "You are compromising a climate-controlled environment. Step back beyond the pylons." "You're stealing heritage," a student yells, pressing a placard toward my chest. She's shaking. I'm preventing heat damage, I correct, scanning the perimeter. Security is stretched thin, dazzled by the media lights. I catch the eye of my lead driver and signal him to hold the cab door. Elise has vanished into the sealed cab of the secondary transport unit to escape the humidity, hooking her laptop into the convoy's encrypted mesh. My earpiece crackles, not with static, but with the cool, crystalline sound of Elise's voice. Dew point is climbing, Caleb. I'm seeing a localized spike in the trailer. The crowd's body heat is actually registering on the external sensors. It's throwing off the load calculations for the HVAC. Holding the line, I murmur, barely moving my lips. I catch a protester trying to duck under the yellow tape and simply step sideways, blocking his path without making contact. He hesitates, intimidated by the lack of aggression, and retreats. I'm remotely feathering the intake valves, Elise says. A ping hits my watch, a text notification from her with the new psi parameters. Adjust genset throttle to 1,800 RPM. I'm pulling historical data from the Savannah Wing server to model the stress test. If we don't optimize the airflow in 90 seconds, the varnish on the portrait of the Cavalier is going to start microfracturing. She doesn't mention the job offer she turned down, or the target Margaret painted on her back. She just counts down the pressure variance like she's reciting a grocery list. Miller, I say, keeping my eyes on the hostile crowd. Check your data link. Elise is sending new throttle specs. Execute immediately. Copy, Miller replies, voice tight. Temperature is stabilizing, Elise whispers in my ear. 0.2 degrees drop. Keep them back, Caleb. Don't let them touch the hull. They won't, I promise. I look at the chaos, the anger, the lights, the noise, and then I focus on the silence in the earpiece. The only thing that matters is the woman running the math in the canvas behind 3 inches of steel. Miller's torch dies with a final shower of sparks, leaving us in the harsh glare of the floodlights. The weld seam glows cherry red against the black steel of the bracket, cooling with tiny metallic pings that sound like distant gunfire. Temp check, I say into my earpiece. 53.4, Elise replies immediately. Holding steady. The crowd's backing off. Their body heat isn't spiking the external sensors anymore. I watch the protesters retreat toward their vehicles, their energy dissipating as the news crews pack up. The story they wanted, art thieves caught red-handed, didn't materialize. What they got instead was footage of a professional crew executing a flawless emergency repair while maintaining climate control in the middle of a swamp. Not exactly clickbait material. Miller, test the bracket. He slides back under the chassis, flashlight beam dancing across the fresh weld. Solid as a church, boss. No flex, no vibration. She'll hold. Elise, I need internal confirmation before we move. Her voice comes through crisp and certain. All sensors green. Humidity at 48%. Temperature variance within 0.1 degrees. The Cavalier is stable. I signal the team. Pack it up. We're rolling in 3 minutes. The auxiliary cables retract with mechanical precision, the umbilical disconnecting from the SUV with a satisfying click. The primary truck's engine rumbles back to life, the cooling units resuming their steady hum. Every readout on my dashboard settles into the green zone. Convoy, this is lead. I radio. Formation Delta, standard interval. No stops until we hit the Charleston checkpoint. The trucks ease back onto the highway, taillights cutting red trails through the darkness. In my mirrors, I watch the protesters' headlights dwindle to pinpricks, then vanish entirely as we round the first curve. They arrived with military timing and left with nothing but footage of our exhaust. Someone fed them our exact coordinates, Elise says through the comm, her voice tight with controlled anger. Down to the mile marker. And the repair timeline, I add. They knew we'd be stopped long enough for a media circus. Margaret's fingerprints are all over this. The board wanted public failure, complete with outraged citizens and primetime coverage. I check the convoy spacing in my side mirror. Perfect intervals, steady speed, no pursuit. They got professional competence instead. Think that'll stop them? No, I say, watching the dark highway stretch ahead of us. But it buys us Charleston. After that, we'll see who's still standing. The miles roll beneath us, smooth and quiet now. The bracket holds. The climate control purrs. The art survives another night by margins measured in fractions of degrees and seconds of response time.
Chapter 25. Elise. The Charleston Gallery smells like new paint, a stark contrast to the muddy roadside we just left. It's dawn, the light gray and weak through the security shades, but that's not what stops me at the threshold. It's the air. It hits my face with a dry, static snap that makes the hair on my arm stand up. I cross the marble floor, my boot heels sounding like gunshots in the empty cavern. The humidity monitor on the far wall isn't just drifting. It's screaming in silent red LEDs, 38%. Too low, way too low for 18th century canvas that just spent 6 hours vibrating in a truck bed. They swore the HVAC was overhauled last week, I mutter, checking the secondary sensor. It confirms the disaster. The climate control isn't stabilizing the room. It's stripping the moisture right out of the walls. The loading bay doors groan open. Caleb's team moves with that terrifying silent efficiency I've grown to rely on, rolling the primary crate, the portrait of the Cavalier, into the staging area. They park it on the vibration-dampening mats, and for a second I catch Caleb's eye. He sees the tension in my shoulders, the way I'm gripping my clipboard, but he knows better than to ask. Jonah is already there, drill in hand, looking like he's about to be sick. Readings were stable in the truck, Elise. I checked the logger myself. Internal RH never dropped below 50. Open it, I say. Now, we need to assess before the gallery air dries out the crate buffer. The screws scream as they back out. We lift the lid together, heavy plywood shifting to reveal the Tyvek wrapping. I peel back the layer, holding my breath and shine my high-lumen inspection light across the surface. The varnish glitters, not a smooth sheen, but a chaotic spiderweb fracture. Oh my God, Jonah whispers, the color draining from his face until he matches the gallery walls. He steps back, hands hovering uselessly. This wasn't there in Savannah. Elise, look at the lower quadrant. That's blinding cleavage. I lean in, the loop swinging from my neck as I narrow my eyes. The cracks are microscopic, radiating like frost on a window pane. The canvas is contracting faster than the age-hardened varnish can follow, creating a tectonic shift on a millimeter scale. Stop talking, Jonah. I snap the light off and grab the emergency stabilization kit from the cart. It's active. We have maybe 4 minutes before those microfissures turn into actual flakes. Get me the facing tissue and the rabbit skin glue, now. Laura taps on the glass, holding up 5 fingers. 5 minutes to hang. She's staring at her phone, calculating angles for the press release. Completely oblivious to the fact that she's looking at a crime scene. I turn away from her. Nobody moves, I announce. My voice isn't loud, but it kills the ambient chatter of the install crew instantly. Lock the gallery doors, now. Elise, the schedule. The lead handler starts, shifting his weight. He looks nervously at the glass where Laura is now frowning, gesturing wildly for us to speed up. New schedule, I snap, stripping off my blazer and tossing it onto a clean Pelican case. The painting is active. If you move it, you lose the bottom third of the composition. We stop. If Laura wants to argue, tell her she can auction off a bag of paint chips. The room goes dead silent. The handlers step back, retreating into the shadows. In the world of high-stakes art, people bend for money and they bend for fame, but nobody says no to the schedule. I just did. I sit on the rolling stool, adjusting the height until my eyes are level with the fracture. Ethanol and sturgeon glue, Jonah. 50-50 mix, keep it warm. My hands are steady. They always are. The rest of me might be a mess of adrenaline and exhaustion, but from the wrist down, I am absolute granite. Jonah places the heated beaker on the tray next to me. The smell is pungent, animalistic, the scent of old-world repair. I dip the tip of the 000 brush into the solution. It's barely a droplet, a whisper of adhesive. Outside the glass, Laura is escalating. She's shouting at a security guard, pointing at her watch, her face contorted in a mask of panic. The noise is just static, white noise. It doesn't penetrate the bubble. I touch the brush to the edge of the lifting flake. Capillary action pulls the glue under the paint layer. I hold my breath, wait 2 seconds, and apply the silicone release paper. Then the tacking iron. Gentle heat. 1. The flake settles back against the canvas. 2. I move to the next fracture. The world narrows down to millimeters. There is no press, no museum director, no failing humidity sensors, just the physics of adhesion and the stubborn, quiet refusal to let history disintegrate on my watch. Jonah hands me a fresh swab without a word, his breathing synchronized with mine. For 15 minutes, we aren't employees. We're the only line of defense left. The noise outside the glass eventually begins to pierce my focus. Laura isn't just tapping anymore. She is wrenched around, shouting at a security guard while a cameraman tries to shoulder his rig past the velvet rope. He's angling for a shot of the disaster, hungry for the exclusive of a failing restoration. I don't look up, but I feel the sudden displacement of air as Caleb peels away from the wall. He doesn't rush. He moves with that liquid, predatory grace that usually unnerves me. But right now, it's the only thing between my steady hand and catastrophe. He opens the gallery doors just wide enough to slip through, then seals the gap with his own body. The burst of noise, Laura's screeching, the chatter of the install crew cuts off the second the latch clicks behind him. Through the sliver of glass, I see the cameraman try to weave under Caleb's arm, looking for an angle. Caleb doesn't even look at him. He just shifts his weight, a granite wall in a dark jacket, and physically redirects the man's momentum until he is stumbling backward toward the lobby. I see Caleb say something, short, low, final, and point a finger down the hall. It isn't a suggestion. It's an eviction. The hallway clears. Silence floods back into the workspace. Blessed, sterile silence. Thank you, I breathe, though he can't hear me through the glass. Just focus, Jonah whispers, though his eyes are wide, darting to the door where Caleb is now standing guard, back to us, arms crossed, staring down the entire museum administration. I shut out the politics and return to the fissure. The iron presses down. Heat transfers. The resin bonds. 20 minutes later, I lift the tacking iron for the last time. The spiderweb cleavage is gone. The surface is unified. The light catches the varnish and throws back a clean, unbroken reflection rather than a fractured map of neglect. It held, Jonah exhales, slumping against the prep table like his strings have been cut. I cap the glue bottle and check the wall clock. We are 2 hours past the hang deadline. The lighting technicians are locked out, the caterers are stalled, and the donor's private preview is mathematically impossible. Laura is going to call for my head on a platter. Let her. I pack my tools with slow, deliberate movements. The painting survived. Their schedule can rot. I pull the digital hygrometer from my kit and wave it slowly across the painting's surface, watching the readout flicker between 49 and 51%. Close. Not perfect, but close enough that the canvas won't contract further. Temperature holding at 68 degrees. Jonah reports from the wall monitor, pushing his glasses up his nose. Humidity's climbing, 49.7 and rising. I nod, switching to the infrared thermometer. The surface temperature reads consistent. No hot spots from the gallery lighting, no cold zones from the HVAC vents. The painting has found its equilibrium. Surface tension? I ask, though I already know the answer. The varnish reflects my penlight in smooth, unbroken waves. No new fractures, no lifting edges. Stable, Jonah confirms, leaning over my shoulder with his own loop. The repair sites are holding beautifully. You can barely see where the cleavage was. Through the glass partition, I can see Laura pacing like a caged predator, her phone pressed to her ear. She gestures wildly at whoever's on the other end, probably Margaret, possibly the donors, definitely someone who thinks art conservation operates on press release timelines. The installation crew hovers in the background, tools in hand, expressions carefully neutral. They've been waiting for 2.5 hours. Union rules say they get overtime after 8 hours on site, and we blew past that deadline before lunch. But nobody's complaining. They know better than to rush a conservator who's just prevented a $250,000 disaster. I run the scanner one more time across the lower quadrant, where the worst damage had clustered. The numbers hold steady. 50% humidity, 68 degrees, no thermal variance greater than half a degree. Jonah, check the mounting hardware. I want to see the bracket measurements again. He unfolds the installation diagram, running his finger down the specifications. Wall anchors rated for 200 pounds, distributed load. Mounting plate is titanium alloy, corrosion resistant. Seismic dampeners tested to 7.2 magnitude. I glance across the gallery. Caleb stands with his back to the glass doors, arms folded, completely motionless. He's been there for over 2 hours, a human barricade between my work and the chaos outside. His gray-blue eyes meet mine through the partition. No impatience, no pressure, just that steady, unshakable calm that somehow makes my pulse slow down instead of speed up. He doesn't nod or gesture. He just waits, because he knows I won't move until I'm certain, and he's prepared to stand there until I am. I take one last reading. Humidity, temperature, surface integrity, everything green, everything stable. We can proceed. The words hit the room like a starting gun. The crew exhales collectively, shoulders dropping, tools coming alive in their hands. Jonah grins and starts packing the emergency kit with movements that are suddenly loose and easy instead of tense. Through the glass, I see Caleb step aside, finally allowing Laura and her entourage back into the space. But he doesn't leave. He positions himself where he can see both the installation and the crowd, ready to intervene again if necessary. "All right, people," the lead handler calls, pulling on his cotton gloves. "You heard the lady. Let's hang some history."
Chapter 26. Caleb. The gallery hums with the specific frequency of expensive champagne and self-congratulation. Under the precision spotlights, the Cavalier looks untouched by time, much less the vibrating transport truck or the chaotic unpacking 3 hours ago. A donor in a tuxedo leans in close to the canvas, too close, and sighs. "Remarkable," he says, his voice carrying over the low murmur of the crowd. You can really see the museum's rigorous standards in the preservation, absolutely pristine. I stand near the service exit, back against the dark wainscoting. From here, the room is a theater set. The board members preen near the center display, accepting compliments on a miracle they actively tried to prevent. Margaret Holloway holds court, tilting her head graciously as if she didn't spend the last 48 hours trying to bully us into negligence. But the silence speaks louder. Across the room, the conservation staff huddles in a tight knot. They aren't drinking. Their eyes track Elise, who stands near a pillar, looking exhausted and sharp in a dark dress. They know. A subtle nod from a senior curator in her direction acknowledges the reality. My team, stationed at the perimeter, keeps their faces blank, but I see the residue of the hall in their posture. They know the cost. My phone vibrates against my ribs. A single, distinct buzz. I pull it out, shielding the screen from the ambient light. The email header is from the legal department of Heart Secure Logistics. My name is on the letterhead, but the investors control the contracts now. Subject: notification of immediate removal, Harrington Project. I scroll past the boilerplate. Contractual non-compliance, unauthorized route alterations, egregious protocol deviation. The text is sterile, a clean execution by people who sit in air-conditioned offices and view risk as a spreadsheet column. Effective immediately, I am scrubbed from the roster. I lock the screen and slide the phone back into my pocket. The anger doesn't hit like heat. It lands low and heavy, like a drop in barometric pressure. I saved their marquee asset. I delivered the impossible. And because I refuse to let them destroy it for a schedule, I'm the liability. Margaret laughs at something the donor says, a light, tinkling sound that grates against my nerves. The narrative is already set. They get the glory. I get the door. I catch Miller's eye and tilt my head toward the service corridor. The signal ripples down the line, subtle, professional. They peel away from their posts one by one, slipping through the heavy velvet curtains into the back hallways. The prep room smells like stale coffee and packing foam. It's quiet here, the gala's noise reduced to a dull thrum through the concrete walls. I don't waste time softening the blow. These men and women deal in hard logistics. They don't need cushion. Headquarters just sent the notice, I say, keeping my voice low. I've been terminated for repeated protocol violations, specifically for pausing the transport to stabilize the climate control and for rerouting around the press breach. The silence that follows isn't shock. It's the heavy, settling weight of validation. They saw the risks. They saw me take the hit. They know exactly what protocol violations means in this context. I refuse to let corporate negligence destroy the cargo. They wanted speed, I continue, looking each of them in the eye. We gave them safety. The board sees that as a liability. As of tonight, command transfers to regional oversight. The air in the room shifts. Miller, my second in command for 6 years, doesn't look at the floor. He looks at me, then reaches for the lanyard around his neck. Regional oversight couldn't navigate a cargo van out of a parking lot, Miller says. He unclips his ID badge, the inductive key to the entire operation, and sets it on the metal table between us. The plastic clatter sounds like a gunshot. If you're not clearing the route, I'm not driving it. Miller, I warn, though the pride in my chest tightens like a fist. You have a mortgage. I have standards too, Marcus adds from the corner. He steps forward and drops his badge on top of Miller's. Then the 2 junior techs, kids who barely breathed without asking permission 3 weeks ago, step up. They don't say a word. They just place their credentials on the pile, chins up, bracing themselves against the uncertainty of unemployment because the certainty of bad leadership tastes worse. I look at the stack of plastic and laminate. A career's worth of infrastructure dismantled in 30 seconds because loyalty only moves in one direction for corporate, but it runs both ways in the field. I don't give a speech. I don't try to talk them out of it. I just nod, once, sharp and definitive. They straighten up. We're done here. The fluorescent lights in the 24-hour business center cast everything in stark relief. At 2:47 a.m., the place is empty, except for the hum of printers and the occasional click of my pen against the laminate table. The incorporation form spread before me like blueprints for controlled demolition, taking apart what I built and reassembling it into something that can't be bought, sold, or corrupted by quarterly earnings reports. Heritage Conservation Logistics. I write the name again at the top of the articles of incorporation, testing how it looks in my handwriting. Clean. Direct. No room for interpretation about what we do or why we do it. Miller sits across from me, laptop open, scrolling through equipment leasing agreements. Insurance is going to be brutal, he says without looking up. Specialty coverage for fine art transport. No corporate backing, startup rates. We'll make it work. I initial another section. The legal language is dense, but the core is simple. A firm that puts conservation science above administrative convenience. Where safety protocols aren't suggestions and timelines bend to reality, not donor expectations. You sure about the mission statement? Marcus asks from the corner, where he's assembling a stack of vendor contacts. Might be too specific. Could limit contract opportunities. I set down the pen and look at him. The specificity is the point. If a client doesn't want conservation first logistics, they can call someone else. Starting over should feel like stepping off a cliff. The corporate safety net is gone. The steady contracts, the established reputation, the infrastructure I spent 6 years building, all of it belongs to people who see art as inventory and timelines as gospel. But sitting here, watching my team voluntarily rebuild from nothing because they believe in doing the work right, the relief is almost physical. The door to the business center opens with a soft, pneumatic hiss. I don't look up immediately, probably another insomniac entrepreneur chasing a deadline. But the footsteps are too measured, too familiar. Elise appears in my peripheral vision, leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded. She's changed out of the gala dress into dark jeans and a leather jacket, her hair loose around her shoulders. She doesn't announce herself or explain why she's here at 3 a.m. She just watches, her expression unreadable. She knows. Miller glances up, then at me, then back at his laptop. Marcus keeps sorting papers, but his shoulders tense slightly. They know her, respect her, but this is delicate territory. I finish signing the current page before acknowledging her presence. Shouldn't you be celebrating? The exhibition opened flawlessly. Shouldn't you be mourning? Your career just imploded spectacularly. Depends on how you define career. She shifts against the doorframe, her gaze moving over the scattered paperwork, the tired faces of my team, the determination that hangs in the air like cigarette smoke. Her eyes settle back on me. Heritage Conservation Logistics, she reads from the form in front of me, her voice carrying just enough to reach the others. Ambitious. Accurate. Same thing in this business. Elise walks past Miller, her heels clicking a sharp, steady rhythm on the cheap tile. She doesn't ask for permission to sit. She just pulls the empty chair from the neighboring desk and slides it up to our makeshift war table. I assume you have a strategy for the impending legal threats, she says, picking up a distinct red pen she must have swiped from the museum offices. Margaret isn't going to let you poach her preferred illusion of safety without a fight. Let her fight. I have the documentation on every corner they cut, every coerced schedule change, every bypassed sensor. You have logistics documentation, she corrects, uncapping the pen with a decisive snap. She pulls a blank legal pad toward her. I have the conservation impact reports, the ones they tried to bury in NDA subclauses about proprietary methodology. She starts writing, names of sympathetic donors, curators who care more about preservation than politics, vulnerabilities in the museum's armor. Miller looks at me, eyebrows raised, waiting for me to check her clearance. I just exhale, a slow release of tension I didn't realize I was holding. For weeks we've been colliding, two distinct forces grinding against each other in a friction that threw sparks. Now, the vector has changed. She isn't opposing the plan, she's fortifying it. Watching her outline the ethical defense for our new venture alongside my exit strategy, the sensation hits me not as relief, but as mass, solid, anchoring weight. It feels like the satisfying thunk of a heavy-duty deadbolt sliding home. There are no vows exchanged here, no dramatic handshakes or sentimental speeches about teamwork, just the scratch of her pen on paper and the low electric hum of the copiers. We aren't collaborators forced to coexist by a contract anymore. We are two people who looked at the precipice of professional suicide and decided to jump together because the alternative was compromise. She looks up, catching my stare. Her eyes are tired, rimmed with the exhaustion of the gala, but the sharpness in them hasn't dulled. You're going to need an independent conservation consultant, she says, her tone implying it's a non-negotiable line item. Someone to vet the cargo before you even touch the crate. I hear I'm expensive. A corner of my mouth lifts. I heard you're difficult. Impossible, she agrees, returning to her list. but necessary. I watch her work, feeling the chaotic variables of the night align into a straight, unbreakable line. We aren't just surviving the fallout, we're building the stronghold.
Chapter 27. Elise. The automated lights in my office flicker on, one fluorescent tube buzzing like a trapped insect. I set my cup of lukewarm, sludge-thick coffee on the desk and wake my computer, steeling myself for the inevitable. I expect the subject lines to be variations of HR meeting request or notice of disciplinary action. Margaret doesn't lose gracefully, and I humiliated her entire operational philosophy by proving it wrong in front of the world press. I key in my password. The inbox loads. I blink, certain the caffeine withdrawal is causing hallucinations. There are 23 unread messages. None are from Margaret. Consultation inquiry. Victorian Restoration Project. Request for oversight. The Smithsonian Traveling Exchange. Subject, the Charleston Standard. I click the third one. It's a forwarded article from a leading trade journal, highlighting the uncompromising conservation ethics that saved the Harrington collection from what should have been an environmental catastrophe. They aren't calling me rigid. They aren't calling me difficult. They're calling me the gold standard. Buried midway down the list is an email from the head of conservation at the Met. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have even made it past their intern sorting algorithm. Now they're asking for my availability window. I don't feel the giddy rush of validation I expected. I feel something colder, heavier, leverage. I pick up the phone and dial the number in the Met signature block. Elise Monroe, I say when the director answers. I don't apologize for the early hour. I received your proposal regarding the Egyptian wing transport. He launches into a pitch about prestige and donor visibility. I let him talk for exactly 45 seconds before I cut in. I need to be clear about my working conditions before we proceed. If I step on board, the schedule is dictated by the condition sensors, not the gala invitations. I have absolute veto power on crate engineering and route selection. If I say a piece doesn't move, it doesn't move. You don't call me to negotiate risk. You call me to eliminate it. There is a beat of silence on the line. Old fears prick at me. The expectation of the sigh, the be reasonable speech. Understood, the director says. Send us your contract and salary expectations. Welcome aboard, Miss Monroe. I hang up, staring at the dust motes dancing in the stale office air. For a decade, I thought power in this industry meant climbing the ladder until they let you make decisions. I was wrong. Power is refusing to climb at all until they agree to build the ladder to your specifications. I pull up a fresh document and type a new header. Monroe Conservation Standards. I'm not asking anymore. The archival box unfolds with a crisp snap. It's acid-free, sturdy, fitting for the only things I'm taking with me. I don't pack the corporate branded stapler or the mugs from the gift shop. I pack the proprietary solvent mixtures I developed on my own time. I pack my Optivisor and the set of German microspatulas that fit my grip perfectly. The framed master's certificate comes off the wall, leaving a clean rectangle on the paint, a ghost of the decade I spent trying to fix this place from the inside. The room smells of linen tape and settled dust. For 10 years, that smell was oxygen. Today, it's just air in a room that belongs to someone else. I heft the box, checking the weight, manageable. At the corridor door, I tap my key card against the reader. The light blinks red, access denied. They didn't even wait for the end of the day. A younger version of me might have felt the sting of the insult. This version just pushes the door open and lets the latch click shut behind me. I don't look back at the lock. I find Jonah in the wet lab. He's leaning over a solvent test, sleeves rolled to his elbows, tracking the evaporation rate on a tablet. He hears the heavy thud of my box hitting the stainless steel prep table and stops. He doesn't ask what I'm doing. He looks at the packed tools, then at the empty hook on my ID lanyard where my badge used to be. New management issued a memo on solvent protocols this morning, Jonah says, his voice flat. They want us to switch to a cheaper supplier. It'll yellow the varnish in 5 years. And you'll fight them, I say. And I'll lose. He grips the edge of the table, knuckles pale. They'll bury me if I stay. I'm not built to fight ghosts, Elise. I reach into the pocket of my blazer and slide a folded document across the steel surface. It's a consultation agreement for a deteriorating colonial archive in New England. The pay is honest, the timeline is realistic, and crucially, the budget for materials is absolute. I'm not asking you to fight ghosts, I say. Jonah reads the header. He scans the clause regarding conservation autonomy. His eyes widen, tracing the ink where my signature already sits. You're actually doing it, he breathes. You're gone. Effective immediately. He looks at the solvent test, then at the lab door. He unclips his own badge and sets it on the table next to the cheap chemical requisition form. I'm coming with you. It's contract work, Jonah. No benefits, no tenure track. If we don't work, we don't eat. No compromise, he corrects, already reaching for his jacket. When do we start? The silence in the Harrington wing isn't empty. It's heavy, settled. It's the sound of a humidity sensor blinking green and a security feed looping without incident. The gala crowds are gone. The champagne flute swept away, leaving only the art and the low-humming infrastructure that keeps it breathing. I step into the cavernous hall. The overhead floods are dead, replaced by the night cycle's amber wash. It turns the parquet floor into a dark river and casts long, soft shadows across the cavalier. I don't look at the painting, though. I look at the man standing near the emergency exit. Caleb is a silhouette against the faint glow of the exit sign. His jacket is gone, sleeves rolled to the elbows, arms crossed over his chest. He isn't watching the door like a guard. He's watching the space like a custodian. He doesn't speak as I walk toward him. He just watches me come, his gray-blue eyes tracking my movement across the polished wood. My boot heels strike the floor with a rhythmic, echoing click, the only sharp sound in a room designed to muffle the world. I stop 3 feet from him, close enough to smell the faint trace of machine oil and soap that clings to him, far enough to keep my head clear. Jonah and I cleared out our desks an hour ago, I say. It's not a question. It's the first brick in the new foundation. Caleb nods, a microscopic dip of his chin. He doesn't look surprised. The offer stands, but I don't need charity, Elise. And I don't need a savior. I hold his gaze, refusing to blink. I'm not joining your new firm to be rescued from bad management. I'm joining because the work is right. Because you are the only person in this entire industry I trust to choose preservation over convenience every single time. He goes still, a tension locking into his shoulders. It's the stance of a man bracing for a blow that never lands. I'm choosing you, I say, my voice dropping but losing none of its edge. Your principles, your methods, your impossible standards, no conditions. The silence stretches, charged and terrifying. Caleb pushes off the wall, closing that final foot of distance between us. His expression doesn't soften into something easy. It sharpens, intense and focused. Then we build something real, he says, his voice rougher than usual. No shortcuts, no lies. No lies, I agree. He reaches out, his hand settling on the small of my back, not to lead, but to anchor. We stand there in the amber dark, 2 architects looking at a blueprint that finally makes sense. I reach for the gallery's main control panel, my fingers finding the dimmer switches by muscle memory. The amber floods die first, plunging the cavalier into shadow. The accent lights follow, erasing the careful pools of illumination that had showcased 3 centuries of brushwork. Finally, the emergency strips click off, leaving only the faint green glow of the exit signs. The Harrington wing breathes in the darkness, climate sensors humming their quiet song, but the art itself invisible now. Protected. Silent. Feels different without the lights, Caleb says, his voice carrying in the empty space. It's honest, I reply, hooking my satchel strap over my shoulder. The weight settles against my hip, familiar and grounding. No performance, just preservation. We move toward the heavy glass doors that separate the gallery from the main corridor. Caleb reaches them first, his palm flat against the brushed steel push bar. He pauses, glancing back at me. Second thoughts? I shake my head. You? No. His voice carries the certainty of a man who's made harder decisions with less information. Just marking the moment. The doors swing open with the soft hydraulic hiss of a perfect seal breaking. The sound echoes once in the empty corridor beyond, then fades. Caleb holds the door for me, but not in the patronizing way men usually do, like I'm something fragile that needs managing. He holds it the way a partner would, efficient and considerate. The glass settles back into its frame with a whisper-soft click. Final. Irrevocable. We walk through the administrative wing in comfortable silence, our footsteps muffled by the industrial carpet. The building feels different at night, less like a monument to culture, more like what it actually is, a warehouse with pretensions. The fluorescent overheads cast everything in harsh, institutional white. It's the kind of light that makes everyone look sick and every decision feel wrong. At the service exit, Caleb produces a ring of keys from his jacket pocket. He selects one without looking. Muscle memory guiding him to the right choice. The lock turns with a solid click, the sound of security engaging properly. That's the last time I'll use these, he says, pocketing the keys. Margaret can collect them from my lawyer. The humid Charleston air hits us like a wall the moment we step outside. It's thick enough to taste, salt from the harbor, magnolia from the courtyard, and the faint metallic tang of rain gathering somewhere in the distance. The parking lot stretches before us, empty except for our 2 cars sitting under the yellow wash of the security lights. So, I say, adjusting my satchel strap. Partners. Partners, Caleb confirms. He doesn't smile, but something shifts in his expression, a loosening around his eyes, like a man setting down weight he'd been carrying too long. We stand there for a moment, 2 people who've just burned their professional lives to the ground, breathing the thick night air and feeling lighter for it.
Chapter 28. Caleb. I turn the deadbolt and push the door open. The air inside is cool, smelling of old paper and gun oil, the specific scent of our collision. Elise walks in past me, dropping her clutch on the entry table next to my sordid mail. She kicks her heels off, one then the other, abandoning them right in the middle of the hallway. It's a tripping hazard. I don't say a word. I just step over them and lock the world out behind us. The apartment used to be a grid of perfect angles, minimalist, efficient, empty. Now, her research journals form unstable towers on the credenza. A portable UV lamp sits on the dining table, tangled in the cables of my laptop charger. It's not clutter. It's evidence of operations. She didn't move in. She infiltrated, and I let the perimeter fall without firing a shot. She collapses onto the gray sofa, letting out a long, ragged breath that deflates her posture from museum royalty to exhausted human. If I ever wear 4-inch stilettos to a gala again, she mumbles, eyes closed, you have permission to tackle me. Noted in the log, I say, smiling. I head to the kitchen, retrieving the Pinot Noir she tolerates and a tumbler for myself. When I return, she hasn't moved. I set her glass on the coaster, my coaster, her wine stain from last week still faint on the cork, and sit down, Close. My thigh presses against hers. She doesn't flinch, doesn't shift away. She leans into the contact. "Did you catch the director's speech?" she asks, finally cracking one eye open. Actually used the words, "Conservation First Transport Logistics." He stumbled over the syllable count, I reply, taking a drink. "He said it, Caleb. To 300 donors." She takes the wine, swirling it. 6 months ago, Maggie Holloway was ready to blacklist us for suggesting humidity sensors mattered more than a donor dinner. Holloway is currently managing a regional gallery in Ohio, I remind her. We won. "We survived," she corrects, but the corner of her mouth quirks up. That sharp, defensive edge she carried for months is gone, smoothed out by the competence we proved tonight. "We built a fortress out of the rubble." "Solid foundation," I agree. "Expensive foundation," she counters, though the bite in her tone is playful now. "But sturdy." She rests her head on my shoulder. It's heavy, trusting. I keep my arm around the back of the sofa, hand near her neck, guarding the peace we earned. "I didn't tell you about the first month," I say, the confession sitting heavy in my chest. After I walked away from the old contract, I was waking up at 0300 every night to check the operating capital. I was convinced I'd dragged you onto a sinking ship because my ego couldn't handle a compromise. Elise sets her glass on the coffee table with a soft clink. She stares at the red liquid settling in the bottom. "I still check my inbox every morning expecting a cease and desist, or a generated scandal. When you spend a decade looking over your shoulder, your muscles don't stop bracing just because the threat is gone. No one is coming for us, Elise." "I know," she says quietly. "Logically, I know. But the flinch is still there." "We'll retrain the reflex," I tell her. "Standard conditioning." She laughs, a soft, breathy sound that dissolves the last of the tension in the room. She shifts on the cushion, turning her body fully toward me. The humor fades from her expression, replaced by that clinical, intense focus she usually reserves for a fracturing canvas. But she isn't looking for cracks. She isn't analyzing risk variables or calculating structural integrity. She's just looking at me. "You stayed," she says, not a question, just a fact she finally accepts without checking the citation. I'm not going anywhere. Her hand lifts, fingers cool against the warmth of my neck, her thumb brushing along my jawline. It's a claim. In the past, every touch between us was high-stakes wire cutting, desperate, adrenaline-fueled, a side effect of survival. This is different. The silence in the apartment isn't waiting to be broken by a ringing phone or a security alert. It's just ours. I turn my face into her palm, pressing a kiss to the center of her hand. Her breath hitches, loud in the quiet room. I don't rush. I don't seize control. I let her set the pace, my hand coming up to rest on her waist, grounding us. When she leans in, closing the distance, it's not a collision. It's an alignment. Her lips meet mine with a slow, deliberate pressure that tastes like wine and absolute certainty. The kiss deepens, her fingers tightening in my hair as I shift her weight back against the couch. Her body yields, arching into me, and I follow her down, my hands sliding under her blouse to trace the curve of her waist. She gasps into my mouth, and I feel her pulse quicken under my palm. My movements are deliberate, unhurried, but there's no hesitation. This is a mission stripped of all urgency, just precision and intent.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself. with Miss Tyla.
What are you thinking about? She mumbles into my skin. Logistics. Her laugh is a sleepy exhale. Of course you are. She shifts, propping herself up on one elbow. Out with it. I catch her hand, press it flat over my sternum. Your lease is up in 3 months. Mine's month to month. Her eyebrows lift. That's your opening gambit? Efficient. She snorts, but her thumb brushes absently over my ribs. Your place has better security. Mine has better light for my workspace. Compromise. We find a third option. Somewhere with a vault door and north-facing windows. Romantic. Practical. I thread my fingers through hers. I'm done building contingencies. I want foundations. Her grip tightens. No hesitation. Then we draft the specs together. No unilateral decisions. Even when I'm right. Especially when you're right. She leans down, her lips grazing mine. I don't want a life where I have to justify my space. I want one where our boundaries overlap by choice. I roll her under me in one smooth motion. She arches, laughing as I bracket her hips. Noted. Next item. God, you're relentless. Your Lisbon contract clashes with my Berlin job. We adjust the timeline or I subcontract. She stills, studies me. You'd subcontract a flagship job? For this? Yes. Her exhale is sharp, surprised. Then she drags my mouth back to hers. We'll adjust, she murmurs against my lips. But you're paying for the rebooking fees. Worth it. The spreadsheet can wait. Right now, her hands are mapping my shoulders like she's memorizing the blueprint. Mine are doing the same. Morning solidifies around us, golden and certain. This is the best move I've ever made.